Στην Ελπέτισον ενορχιστρώνουμε έναν ολόκληρο κόσμο καινοτομίας για έναν κοινό σκοπό, τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη. Ελπέτισον. Δίπλα σας, με όλη μας την ενέργεια.
Είμαστε πίσω από τη μεταμόρφωση της ΔΕΠΑ σε μια σύγχρονη καθετοποιημένη εταιρεία ενέργειας. Από τα μακροχρόνια συμβόλαια με τους προμηθευτές, με τα οποία εγγυόμαστε την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Και από την επαναδιαπραγμάτευση των συμβολέων, με την οποία εξασφαλίσαμε ακόμα πιο ευνοϊκούς όρους για τους πελάτες μας και την εθνική οικονομία. Είμαστε πίσω και από τη συγκράτηση του ενεργειακού κόστους για τα νοικοκυριά και τις επιχειρήσεις. Πρωταγωνιστούμε σε μεγάλα διεθνή έργα που μετατρέπουν την Ελλάδα σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο φυσικού αερίου. Είμαστε πίσω από το πράσινο μέλλον, επενδύοντας σε έργα ΑΠΕ, στα πράσινα καύσιμα και στη σύγχρονη ηλεκτροπαραγωγή με φυσικό αέριο. Είμαστε πίσω από το Φύσικον, το μόνο πανελλαδικό δίκτυο πρατηρίων CNG, διαχέοντας τα περιβαλλοντικά και οικονομικά ωφέλη της αεροκίνησης σε όλη τη χώρα. Είμαστε πίσω από όλα όσα πάνε την ενέργεια μπροστά. Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ Εμπορίας.
Good morning, dear friends, both those attending in present and more people, of course, who have joined us online. Yesterday, 28,000 unique visitors have joined, even for just a couple of minutes, our event. That many people have followed us along our discussions. To those friends following us online, we'd like to welcome them. We welcome you to the 5th Energypress Power and Gas Forum. Which yesterday already, through the very interesting presentations of the panelists, has demonstrated that it is at the heart of the developments in terms of the power and natural gas markets. We will start off the second day with a tradition over the past years. We start with Dr. Alex Papalexopoulos, who is known for his role in the operation of markets worldwide, and in terms of the Greek target model, he's joining us from San Francisco. Good morning. Good morning, Alex. Good morning from Athens.
Good morning. I would like to thank the organizer and you personally, Mr. Panagoulis. Good morning from far away San Francisco. I hope you can hear me. We can hear you well, and we are ready to listen to your presentation, 15 minutes approximately. And thank you, because you always have a lot of interesting information to share with us. The presentation will be held in English. And I have prepared some slides with the themes that you can see here. Observations about the energy transition.
Problems with the energy transition, operational markets. Can the existing market design support the energy transition? And what is the golden standard for the architecture to support the energy transition? I'll close with a couple of key messages. The painful path towards the energy transition. Some uncomfortable truths. These are some observations, and the facts are facts, and they cannot be disputed. $10 trillion have been invested globally in renewable energy over the last 20 years, but only 4% of the global demand is currently met by solar and wind. The portion of hydrocarbons in the global energy mix has been reduced only slightly in the 21st century from 83% to 80%. Gas production, on the other hand, has increased by 70% in this century. The transition from coal to gas is responsible for 70% of a reduction of emissions in the US. 85% of the population, which currently lives in the global south, use oil and gas as a key fuel of energy. One thing we have seen, energy efficiency alone, it's the most valuable resource. It has contributed over the last 15 years to the reduction of global demand by 90 million of equivalent barrels of oil per day. On the other hand, solar and wind has contributed only to 15 million reduction of equivalent barrels of oil per day. This observation tells us that we need to introduce clean energies, clean technologies gradually that are technically ready, economically competitive, with the right support from the infrastructure. Some preliminary conclusions. What this experience tells us? It tells us that it would be a terrible mistake to keep trying to do everything, everywhere, all at once, to force a green transition with regulatory mandates, subsidies, and generalized moral pressure. The harsh reality is that until clean energy is as cheap and performs as well as dirty energy, the world will not adopt it at the needed scale, meaning global scale. And policymakers must focus on developing clean energy resources at price and performance parity with dirty fuels, what we call the P3, price and performance parity. In other words, climate policy needs to take into account the cost of draconian measures, which are enormous for the two following reasons. Number one, climate change is a global issue, is not a regional issue, so solutions must be global. I can give you many examples of this. The estimated capital expenditures needed by 2050 range from $84 trillion to $275 trillion, and this does not include the higher operating cost of existing clean technologies. What does it mean? It means that governments, especially in low-income countries, cannot afford to pay that bill. So until clean energy solutions achieve the P3 metric, again, price and performance parity, for all those industrial and end user purposes, the global effect of discrete solutions in a few wealthy nations like US and Europe will be insufficient to solve the climate change problem. The role of governments. I'll give you an example. For a unit of energy that matters is the delivered cost at the point of usage, where grid technology must provide the same performance and reliability as fossil fuels. So the governments, the main job of the governments is not to force high-cost clean energy solutions, but to support two distinct pathways through the green transition. Number one, for technologies already on course to reach P3, the P3 metric, governments should accelerate by encouraging rapid adoption at increasing scale. Subsidies should be time-limited and tightly focused so they can provide the seed adoption. And that solution is a potentially useful solution among many. Two, for technologies not on track to meet P3, the P3 metric, governments should stop trying to force adoption and spare the development of better technologies instead. I have an example here that there is a lot of discussion over the last several years in Europe and in the US. For example, blue hydrogen may never reach the P3 metric because it's produced using the existing production process plus an additional step, carbon capture. It requires a lot of energy to produce, more than 50 kWh per kilo of hydrogen. Blue hydrogen is very different than solar and wind. We have seen the cost of solar and wind dramatically decreased over the last 10 years, let's say. However, green electricity, which is the key input, accounts for 85% of the total cost for blue hydrogen. So Even if we make electrolyzers cheaper and better, it won't make much difference. The overall cost of green hydrogen will fall significantly only if green energy becomes cheaper. The idea that many proponents of this technology promote is to use the free surplus green energy when wind and solar farms generate more energy than it can be used. This idea, for example, reduce the curtailments. That's a big issue everywhere. As solar and wind penetrate the system, there will be more and more curtailments. But these assets, like solar, coupled with storage and batteries, will reduce the number of curtailments. We know that. You've done many studies that have proven that. The emergence of hybrid assets will reduce the number of curtailments. That's a very viable technology. So the idea of using free surplus green energy to power the blue hydrogen is not realistic because energy surplus will be very limited. Furthermore, on the distribution side, there are several pathways to make this happen. And all these pathways have severe problems, at least at this point. In summary, blue hydrogen will require huge subsidies, such as those offered in the United States and Europe, but low-income countries cannot pay that price. So it's unrealistic to expect a hydrogen economy to emerge globally. Again, I repeat, globally. We can see that some regional solutions for some specific industries, but I cannot see that as a global solution. In cases like that, governments need to step back and support the development of different technologies that can, with scale, reach the P3 metric globally by investing heavily in R&D for technology breakthroughs. In my mind, this is the only realistic path to the energy transition by reaching price-performance parity with fossil fuels. With respect to this subject, I can tell you there are many successful technologies that are emerging. For example, solar plus storage. Currently, they make 95% of the 11,000 megawatts of new hybrid capacity that was brought online last year in the US. Now, with the energy transition, I have put here the key problems the power industry is facing. Problem number one, capacity markets. We don't even have capacity markets in Greece, for example, and in some other countries in Europe. But the concept is gaining traction, and most of the world is rapidly moving to capacity markets. In markets where they have capacity markets, there are many problems, and the markets need to be reformed. For example, the key problem there is to determine the true reliability attribute of low carbon assets. The more penetration we have from solar and wind, their capacity credit is being reduced drastically. So their ability to raise revenue from a capacity market is reduced. As a result, conventional assets like gas will become even more important in terms of their contribution to a capacity market. So the capacity prices are expected to increase drastically in the next 10 years. A related issue. Here I'm talking only about short-term power supplies, reserves. One thing we have seen that we need much more reserves to meet unexpected changes in real-time supply and demand, because we're moving to a system that is very weather sensitive. Second major issue, power plant retirements. We have seen that many plants, they don't make it in the market, and they are retiring because of current market conditions. So that creates problems with the security of supply. So ISOs and TSOs, they're in a difficult position to sign more and more what we call RMR contracts, reliability must run contracts. These are contracts for plants that need to be kept online for reliability even when they don't make it in the market. In other words, they are forced to be in the market, and they sign these very expensive bilateral contracts for reliability purposes. This creates many problems because they represent a lot of money that is captured, that is not captured in the market price. This is a key threat to the energy markets we have been developing for more than 25 years now. And we're trying to find ways how the energy from these RMR contracts can be captured in the short-term price signal, which is so critical to sign long-term contracts. We need for that a good short-term price signal. The third problem, very fundamental, is a reform of the transmission planning and the interconnection process. The current processes for transmission planning, infrastructure investment, and interconnection of solar and wind, and all the assets that are waiting in the queue is not working well. It takes years to provide the electrical space that renewables need. So we're moving to what we call transition to scenario-based long-range transmission planning. And another important reason is we need to put generation on par with transmission to solve reliability problems. That's important. I move on to operational and market problems in a renewable-based system, because that's where we're moving. As you see in this graph, you see the black curve on the top. That's a typical load curve. You see the yellow curve, which is the solar energy that peaks in the middle of the day. You see the green curve, which is, let's say, wind. If you net out from the load forecast of tomorrow, let's say, the injection of solar and wind, you get this net curve, the red curve, which is the net load that needs to be met by conventional resources. This tells me a few things that an experienced eye in this business can see. First, we're moving to a weather-sensitive energy grid. Second, during the energy transition, we will have supply issues problems. Third, during extreme events, we need new processes and new systems. This red curve has created a lot of problems, as you can see in this slide. In the morning hours, conventional generation needs to get out of the system in order to give room to solar. So the system needs to ramp down rapidly. So we have ramping down problems. In the middle of the day, but we have seen that in many, many countries, prices become zero or even negative. We have overgeneration. And we need flexible assets to solve this problem. But in the evening, as solar reduces output, then you need conventional assets to increase the output very fast. This is the evening net peak that you see there. As you can see, you need capacity now to meet the peak load in the evening hours. That changes the entire market conditions. So in the middle of the day, we'll have low prices, and the highest prices are in the evening. All the rate design in the next few years is focusing on that. What we see with these price dispersions now, we see a different distribution of prices. This is from studies we have done at the CalISO over the years. As you see here, over the last few years, you see prices picking up in the middle of the night and during the day going to zero. So the question is, do these new price distributions create instability and discourage investment? And number two, where the flexible power sources will come from and how they will be revenue adequate in order to survive in this new environment, because clearly the revenues from energy will reduce, the energy for ancillary services will increase, and I strongly recommend and I predict that the revenues from capacity markets will increase substantially. So, looking at the markets, that I'm focusing on the last part of the presentation, what is important? These are the following issues that I think are very critical for the energy transition. Resource adequacy and capacity markets, very important. This will secure supply. We need to reform these markets. We need to determine the adequacy criteria. For example, a solar farm of 100 megawatts, how much it can get for a capacity credit. Maybe 20%, maybe 30%, maybe even less. And we need to couple this with what we call call options or reliability options to reduce prices and protect consumers. Many markets we are designing now, we battle competitive capacity auctions with reliability options. Transmission planning, the transmission policy, as I said, is emerging as a key problem moving into the future. How we price scarce resources like transmission. And here I'll make a case about nodal markets, something that Europe does not have, needs to have yesterday, not even today. Energy transition without having the grid in the system, in the clearing of the markets, really will create problems in those markets. Long-term PPAs, forward markets for hedging, and contracts for differences will become very important as we move forward. We have a contract currently with the Regulatory Authority for Energy in Greece to propose the optimal design for the European markets, for the target model. And all these elements are central to the energy reform of the target model. How we accelerate the deployment of renewables, and how we couple those with assets like storage to create hybrid plants in order to compete with gas and other resources. Engage demand response. This is the, I would say, an asset that has not been utilized properly, and we don't have the value of this asset yet in the market. We need to make sure that incentives that we give for distributed generation behind the meter are the same with incentives we give to grid scale assets. Also, EVs, electric cars, built-in thermal storage, and so many other technologies that are emerging currently. I strongly propose scarcity pricing as an additional element to let prices high when we have scarcity. This ties to the next item, which is better consumer protection. Also, better coordination of distributed energy resources with the DSO markets, with wholesale markets. And the combination of ancillary services and energy support markets needs to be revisited incrementally. Here, what I have in mind is that I see a lot of discussion in Europe of decoupling in some markets, let's say Poland, ancillary services that are currently being co-optimized in the integrated scheduling process with energy to move it ahead of the day-ahead market. This decoupling, and I can see the reasons why it is people are doing it that way, is inefficient and increases the cost substantially. We have written many, many papers, and we have established this, that this transition to separating the co-optimization between those two assets, which are, by the way, complementary assets, increases the cost. And as I said earlier, a key objective of decarbonization and the energy transition is to keep prices affordable. Without security of supply and without affordability, we don't have energy transition. So, what is the golden standard? The golden standard for the energy transition in terms of markets, in power markets, are the following. Marginal pricing should be maintained at all cost in technology agnostic auctions. During the last couple of years, we heard a lot of arguments why this is not a viable system. Well, it is. An electron from solar or wind or gas or hydro is still an electron. And energy can be produced by 10 different technologies, but it's one product, energy. Second, unit-based bidding, it's superior to portfolio bidding. We have established that theoretically with many papers, but what economists call the cost of anarchy. The cost of anarchy is real. It increases the cost because TSOs are the only entities that have the best knowledge for the system, and they can balance the system better than anybody else. Third, the central scheduling dispatch market architecture is superior to self-scheduling system that is followed by some Central European countries. What comes from Germany or France does not mean that it's the best model. It is not. We have proven this theoretically and practically. The entire world is moving to centralized scheduling and centralized dispatch. The economic demand response, and energy efficiency remains the best energy asset which is still underutilized. Another important observation, the energy model should be the same for all sequential markets. We cannot have a separate model in the day-ahead market, intraday market, and real-time market. And unfortunately, that's what happened in the European models, in many European models with the target model. And I can see the problems that our TSO, ADMIE, has when inherits all the problems from the day-ahead market and the intraday market, and they need to ensure the security of the system. This is a problem we had on this side of the Atlantic 20 years ago, before we went to the nodal markets. So the important message here is nodal pricing, LNP pricing, like in the US, this architecture that should include the market clearing solution, the grid infrastructure. And that's the golden standard for the energy transition. How can you have a market that is suitable for the energy transition if you don't take into account the grid? Now, I have a slide here which I hesitate to put it up, but I will, just to let you know what I hear from the European Union when I give presentations in Europe. This is the rebuttal of the EU's false arguments. We analyzed that in our project with RAE in detail, and we have more than 100 pages to show that all these arguments are not real. For example, argument one, we could avoid the complications of dealing directly with nodal pricing by aggregating nodes with similar prices in few zones to create small bidding zones, a small market structure. This is a fiction. It's not true. Second question, is transmission congestion a small problem? Maybe it was 20 years ago or even 10 years ago. It's not true anymore. Congestion appears to be non-systematic and unpredictable due to the massive penetration of renewables. So it's not a small problem. Does nodal pricing preclude transmission price certainty? Of course not. And we can explain this, why this is not the case. Another argument, if we have bidding zones with a lot of nodes, does the zonal aggregation mitigate market power? To the contrary, market power is exaggerated in bidding zones with many nodes because the TSO and the regulator do not have full visibility on a unit basis. And that's the best condition for manipulation. Is nodal pricing a barrier to flexibility? Absolutely not. Can we have intraday trading in nodal markets? Of course we can. Nothing precludes having intraday trading in nodal markets. Does nodal pricing inhibit demand response and storage? Absolutely not. We have the best demand response and storage in the world. Does nodal price create problems with liquidity? I hear this all the time. Of course not, because trading occurs in hubs. Trading does not occur in the nodes, but the hub prices reflect nodal prices. It reflect real prices. Does nodal pricing increase investment risk? No, we have the hedging instrument in place to solve this problem. So I will close with the following couple slides. How is it possible that we don't have in Europe ex-ante market power mitigation? Bids come in from the market.
Αγαπητέ Άλεξ, δεν θέλω να σε διακόπτω.
Dear Alex, we need to keep it short because we're lagging behind time. I see that you conclude. Just keep it short, please. Thank you.
Mitigated bids, bids need to be mitigated ex-ante. This is a very important thing. So all the studies we have executed worldwide, they tell us that markets we have today with marginal pricing, scarcity pricing, capacity markets enable markets with a lot of renewable storage as well thermal capacity to recover all costs and be optimally sized. In terms of social goals like consumer protection, we have the instruments in place to protect customers from pricing, high prices. The most important thing is we need the short-term markets to give us a price signal that is essential for dispatch and flexibility. And I close with this slide. The energy transition is a painful process, and policymakers need to give up on fantasy, expensive climate policies that substantially increase cost and do not contribute to the security of supply. Nodal market architectures with co-optimization of energy and ancillary services, capacity markets, scarcity pricing, sound transmission policy and robust forward hedging and customer protection are fundamental to the energy transition. The classical principles that we use to develop markets over the last 25 years, theory and practice, remain a good fit. New carbon, low carbon technologies do not fundamentally change the energy markets as long as we have resource adequacy in theory and in practice. But of course, energy markets don't solve the problem. They are not a panacea. We need to couple those with effective, cost-efficient infrastructure and transmission planning and carbon policies. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ, Άλεξ. Πολύ ενδιαφέροντα πράγματι αυτά που ακούσαμε, όπως πάντοτε άλλωστε, και οι προτάσεις σου για τις παρεμβάσεις που χρειάζονται πλέον σε αυτό που λέμε ηλεκτρικές αγορές, συστήματα αγορών. Με πολύ ενδιαφέρον λοιπόν σε ακούσαμε και ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ.
Energy systems were very interesting. Now we will carry on with our agenda. We have the Deputy Minister of Environment and Energy, Mrs. Doukou, and my fellow journalist, Thodoris, or rather Haris Floudopoulos, Editor-in-Chief of Capital, and myself will hold a very interesting discussion here.
Εμάς δεν πειράζει.
Μέση μου. Τι κάνετε? Ναι. Καλημέρα και σε όλους.
Good morning. Good morning. I see a full room. I'm very happy. Yes. The name of Mrs. Doukou has a magnet function, but the room, I have to admit, was also rather full yesterday as well. Thank you for being here today. The purpose of this discussion today was to look at the short-term and strategic aspects linked to power and natural gas energy, as well as the energy sector overall, undergoing a period of change. I think we need this outline from you, Mr. Panagoulis. And we are, in light of new advancements, I guess, we're talking about a business that is staffed with people that are very well aware of what they're doing, and it's people that are putting in money. So all companies are trying to position themselves as good as possible ahead of the energy sector advancements. This is a rather difficult exercise to do. Let's look at the wholesale power market. This is a rather tough issue to address. Firstly, says Mrs. Duku. Yes, Mr. Papalexopoulos talked about potential changes regarding the operation of the market, meaning target model, etc. Why wholesale market stays as it is? Are we done with all interventions? No, of course not. This question takes me back actually to the hard years of the energy hikes 2 years ago. And it was a question I was dealing with as a Greek consumer first, and then in my capacity in the ministry. And it's not a simple question to answer. There is a series of parameters that are actually shaping high prices in Greece. Let me start by saying that all urgent measures taken at the time, such as the provisional mechanism to return part of the income, the earnings. This was not a given fact. 3.5 billion euros gave me was budget that we were able to give back and support energy bills, and thereby keep prices and tariffs at a certain level. Prices for households remained lower than the average of the European Union countries. And I'm saying that because I remind you this story, because what we pay at the end of the day and what the consumer sees on his bill is actually what matters, the retail price, so to speak. The retail price compared to the price that other EU citizens pay is within the average, EU average. The wholesale market was also affected by the duty, the extraordinary duty on power generator, on power producers. This is a further step towards bringing wholesale prices down. Looking at the March prices, 70 euros a megawatt hour. This might be the closure of the month. Based on this price, I guess, compared to the EU, we rank 9th in terms of the wholesale price. Based on the price average since the beginning of 2024, that is 79 euros, we rank 6th. I mean that this is by no means satisfactory. There is a declining trend in terms of the wholesale prices in the course of this year, but let's not forget that the European energy exchanges, both the European and the Greek energy exchange, are governed by certain rules. They abide by methodology. There is a common algorithm, if you'd like, that shapes the wholesale market under the umbrella of the target model. Therefore, any intervention that needs to be taken should be regarded in consultation with our colleagues, with our peers in the European Union, as far as the model is concerned, and how we can improve it on the basis of the European regulation. I do believe that the energy crisis we went through indeed gives us the possibility, the chance to improve certain characteristics of the energy sector. And to be frank, to answer to your question, we have already discussed that a lot in the past. There are many reasons leading to a high price. We have a shallow futures market. We have a rather limited competition in production. We have limited interconnections to our adjacent countries. Even the pricing model, the natural gas pricing model that is considering the price of the previous month compared to the intraday market price at the European Energy Exchange might be one of the reasons that are pushing prices higher. And this brings us to today. We certainly have to improve many of those parameters shaping the price. The regulatory authority of energy should have a close monitoring and supervise prices, competition, and the market operation, whether it is smooth or not. But it all boils down to the fuel mix. Let's face it, the high natural gas, 40% in our fuel mix, will not enable us to reduce prices. Of course, compared to other countries that use nuclear power or other power forms, we have a below average other forms such as biomass, hydroelectric power. All those components, of course, contribute to our mix. I therefore believe that we have to focus in shaping an energy mix. This is where, in this direction, we are actually moving through batteries, etc. Let me follow up with a question to close this issue. The hypothesis of a capacity mechanism being adopted for natural gas units that will be decommissioned, will be phased out, but are still necessary long-term for system stability. Do you see such a perspective? To be frank, this is not one of priorities. We had sensitive issues. This was not a priority area for our resources. Discussion here should be primarily be led by the European Commission. Mr. Tsalemis is here. We haven't had that discussion yet. We know that it is in our to-do list, and we need to discuss it with the European authorities. Well, you said that it all boils down to what the end consumer pays. That is the retail market price. Aside from the energy cost, where the most recent interventions and the pricing has helped competition to the benefit of the consumers, there is a series of components such as adjustable pricing, etc. Are there any other aspects? Well, during the energy crisis, let's face it, we focused more on the competitive price of the tariffs, of the bills, because it was one of the aspects that was bringing in a domino effect. In the same rationale, Mr. Flodopoulos, once the extraordinary measures ended as of January 1st, 2024, we stayed committed to shaping competition and transparency rules in the market, and therefore we addressed first and foremost the tariff comparison to the benefit of the end consumer. This does not mean that we are not interested in the other segments of a power bill. Let's look into those. Concerning charges for operator charges. These charges are decided by RAE based on the development plans tabled by the operators, and these plans are subject to a concept of network upgrade, of better consumer services, and RES penetration. These are the three important parameters when an operator, when a developer tables a plan to RAE, to the regulatory authority. All these measures, upgrading and digitalizing the network or interconnecting networks, require vast investments from the operators, 1.25 billion from both operators, TSO and TSO. No one argues that those investments are not necessary for the green transition. They're even more so necessary in order to promote the quality for consumers and protect us from phenomena. Let's look outside. It's already too hot. I am really concerned with what the energy sector will be facing during the summertime. During the 2015-2019 administration time, there were lacking interventions in infrastructure. Together with the operators, we have made efforts to gain ground, to retake this ground, and move into a new era of renewables penetration, upgrading, streamlining the network, and digitalizing it. I believe, and I'm confident, I'm optimistic about the fact that the benefit towards customers through reduction of the competitive segment in the prices, through better RES penetration and utilization of differentiation in tariffs, well, this competitive advantage might be higher in the long run than the effect of the existing prices and charges in network and in the system. Aside from those charges, there are public service obligations. There is a 310 million deficit right now, according to DEDIE, to DEDIE's figures. And this deficit is estimated that will rise. But in any case, we don't want to risk the public service obligate the PSO charges and the PSO services to non-interconnected islands, to vulnerable households, etc. And therefore, we are in constant dialogue with the competent ministries in order to be able to cover this deficit in the mid-term. That would provide a certainty to investments. Experts in the sector argue that they finance, they're taking credits to fund, to foot the bill for those PSO deficits, and this is not viable. Of course, this is a matter of concern for me. We are in a constant dialogue with the Ministry of Finance in order to cover part of that deficit, budget deficit, within the budget space available. In terms of the RES special account, I guess that the account at the end of the day will be balanced. There is, of course, a certain level of uncertainty because no one knows how emissions and prices in the whole market will evolve. We, in our turn, have taken the measures necessary to ensure that the account will not rise, will not go out of hand. 3.8 in 2023 went up to 14 point something in terms of emission allocation. And we do have instruments in place. Let me remind you that 200 million from the resilience funds are available. This is the picture right now, Mr. Flodopoulos. The key message is that investing in green energy, considering all changes that are ahead, will lead to a better picture for the end consumers rather than a rather provisional charge.
If you agree, let's go on to issue. The creation of an identity for Greece as an exporter of natural gas and as a hub for energy. There is a tendency for exports to drop this year. In the background, there's always the EU efforts to reduce consumption of natural gas. Does all this make sense? Yes, it is true that we should remain pragmatic and realistic. It is good to have investments, but investments should be reasonable. And you're right to say that in the last quarter of 2023, there was a drop in transit natural gas quantities. And if I remember correctly, in the first quarter of 2024, there was equally a drop of maybe 90% vis-à-vis the previous year quarter. This, to a certain extent, is also caused by the aggressive Russian policy, which involved Turkey. Maybe this will change in the future, Mr. Flodopoulos. If we take into consideration the strategy of the EU to become independent from Russian gas, then we do not know where this will lead. But the Greek strategy for the vertical corridor remains compatible with EU differentiation policy for the whole Southeast European region. Still, these new investments that are aimed to increase the transit amount of natural gas should meet strict criteria of reciprocity. And there should be also strong commitments because Greeks should not be burdened by stranded assets at the end of the day. A question about international electricity interconnections. There's a lot being planned. Who pays for these projects? Is it the Greek consumer at the end of the day? Electrical interconnections. If you look at the big picture in Europe, there is a lot happening. All the countries are planning electrical interconnection projects, and they are persuaded that those who are faster and more mature will go to the European Commission, which supports this venture. You may have seen the Commission action plan a few months ago that encompasses more than 500 million for electricity interconnections, or billion. So yes, they say plan viable and sustainable projects, and we will help with their funding. There are some projects for the stability of the Greek electricity system. I'm talking about the interconnections with our neighboring countries, the countries that we have borders to and which are more manageable. And apart from that, there are also some other mega projects, flagship projects that entail Greece becoming an exporter of green energy. I don't need to mention all the projects that are on the table for discussion right now. I think that, first of all, there needs to be sufficient commitment for the uptake of this energy from the other markets, since the Greek market cannot absorb all this production. And also the NECP aims at meeting Greek market needs domestically. So it is a multifactorial issue here. We need to go to the European Commission to table such a proposal, and then we'll see how competitive the market is. The conclusion is, I understand, that every project needs to ensure that a real need is met, and those that will benefit will also bear the cost for it. Since you have entered the discussion on renewables, maybe we could talk about this and then close our discussion. It is a huge issue because the system has reached its margins. There's a lot of investment interest. a lot of investment plans that are waiting in line. There are problems for grid connection terms at ADMIE and VADIE. There are curtailments. Would you like to convey a message about this industry? Mr. Panagoulis, you can be sure that I, for one, would like to have a clear timeline. I am a person who likes timelines, good schedules, clear schedules. So a clear timeline about auctions, tenders for renewables and batteries. And I also support visibility on the market. These are issues that we spend many hours every day studying, and they are not easy to handle. Every time that I meet colleagues at the Commission, these are the issues that create a headache. So investors need a clear timeline, because we as a country also need to secure a certain rate of implementation of new RES projects. We need to be sure that every year there will be new projects being implemented. Before we proceed to any announcements, though, it is true that there's congestion of the grid today. The first issue is the total capacity of RES projects with or without storage. This is something to know, that we need to know. The second issue, what is the capacity of the batteries? 1 hour, 4 hours? What is the mix there? And what is the maximum acceptable rate of injection curtailments in the new RES projects? These are very tough decisions to be taken, because you cannot play games with investments by people who show trust into the country. On the other hand, you cannot risk the national plan. So all this information is needed to have an estimate of a starting price for these tenders. This is an exercise that has already started in the previous months. I believe that April will be a decisive month for all this information to be digested. We could proceed to the tender for 200 megawatts for RES installations that have already been confirmed, with 200 megawatt in integrated storage. With the first results that we receive from the committee that is working, there will be a conclusion in the next September, but we would like in the meantime to have some results, so as to lay down this timeline, including all the parameters that I mentioned. So you said the tenders, what type of tenders exactly? What type of tenders? How much capacity? How much with batteries and how much without? So April or Easter would be realistic. I would like in April to have from the Commission some hard data that will help the Ministry lay down its plan. There's also a bill that was brought There's one more tender for batteries, the third one, also from Repower EU. I mean the standalone batteries, a third tender that will be put in place. And we have 175 megawatts, I think, remaining from Repower EU that also need to be put under a tender. Do you have a timeline about those? Well, we need to start the tender. When do we have to do that? After Easter. So the third tender for storage. Now, this provision about the prioritization of RES projects for certain categories of consumers, as you know, was issued a couple of weeks ago, and now it is being implemented. I do not like to give theoretical answers. Let me clarify that the priority of the central government is to support the primary sector and energy-intensive industries through PPAs. But this does not mean that ADMIE will grant final bids to those projects only. The aim is, together with the operators, to take all the necessary measures for the technical interventions to be made for extra electrical space. And together with investments on infrastructure, we will have the result that we wish. So I do not want the impression to be created here that this provision exhausts all the possibilities there are. Now, there will be also public consultation about further provisions on the work of operators. I understand, and I have understanding of this concern about the 45 gigawatts that are still pending at ADMIE or DEDIE. Let me say once again that there are no magical solutions. Either we will say that we stop here and we do not grant any further, or the operators will not grant any further grid connection terms, or measures will be taken in parallel with the implementation of new RES projects. So the message I want to convey is that we do not want to turn off the tap. We do not want to keep investments away. Our starting point is that we have 12.5 gigawatt, 23.5 until 2030, and there's also another 46 that need to be implemented by 2040. And by 2050, there will be more than 70 gigawatts. Now, to go back to your question about the capacity you asked about. For industry, the provision sets the criterion of 35 days for applications to be tabled, those who are in category A, B. They will have to have a PPA with the industry. After the expiry of this deadline, we will know what applications have or what we have in hand, and then we will go on to see about the capacity. Today, the rest capacities of the projects. With the suppliers, we had a meeting the other day to discuss the ministerial decision that needs to be issued. Those who from agriculture who are interested should express interest, the farmers, and then we will know the population of farmers and the necessary capacity. So in closing, this portfolio that will be prioritized for granting will be finalized based on the actual interest expressed by interested parties. Let us close with a very quick question. Self-generation, self-consumption. We had just persuaded people that it is worth installing a net metering facility on the roofs, and now we're talking about something new, net billing, and the attractivity of such an installation now changes. Have you thought of consistency in this issue? This was exactly my own reaction when this net billing idea started being discussed. I became very nervous, and I was thinking myself that we were just telling people something else, and now there's a new hype. I must tell you, to be frank, that the other day I was somewhere abroad and I had time to talk to other colleagues of mine, and I asked them all, does net metering work in your country? And they all said no, just net billing, net metering does not work. So it's not something different from self-generation, the self-generation model that was in place before the directive. Absorption of PV energy at the time there is, so you have simultaneous consumption, and then I think 20% surplus will be paid for. This is what net billing is about. Any improvements that need to be made will be looked at by us. For example, whether there should be direct accounting clearance. The trend that I see, Mr. Panagoulis, in other countries abroad is that we are moving towards net billing. Since last year, more than 20,000 citizens have gone to the DE to use the net metering capability, and many have also received funding through the relevant program. There's also a program for solar installations in farms. We have to monitor what is happening in Europe, in other European countries. Yes, but I think that there's also should be some continuity. You cannot have these abrupt changes. Someone was telling me the other day that from the 1st of January 2024, we announced the abolition of net metering, and we gave people a 3-year transition phase. I believe that we should study the data to see what is the best model to follow. Thank you very much, Minister. We could spend a lot longer to talk to each other, but unfortunately, we do not have that much time. Thank you for being with us.
Καλησπέρα σας και πάλι από την δεύτερη μέρα του Power and Gas Forum.
Would like to welcome you to the second day of the Power and Gas Forum. In this section, we will talk about the retail gas and power market and how far away are we from a reformed market. We will talk with Mr. Dimitris Tsalemis, who is the Director General for Energy of the Ministry of Energy, Ms. Irini Iakovidou, Director of Retail Market Regulation and Supervision and Consumer Protection, RAE, Odil Kini, General Manager of Network Trading Operations, HEDNO, Mr. Zouvias, Director of Regulatory Affairs Energy, and Melisa Sinakopoulou, Director of Regulatory Affairs, Iran, with Heron. Thank you for being here today. I would like to ask all of you to start with an introductory statement. Considering that we are now 3 months in since the new normal, since return to normal in terms of the retail pricing, how do you estimate this transition into the new normal and the landscape within these 3 months? On the other hand, what are, in your understanding, the greatest challenges that need to be tackled right now? Mr. Tsalemis, you have the floor. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. Indeed, the past year was a challenging year because of the energy crisis, and when you reach the end, you always pose the question, what is next? What is up next? Do we enter into the new normal overnight? Consumers were familiar with a certain tariff so far, and together with RAE and the ministry, we decided that we needed a transitional period, and this was a wise thing to do, because consumers should be able to become accustomed over this transition period to the new prices, to the new pricing and tariffs of the suppliers that will be completely liberalized, and things are going well over these 3 months. The consumers have put trust in the green tariff that was proposed by the ministry, and there is a group of consumers that are not those that are very flexible, so to speak, and these should be supported. The green tariff has been beneficial, in my understanding. In terms of the challenges, you know, once this transitional period is over, or towards the end of this transition period, the retail market should have a energy trading segment that goes through PPAs. Consumers that want to have a stability in their cost because of the loads they consume, they should have this option available. At the same time, it is a great challenge to have smart meters being implemented and dynamic tariffs being applied, because there is another group of consumers based on their load can follow the curve Mr. Alexopoulos showed, the production and the price curve within a day. These, in my understanding, are the greatest challenges that the supply market is faced with, and we as authorities have to deal with. I understand that you put great focus in the stable and dynamic tariffs going forward. Ms. Iakovidou, how do you assess the current scheme? Thank you very much for inviting me here today to talk about the regulatory issues in the market. I wouldn't like to repeat what Mr. Tsalemi said. I will try to give you an insight into the retail market. From a regulatory standpoint, there is a first segment before August 2022. There's a second time from August 2022 until December 2023, and the last period from January 2024 onwards. There will be it will be followed by another era after 2025. During the first period, we had a market liberalization movement. Consumers left the PPC and put trust in alternative suppliers. Consumers saw prices in the bills going down until the energy crisis broke out. Then energy consumers were confronted with very high bills, and RAE was receiving many complaints. They didn't understand their bills and their contract. That was the time that the adjustment clause was put into force. And suppliers actually changed the contract terms without notifying consumers. Then there was cases that consumers where suppliers were trying to hide the adjustment clause within the regulated charges in force, and there were tariffs that were very complex and tied to the wholesale market conditions using wholesale market indices. Those contracts were, of course, not understandable by the not conceivable by consumers. And then there were bills that were cleared after 10 months. The January price was cleared ultimately in a November bill. You do understand that this has caused a complexity in the market. The SCRECA law, Article 138, repealed actually the adjustment clause and introduced the requirement to publish prices at the beginning of the month, actually 20 days before. Repealing the adjustment clause actually repealed the power supply conditions. Suppliers were billing at will every month on the basis of a different price until then, a price that wasn't resulting from a contractual relation. And there were less complaints from the consumers, and there was a twofold reason. There was no ex-post clearing of the price, meaning 10 months later, and on the other hand, the ministry has provided aid through the Energy Transition Fund at 150 euro per megawatt hour. That was a relatively good price an average consumer could pay. And as a result, after a very hard energy crisis period, the consumer did not realize that, did not feel it. Consumers were not deprived of this fundamental good of power, of energy in their households. Then again, we had to prepare ourselves, looking at suppliers, presenting products that were very impressive, great fluctuations in prices. We saw consistency discounts from 5% to 50%, etc. And then there were suppliers who advertised their variable bills, proclaiming that they had fixed unit power charge but just for a month. understandably, a monthly fixed unit is always reality unless a tariff is a dynamic one. And it was by then that the color code in the bills was introduced, a scheme that was supported by the ministry, which had put in place the green tariff. Consumers are being trained, and they do understand whether a product is a fixed one or a variable one. And consumers ask us why my yellow tariff is not published in your website, and we say that it is an ex post tariff. The consumers do understand now the difference between ex post and ex ante. Consumers ask us why I can't get a dynamic yellow tariff, although I have a smart meter, and therefore, and then we deliver the respective answers. So what I'm trying to outline here is that consumers understand tariffs, and there is transparency whether these are fixed or variable units, or fixed or variable bills, tariffs. There are various challenges in the market. In the view of RAE, as the Deputy President, as the Vice President said, and I'm very happy to hear that the whole panel raised this concept of trust, promoting trust of the consumers, actually reinstating the consumer trust. We have to put in place a regulatory framework so that consumers are not afraid to switch suppliers and try out new products. We can achieve that by introducing a supply code of conduct, a framework that enhances stability of the framework, that is not open to interpretation by players. We can see in Great Britain how Octopus, a small supplier, actually wipes the market and expands in other countries. What does this supplier do? Let's look at the supply contracts. They have fixed contracts providing a fixed price over a period of 12 months throughout the contract term. And then we look back in Greece and at the supplier contract provisions, 12 months fixed contract, but after 6 months the price might vary. And not just the price, but the terms of the contract themselves. A fixed unit might, a fixed tariff might become variable. How can a consumer trust a supplier when there is this unilateral contract amendment clause whereby the consumer will be notified of that ex post on his bill? We talk with suppliers and we do ask them. Well, suppliers tell us that when they build a fixed product, they hedge. They're hedging it. They cannot build a fixed product until it's hedged. Independent of what happens in the wholesale market, if you hedge it, you don't have any need to change your price ex post. Same applies to variable tariffs. If a tariff is variable, it is tied to the wholesale market, and therefore its price may change in the retail market if the wholesale market price changes, but the terms of the contract remain unchanged, regardless of any price changes. Therefore, what we have to do is sit at the table all together and look at changes that need to be introduced in the code, in the codex, with a view to promoting consumer trust in the market based on the stability of the supply contracts. This is the greatest challenge in my understanding.
I understand you said that the color coding on the bills made it clear to consumers to understand what exactly their bill was covering. Now, Mrs. Guinea, the DA has started with the monthly measurements. Do you believe that this will have advantages for the retail market of electricity, and will it also hamper stealing electricity, power theft? Good question. The monthly measurements has been a commitment of ours for the whole of Greece. Until now, we have covered 2 million outlets, and we will soon be able to cover the whole country. We believe that this will help enhance transparency, and it will reduce complexity of bills. Also, it will help consumers save power because they will have the fast information about their consumption, and thereby they can adjust their themselves. They can choose another bill, another tariff. You can also have clearance by the next month. So this will also help suppliers with their proposals to consumers. Now, about power theft. Monthly measurements will help also tackle power theft in two ways. First of all, when you visit a power outlet 12 times a month instead of 3 times 12 times a year instead of 3 times a year, this means that there is more tight control. And there's also a preventive effect here. When citizens know that the power operator representative will visit the outlet every month, then this can prevent power theft. Mr. Zouvias, what is your take on the retail market? Thank you for inviting me. I'd like to thank Mr. Panagoulis. This is a really important conference. Now, I think that we have to demystify things here. And I will explain myself. The main argument for the green tariff was that the state had to intervene in the relation between suppliers and consumers. Now, this intervention, as the ministry saw it, was for the benefit of consumer protection, so as for the suppliers not to decide which tariff they would put their clients in. This was not something that was done in our company, because we and all other suppliers who had active contracts had suspended the pricing component of the contract. So when the law 4951 was suspended, the only thing that would happen for our clients would be that they would go back to their active contract and the active billing method that they had chosen beforehand. With the intervention of the ministry on active contracts, the clients were alienated from their own decisions and they had to fall back on the green tariff because the majority of consumers fell back to the green tariff. So they were alienated from their own choice. They were integrated in the green tariff, and as we have seen in these first months of operation, the green tariff is higher, more expensive than the previous one. So there was no legal protection for consumers, but our clients were not confronted with this risk. This was my take about my estimate and demystification. Now, I must say that the help we received from the ministry on the issue of 35 kVA was significant. The ministry has listened to our views. We have been making efforts for 4 years now because all suppliers have been confronted with these problems. But also Article 42 is an issue for us. Dionysis Tsitas yesterday said something very nice. He said that very often on the market we operate as if we do not remember what happened before and we do not know what will happen afterwards. This Article 42 has already been put into public consultation 4 times now. In autumn 23, it had already reached a very good level. There was a very good proposal that had been formulated. It was about to be put into public consultation, but then, I think in early November, the ministry announced the 7 priority measures that they would put in place, and also the concept of strategic defaulters was introduced, and this led to the final proposal that was put to public consultation. This proposal opens a lot of questions for us. For example, why is someone a strategic defaulter, a strategic bad payer, if they have arrears with 2 suppliers, or the reference year for which is 2020? Why not 2019? If this is the logic of tax arrears, then we should have a 5-year period to define this concept of strategic bad payer. All this is to say that we're not optimistic. We do not believe that this proposal can tackle the issue of arrears. To the largest extent, it is business consumers who create arrears. And what they usually do is they change their tax numbers, they go to the next supplier, and they start all over again. So in this way, they are not considered as strategic non-payers. In short, this approach will not bring any benefits. We are here to intervene also to participate in the public consultation. We want to persuade RAE, for one, and the ministry to at least change some parts of this proposal so as to create benefits for the suppliers and the end consumers at the end of the day.
Σε μια πρώτη κριτική της διαβούλευσης.
Thank you. Ms. Asimatokouloulou, do you share this critique on Article 42? Would you want me to touch upon that first? Just first of all, let me just start by saying that I fully agree with my colleague. Let me just comment on the end of the extraordinary measures. It was a straightforward measure in the wholesale market because were experienced players. There was no need for transitional measures. But nevertheless, in the retail market, this transitional measure had to be taken and the green tariff had to be introduced. We as the players have been critical, have been skeptic because the end consumers are not experienced participants. They have to prepare themselves for the new situation and of course come back to the regular tariffs, although the clause had been demonized up to then, without having all-in-all spikes. The necessity to take transitional measures was understandable by the market. Those measures, this innovation, the introduction of a fully new tariff and the compulsory shift of all consumers into that, we do believe that it actually strengthened their insecurity about what would come next. The color coding of the ministry enabling consumers to differentiate. And let's be serious, the energy product is very complex. The consumer was not able to understand that in the short run, and consumers remained insecure, stayed with the leading player, and this is okay when you have extraordinary measures, but when extraordinary measures end, you should have a level playing field. And the introduction of the green tariff did not promote coming back to the normality in the competition. Our role as the suppliers is critical over the next period of time. We have to convince that consumers that the aspects of this tariff are crisis-driven aspects and bring them into annual solutions. Consumers are actually checking monthly pricing in order to choose the one or the other supplier. This is not normal. The consumers should be able to forecast the annual cost based on the data provided by the supplier without having all this chaos of insecurity being widespread. So first of all, regaining the lost trust of the consumers, and I paid attention to Ms. Iacovidou, and I'm very sad to say that the market has no trust in the regulation. Why should the consumer do that? You know, building a permanent framework would help us as suppliers to operate securely and stably, and the consumer would be able then to trust us. If the consumer does not trust us, they cannot bear the green transition, because key to the green transition is the energy consumer. The supplier, in the one hand, should explain the products of auto-consuming or dynamic tariffs. Unless the consumer trusts their supplier, this would not be possible. Adjusted tariffs are very necessary for state measures for the green transition. But then again, variable tariffs is something that is being collected by the from the consumer. RAE has done a perfect job here. They issue a monthly report showing whether the suppliers adjust themselves to these tariffs. But in turn, do suppliers collect? Do they gain money? After the new normality, and since the cost of the energy was very high or fluctuating, what actually happened is that consumers left unpaid bills. We asked for a benchmark, for a threshold to avoid, strategic non-payers. We were ready to support settlement scheme so that suppliers can can get their money. So definitely we have to look into the Article 42 and not just introduce new definitions. I understand that both the green tariff and Article 42 are 2 points where there is different views from the state and the market. Mr. Tsalemis, would you like to comment on that, or let me just ask you whether there are measures to tackle the power theft? Could that affect the cost for suppliers? Well, the answer to this question is, of course, yes. There is precarity. Supplier precarity should be reduced because it is reflected in the end, in the final cost to the consumer. As Ms. Iacovidou said, we did that during the crisis. We set a price so that consumers were able to afford it, an affordable tariff, so that consumers could pay it, so that businesses could keep running, so that, let me just remind the figure, more than 10 billion euros in the retail market given as subsidy in the market from the state. And Mr. Zouvias has already addressed the 35 kVA issue. It was linked to state aid, the Commission was involved, etc. In terms of Article 42, and much has been said in this panel, I won't be able to go into detail. We should all recollect a decision of the Council of State that repealed the former decision. So we can't recommend the framework that was repealed by the State Council. We should demonstrate proportionality in our recommendations and compliance with the decisions of the State Council. The trust between consumer and suppliers should be reinstated. This is not an easy task to do after an energy crisis. The consumer was expecting, say, 10 cents, and they saw something very different. This is not an easy thing to do. This is a general remark, of course, but it does. And it is also the idea we have from consumers calling us, and well, this is the general sense, general idea. There is fine print in contracts that change the end setup for consumers, and this is their problem. I will also like to talk about the universality. In the bill, it was an article. We discussed a lot about it with the suppliers, and we think that it will give a solution to the problem. Certainly, the states should not keep the same regime as before, where there was a resort for non-payers, actually. It was an ultimate resort for them. So a period will be introduced, and the HEDNO is it is a HEDNO's task to cut the power to those strategic non-payers. Ms. Iakovidou, again on the consultation text, Ms. Assingopoulou already addressed the possibility to cut power to consumers with outstanding debt. Are there instruments in place to enhance collectability? Well, let me start by saying that RAEE put in Tuesday into public consultation the procedure for switching power and natural gas suppliers. Let me remind you what is the current status. A current power consumer can switch suppliers even if they have outstanding payments, if they have arrears. Natural gas, when a supplier wants to switch suppliers, the operator asks the old supplier whether this consumer is in arrear, and the old supplier has a 3-day deadline to respond. If there are arrears, the consumer cannot switch suppliers. Otherwise, the supplier must has 3 days to win back the consumer. There are two different procedures in power and natural gas business, and we need to strengthen the consumer's right to switch suppliers. In the natural gas business, the market is opening up as a result of new connections. In the wider Attica region, Athens region, Fysiko Aerio is the old monopoly in Thessaloniki, and in Thessalia, Zenith is leading the market, and in Central Macedonia, Heron and Protergia were the leading companies now. So there is competition over new connections. We're looking into how this can change based on the Council of State decision. As Mr. Tsalemis already said, we have to cater for a certain proportionality in supplier switching. We have therefore put in place a new mandate, a new order that will flow into HEDNO's, ENAO and Energas system. A consumer will be highlighted as being in arrear from their supplier. Let's look into how this will happen. After not paying 2 bills, the consumer has the opportunity to pay has the opportunity of staged payment. This enables consumers also breathing space, so to speak. If a consumer is not up for paying in installments, the supplier can highlight them as being in arrear, in the system. If the consumer still, although being notified, does not settle the debt, this allows the supplier to ask for their meter, for the consumer's meter, to be put out of service during the contract term, during the time when this consumer is actually the client of the customer of a supplier. And this is a means of pressure for collecting the outstanding amounts from the consumer. This scheme would help us reduce outstanding payments. A consumer, in turn, can switch suppliers in any case in the power business. They cannot switch suppliers when there is an active power cut mandate. After 3 months of being in arrear, the supplier is compelled to place an order, a mandate for a consumer to be highlighted flagged by 2 or 3 consumers as being in arrear. This means that he's a strategic non-payer. He hasn't paid their bills. They haven't paid their bills in the past suppliers, so they won't do that in the new ones. At the same time, suppliers, having this knowledge available of whether a consumer is flagged or not, to form their strategy and to see to whether they want to have such a consumer in their portfolio or not. If a supplier is risk aversive, they might not want to have new customers that are flagged. Another risk driven supplier might be willing to win such a consumer over other suppliers, but when they're flagged, you have to always keep an open eye into what one will do to collect money. On the one hand, we protect the right of consumers to switch suppliers. At the same time, we prevent the abusive exercise of this right on behalf of strategic non-payers. And having said that, we believe that we are offering a balanced solution to the market. Article 42 and the supplier switching scheme is put into public consultation for a period of 1 month. We will be having talks with the market and with the ministry over this period. And considering, of course, the public consultation, we will table our proposal to EPEN, to the Ministry of Environment.
Mrs. Guinea, how can the grid digitization help further the retail market? Can you give us also an estimate of the rollout? The first 360,000 meters will be installed in large accounts and in government installations. I must tell you that this project has not yet been rolled out. At the end of the year, 55% of consumed energy will be remotely measured. So 55% of consumed energy will be recorded. This is very important for the market. Apart from that, priority will be given to certain directions. The first priority being that public buildings and public organizations should be monitored. So the aim is 85% of state buildings to be telemetered until 2025. And of course there will be further priorities set, but we are convinced that this will help balance demand, and also it will help the cases of discontinuation of energy supply. And this also is allowed by dynamic tariffs. Let's go to Mr. Zouvias. The liquidity of suppliers is an issue. We have heard also the Minister, Mrs. Zduku, talk about the issue of compensation of suppliers. As I said before, we should look at the background of the issue. When did the PSO tariff start having deficits? In April 2023. 460 million euros had been removed from the PSO account for other purposes. Also, 65 million euros were not channeled into the PSO account. So, until spring 2023, 520 million euros were not paid into the ELICO account, the RES account, and at the same time, the transition fund, as Mr. Yarendis said, had huge funding needs, and the main means for its funding were the state budget, the intervention on the wholesale market, and the special PSO account. However, we as suppliers had needs of 800 million euros for business users only. So for the 35 kVA, we had claims that were paid in February 2024, but from April 2023 already there were these arrears of the special RES account that now is amounting to 320 million. I call it a metabolism of arrears, and what I mean by that is that they are changed in accounting. They are shifted from one account to the other, and I can tell you that the next step of this accounting will be in the special RES account, because the special RES account projects some 200 million euro that will be paid after reciprocal clearing for the period 2019 to 2021. So this phenomenon of recycling and metabolizing arrears creates financial tightness to us. And that is why we proposed to the state that we need its support so as for these arrears that are not paid to the suppliers to be paid by the tax administration. And I would like to close with a proposal here, talking about tax administration. We all are talking about the market. Mrs. Guinea spoke about the changes on the market with monthly measurements. 2 months ago, we read articles about the initiative of the e-governance ministry for consumers to change their supplier with one click. And we are saying all this is wonderful, but maybe before we go to all this, we should settle something fundamental, which is to update all these 7.5 million meters. So as we are rolling out these smart meters, maybe we should at the same time help the DE. So the tax administration should work together with, and the DE should work with tax administration and the ministry together, because there is a core amount of a hardcore that is out of reach, that no supplier has access to. So the DE will need help in this, and they have tried it before. The regulatory authority has ordered the DE to proceed to this updating. This updating will help also settling arrears by having an updated picture of all users, the competitiveness and also the mobility of users will be enhanced. Thank you. Mrs. Asimakopoulou, Mr. Tsalemis spoke about the power theft and how does the market see these interventions? I like the universal services framework, but what will happen next? So they are not represented anymore, but then what? Who represents them on the market? Until the DE discontinues the supply, I would suggest here that the DE undertakes an important role, that the DE should represent all these losses on the market, because the DE's aim, one of the DE's aim, is to reduce losses by network expansion projects. So they know what losses there are. They monitor the losses and they can manage them too. Losses today are burdening both the Greek consumers and suppliers, and they are hidden in suppliers' costs. They are recorded in annual reports, which are based on measurements of previous years. And therefore, there is a certain percentage of medium and low voltage. There's a huge difference to the European average. And then you have this normalization coefficient that makes them much higher. So the unofficial estimates is 18%. We cannot pass on this cost to the consumers. We pass it on to the high-value tariffs. I think that this is an issue that requires an intervention by the regulatory authority for energy, because it is within its remit to do so. And regarding technical or non-technical losses, okay, we know that there are thefts of power thefts, but this normalization factor also includes the lack of metering data. This is not a non-technical issue. In the universal service, however, as you asked, you have a loss when you discontinue the supply.
Thank you, Ms. Asimakopoulou. I would like to thank all panelists for taking part in this discussion. We look forward to the comments on the public consultation of RIA's proposal and on the draft legislation, because I understand there are actual questions that need to be addressed. Thank you.
Στη σημερινή εποχή των μεγάλων αλλαγών, κάθε στιγμή κρύβει τη δύναμη της εξέλιξης. Η ΕΝΑΟΝ έρχεται να εκφράσει αυτή την εξέλιξη. Τη νέα εποχή. Επενδύοντας σε αξίες όπως η εμπιστοσύνη, η ασφάλεια, η βιωσιμότητα, η καινοτομία, ο ψηφιακός μετασχηματισμός. Η ΕΝΑΟΝ ανοίγει το βλέμμα της στο μέλλον, μετασχηματίζοντας τις δυνάμεις της ελληνικής ενεργειακής αγοράς σε μια ισχυρή δύναμη ενέργειας και τα δίκτυά τους σε μια ασφαλή οδό προς ένα βιώσιμο ενεργειακό μέλλον. Ενώνουμε τις δυνάμεις μας, αλλάζουμε το μέλλον. ΕΝΑΟΝ, εταιρεία του ομίλου Italgas, ελληνική εταιρεία διανομής αερίων. Stronger together.
Συνεχίζουμε με την ενότητα 14 με θέμα...
We will go on with Module 14, the operation of the natural gas trading platform, pricing and development of the gas supply market. Let me remind you that since March 2022, this natural gas trading platform has been put into operation, and it has already 27 participants. It has quite a significant volume of transactions, and the quantities are significant that are being traded, and already there is discussion on its expansion and its interaction with other markets as a benchmark. Although we are talking about a Greek market that has certain boundaries. But the data shows significant potential for further growth. With this short introduction, I would like to introduce our speakers in this panel. Mr. Manolis Kalaitrakis, Director of Strategy and Business Development at the Hellenic Energy Exchange, and Mr. Dimitris Sarandopoulos, Director of Gas Trading at the company Heron. Welcome. I am starting with this short introduction so that we can go into some of the issues from your presentations. Let us hear your presentation.
Καλησπέρα και από εμένα, εκ μέρους του...
Good afternoon. On behalf of the Hellenic Energy Exchange, I would like to thank Energypress for inviting me at this year's Energypress conference. I'd like to start with some information about the progress of the natural gas trading platform compared to the previous gas forum that was held last year. On this graph, on the left-hand side, we can see the volumes traded on a monthly basis. The first thing we can see here is that from our starting point, we have a continuous upward trend, with the exception of February that I will come back to later on. We have exceeded 700 gigawatt hours per month, and in August and October we were close to 1 million terawatt hours trading, or 1 terawatt hour trading. So here on the right-hand side, we can see from June we have exceeded 20% in terms of volumes, and I think it was July that we actually reached 26%. These are the exchange-based transactions and the OTC through DESFA. In 2022, we had 3 terawatt hours of transactions. 2023, on the platform, the transactions reached 9 terawatt hours. Now, here I would like to show 2 graphs of the daily trades and the daily number of transactions. In August 2023, we observed a maximum of trades, 77 gigawatt hours, and in July 2023, we had the highest number of transactions, which were 84. Now, Michalis talked about the number of participants that has gone up. Let me remind you that in March 2022 we had 14 participants. The blue line shows those participants who joined the platform since the previous year's gas forum. So 7 participants are based in foreign countries, have their headquarters there. At the same period, we had also the merger of some of the participants, and therefore today we have 26 participants. In the pipeline, there are 8 more companies that have started the procedure for the registration. 5 of them are based abroad. On this graph, we can see the composition, the market composition for 2024. This is quite a realistic picture, and we started with data from January 2024. So there's quite a well distributed picture. 8 participants have a market share that was higher than 5%, and 11 participants accounted for 17 of traded volumes. From January 2024, or not all of them were active in January 2024, but maybe they will become active later on. Here we can see the distribution among the 4 product series we have within day ahead, D+2 and D+3. Day ahead is the main product series of trading, whereas within day was the dominant product in the beginning. And on the right-hand side, we can see the auction volumes as a percentage of total trades. We can see the last months have been of 2024 are very low because continuous trading is the dominant process. And this is the last slide I am going to show you, a comparison between the day-ahead index that is published daily by ENG and TTF spot index. And we can see after the end of the crisis, there is a very close correlation. We can see also a monthly comparison, especially in the last months. We can see that TTF and EGSI or HGSI are very close to one another. Thank you. We will keep these numbers in mind.
And now, Dimitris Sarantopoulos, you have the floor. Well, hello. I would like to thank the Energypress team and Theodoris Panagoulis for yet another extraordinary 2-day event with exceptional panels addressing all critical and very interesting issues that affect us as a family and a business. I would like to take you with me on a small trip. Excuse me, Theodoris, for doing that. Let's all leave the room. Let's assume that we take our cars, we take the national road, we drive up to the airport, and then we take the plane, and we have an overview of the market. Let's assume we have no luggage, and we check in, we get on the plane, and the lift off at 2,000 feet. Let's look at the natural gas market from above after the energy crisis we went through over the past years. From 20,000 feet altitude, we notice that since January 21, all figures are in dollars per million BTU. We're not just focusing in Athens, we're focusing in globally. Everything is multiplied by 3.4. So since 2021, prices were 25 per megawatt hour, and there were reasons such as artificial tightness that skyrocketed it to 100 per megawatt, 13 times the price. And there was actually an unrest in the market, so to speak. After a period of 30 years, all of us in Greece and globally sat down and tried to look into the energy cost and energy transition process, because energy transition should entail the energy cost dimension. Since 2021, we land today in a normal situation. We notice this turbulence in the meantime, and we have to understand what happened over the past 2 years. From above, we see that especially in Europe, demand of natural gas fell by 20%. Natural gas was demonized because of its price, of course, and we fell to 100 BCM within 2 years. This decline is manifested today as well. We didn't end in 2023. So being up there, we notice something else as well. It is the first time that there is a 37% penetration of LNG in Europe. Natural gas, 10% contribution into European demand of natural gas from 45%. The crisis, as we see, has allowed us to import LNG as an alternative over international turbulence in the market of natural gas. However, one might argue that natural gas demand globally, since we're looking at the whole picture, is actually natural gas a bad fuel? The response of the worldwide, of the global energy organization is no. Natural gas demand will rise by 100 BCM. Natural gas is a reliable fuel, despite the fluctuation during the crisis. Will there be demand? Well, Qatar will add 200 BCM to cover global demand. Not only Qatar, but also Russia will have 150 BCM of LNG flowing into the market. The demand goes up, the supply goes up. And in commodity markets, demand and supply are the two assets, the two aspects that set the price. And this is an idea how prices might evolve over time going forward. Let's look at the global LNG capacity that is set to expand by 40% by 2030, according to the Global Energy Organization. We do understand in this context that natural gas is is actually a stable commodity that helped secure supply. Everybody was asking themselves, will we have natural gas supply? Will industry keep running? Well, everything went as expected. Let's now, from up there, again, zoom in to Greece. In 2023, we had a decline in 51 terawatt hours. One might notice here that 43% of natural gas imports in Greece in 2023, and let me remind you that 2023 was not the center of the crisis. 2022 was the center of the crisis. Well, then LNG had a very significant part in this mix. The US and Russia, yes, Russia supplied us with 60% of the total LNG that reached Greece in 2023, and thereby Greece went through the crisis in a energy supply secure way. No, we go up to 25,000 feet above ground. What do we see in January 2024? These prices are in euro per megawatt hour. And we notice that in the US, natural gas has gone back to 50 euro per megawatt hour. 5 euros per megawatt hour in the US, 5 euro per megawatt hour in Spimex in Russia. Natural gas is 5 euros per megawatt hour there. Well, in Europe we have certain problems, and therefore we're at 7, 8. But we are gradually returning to these fundamental challenge between oil-tied contracts linked to oil, or hub-indexed TDX. Oil-indexed gas contracts versus hub-indexed gas contracts. Hub-indexed gas contracts are very cheap in low demand times, but once supply declines, we have an energy crisis, or demand goes up. Well, I'm saying all this to make a point. The crisis will always exist, and prices will go up and down because they are an exchange commodity. Have we taken all the knowledge that we need to keep our energy cost low? At the same time, we ask ourselves about the instruments. The natural gas trading platform in Greece is one of the instruments. As Manolis rightly said, there is a fluctuation that is not preferable, but still we have exceptional work being done in the energy exchange in Greece to move away from PPAs and get a price signal from the market. What we need to optimize is long-term products that, together with derivatives, will enable us to build a risk hedging culture that was not there during the crisis. And Annex can play this role very well. Still, 25,000 feet above ground, bear with me, crises will always exist, hardships will always be there. What can we win? What can we get out of those as means of help to strengthen us ahead of new crises? Energy supply, security is there. So Greece is not facing the risk to run out of natural gas at a high cost, however, through extraordinary measures. because with the same money we could build 2 storages, long-term storages, like the one in Kavala. Greece is one of the few countries that do not own such storage facilities. Again, as said, we have to grow our risk hedging culture. No one can say what the future holds, but we can use instruments to hedge risks in part of our consumption to protect ourselves from surprises. We shouldn't be floating, and we shouldn't be going from 25 to 100 euros. Thirdly, we need long-term products in the energy exchange. Fourth, as the minister said, in the power and the natural gas business, a very important aspect that allows access into interconnection in terms of prices. And fifth, we have to understand that natural gas is an affordable and reliable instrument that can help us speed up the energy transition. Natural gas is here to stay. We have to make use of it. We have to increase its demand through electricity plants and industry uses. It is a fuel that has fueled the European and the Greek economy over the past 20 years at low prices in order to have a sustainable and viable future and low energy cost. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ, Δημήτρη. Εντάξει, δεν έχουμε πολύ χρόνο, αλλά νομίζω μπορούμε να...
I think we can just go through a quick round of questions on the issues that have already been raised. However, we've talked about the exchange, and already we see some good potentials for those figures. So therefore, how can we understand how we can strengthen the liquidity? Well, listen, the exchange, first of all, does not have the full control of liquidity. It all depends on domestic demand, it depends on export, which in turn also depend on the demand that comes from other countries based on the weather. Therefore, when there's mild weather, then of course there's a lot of pressure, there's less pressure for export. It also depends on the capacity of the interconnections, and it also depends on the competitive flows against the Greek VTP that transports natural gas from the south towards the north. As far as the energy exchange is concerned, and recently we've been undergoing various changes and activities to strengthen liquidity as far as new participants are concerned. The exchange now has a dedicated team for recruiting people in this trading scheme, as well as a newly formed sales team with an extrovert character, looking at companies in the energy sector in the wider area of southeastern Europe, and not only. As far as new products are concerned, and I'd like to thank Dimitris for his comment that we are now examining the balance of month and the front month products, and how this can be introduced in the energy exchange. So therefore, we're starting with maturities that are a lot closer to the future, and depending on the interest that is expressed, then we can see whether importing other kind of sort of longer-term products and longer maturation products are required in the future. As far as new services are concerned, we're working on quite a lot of projects. One of them is what we call third-party balancing. Therefore, we're changing the regulation by giving the ability to a company to participate in the scheme without at the same time being a user of natural gas.
Με το ΔΕΣΦΑ προσπαθούμε να
We're also trying to change the framework so that the Greek TSO can buy the offsetting gas through the scheme. So that will just allow for kind of a further amount. So we just put more pressure in terms of demand. That's also very important. We're also in discussions with companies for liquidity and about this system, and we believe that if we do have the right companies that can offer that service with, of course, a relevant profit, we will see some increase in liquidity. And finally, as far as new technologies are concerned, we are already at an advanced stage in our discussions with a leading company in the sector in the trading of natural gas, so that our platform can be interconnected with their system, so there can be a greater degree of visibility when it comes to pricing and offers that we see at trading desks. Another thing that I forgot to mention is that we're also in contact with brokers from other countries, and we're currently working on the regulation so that we can actually give them the opportunity for them to participate on the pre-agreed trades. So these are the current activities that, yes, they're not. Thank you. Thank you very much, Manolis. Dimitri, you mentioned in one of your slides, we talked about the prices and the difference in prices between Europe and Russia. You talked about the lessons learned from the energy crisis, and we need to keep from that. But if you could just very briefly make a comment about what you talked about. Were we talking about regulatory issues? Yeah, thank you very much, Michalis. These are complex issues, and they very much touch upon exactly what you just said. We need to look at the wider picture. Well, the wider picture is that we have a neighbor, Russia, that offers very cheap natural gas. It's the European Union. We've imposed some sanctions when it comes to Russia, but not on natural gas. So there's, of course, we have the oxymoron of having someone in Europe at 5 euros a megawatt hour, and we're buying it at 30. This is something that raises certain questions. At the same time, it's important to look at the contracts that we're going to sign, so that we can actually have the tools to counterbalance and have and counterbalance the risk of the pricing, so that we can design the right portfolio strategies. But at the same time, we need to not look at natural gas in the traditional matter by just seeing it as a pipeline whether we collect at the point of entry and we stop there. Natural gas with LNG that can be used with a series of tools in order to regulate the prices. And let me remind you that Iran is one of the second biggest supplier in Greece, with a market share of 21% in Greece. So the best natural gas price is the one that you know in advance. It's not necessarily the cheapest one, because no one can predict the future. However, if you know what price you have, that's very important, so that you can actually control your energy cost and also control your operating costs. So therefore, in this new energy environment, we're going to have at the global level a lower prices. It's important that all as consumers and traders and suppliers to utilize the tools that we have, so that we can actually we can keep these low prices for as long as possible. Finally, because we're running out of time, in conclusion, I think it's important to point out what Manolis said, that 97% there seems to have a correlation of the Greek index with the TTF, which is important, especially given how long it's been operating, but also what you talked about, the dynamic product, where you have tools that can control the pricing, and it gives you the value. It just shows the value of this trading system. Yes, allow me to add here, Michalis, that this system is a very effective tool. And if we look at prices in March, so therefore it's a tool that can be utilized and can reduce the energy cost because it's the low price is the one that counts in the end. Thank you very much, both speakers. Let's just move on to the next panel.
Amen. Good afternoon to everybody. It's a pleasure to welcome you to the 15th panel of this exciting conference. We're going to talk about gas grids and the infrastructure that is going to change the position of Greece in the energy map. Among them, we're going to discuss about FSRUs and the role of liquefied gas. And in this respect, we have an exciting panel with three very distinguished experts who are going to talk to us about the current status of the market and the infrastructure in place. And we are also going to have a very useful discussion about the future thereof. With me, we have, first of all, Mr. Sotirios Bravos. You all know him. He's a commercial director of DESFA. He's an electrical engineer, and he's in the gas business since 1994. Initially, he was involved in the design and operation of gas transmission systems, and now he's heading commercial aspects. And since he has such a long presence in the sector, he is the person who can talk to us about, first of all, the evolution of the gas infrastructure down the years, and also, since we can always learn from history, about its future. So, Mr. Bravos, the floor is yours.
Ευχαριστώ και τους διοργανωτές για την πρόσκληση.
Thank you. Thank you to the organizers for this invitation. I feel like a grandpa when I start talking about the beginnings of the network. As you know, DESFA operates and manages the natural gas system, a system of 1,500 kilometers, as well as the terminal for natural gas in Revithousa. The main axis of this system was designed in the 90s. The initial objective was to cover the basic agreements of supply that were signed at the time for the supply of Russian and Iranian natural gas, and to transfer this gas to the Greek market, which back then concentrated on the consumption in big cities and some production of electricity in Lavrio. Later, it was extended, it was connected to the Turkish network, and then we supplied new electric production facilities, and it was initially designed to transfer natural gas from the north to the south, where the main part of the consumption was, and to balance the demand through the liquefied natural gas from Revithousa. In the first years of while the system operated, and especially in 2010 when Revithousa opened up to third companies apart from DESFA, the demand was quite limited. It was more or less 6 to 8 terawatt hours yearly, and then from a few years later that changed. New systems had access, and the use of natural gas was 12 to 14 terawatt hours after 2012, and we had 4 companies apart from DEPA which were active in the installation and who started processing natural gas from different sources. And this is its great advantage. It can come from different sources that can use the same installations. Then the crisis hit us, as we know, from 2013 to 2015. There was a marked reduction to 6 terawatt hours. It should also be noted that then an increase followed at the yearly consumption of natural gas from 2016 to 2019 in Revithousa, where demand peaked because of the low prices for the natural gas supply, and then it increased to 32 terawatt hours, serving mostly the Greek market, but a small quantity was also exported to Bulgaria. A small reduction followed in 21, and then when the Russian-Ukrainian crisis started, it peaked to 38 terawatt hours that year, and that year we covered an important demand in the Bulgarian market. This had happened before, of course. It had happened in 2009, again because of the Russian-Ukrainian crisis, but back then those quantities were quite limited. All this transition, all this change from the pipe gas to the liquefied natural gas is something that we noted, and we understood that this huge quantity could not be supplied through these pipes that had been designed for different reasons. Now, if you take into account the new FSRUs that were created and like the gas trade in the next month, this upgrade of the network to cover the new quantities became necessary. This is why we proposed for the development program from 28 to 31 to double the pipe from Livadia to, and this way we can service the new quantities that we'll have through the FSRU, and we're talking of course about a much higher capacity, 700 gigawatt hours a day, which is much higher than the one that covers the system now. As a result, it was obvious that we consider that this quantity is going to be exported to the north. All these new quantities, these new units promoted by private operators, I'm talking about Gastro, which will work the next month in Corinth, the one in Thessaloniki promoted by El Periso, and Almo, the FSRU by Mediterranean gas. We consider that it is, of course, normal that they're considering the north for exports. The regulatory authority did not accept that project back then, and I think very rightly so. And they asked us to carry out a market test, to test the market and then estimate whether it was interesting to include such a project in our development program. So this is what we did. We did this market test last month. We started this market test, and we had very positive provisions, about 65 billion a year. But we moved on, and together with the managers, the operators of the other systems, we limited this demand, taking into account the capacities of the new FSRUs. And then we drew the demand study. And we tried to coordinate with the operators of the connected networks. And for this reason, we created this vertical corridor where we talked with IGB, Gastrade, Bulgar Transgas, FGSED from Hungary, and EU Strint from Slovakia. And later we included in this initiative the Ukrainian and Moldavian operator in order to coordinate our effort to increase capacity and interconnections. This objective is being achieved after a lot of effort, and my colleague will explain it later, because we're being coordinated in this increase of capacity with the objective to complete it by June 2024. So 1 year later than what is predicted by the European Organization for Capacity Sharing. We consider this initiative extremely important because our users, as well as the companies that develop the FSRUs, will have the possibility to use capacity not only for the Greek system, but also for the downstream systems that will, and to capture this capacity for the systems of the whole of the rest of the areas of Europe. We're going to increase the capacity in Komotini and Siderokastro. If we implement the full extension of the network that we have designed, we have 3 different levels of extension. The exporting capacity of Greece will go up from 5.5 today to 9.5. And it's a very important increase. In the next days, till Monday, we're going to submit these proposals to the regulatory authorities for approval. At the same time, we have published the guidelines on which the market test will be based. Next Tuesday, we're organizing an internet event to present these guidelines to the market and to facilitate the discussions, the consultations. This from my side. Thank you.
And I think we can pass the floor now to Mr. Slav Nikolov. Slav is an economist and head of the commercial of the Interconnector of Greece-Bulgaria. ICGB, I'm sure you all know the role, but it's good to remind it. It's bringing gas from Azerbaijan to Bulgaria and also provides access to LNG from Greece to Southeast Europe. So in that context, its importance cannot be understated. Slav will provide us with valuable insights about the project, as well as inform us about the opportunities that arise for market players out of it. So I think he has a very interesting speech and presentation to do.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the invitation to be part of this forum. It's a real pleasure for me to be among so many distinguished players, participants yesterday and today as well. So ICGB is in operation from October 2022. So it's quite short period. It's a year and a half, but already we achieved quite substantial milestones. For example, in December 2022, just 1 month after we started an operation, we fulfill 90% of the capacity, supporting Moldova and Ukraine in their energy endeavors for diversification. Additionally, the project is crucial for the region, especially for Bulgaria, because it gives access to the Trans-Adriatic pipeline, being the shortest route of gas coming from via TAP to Bulgaria. This is the first diversified source for Bulgaria. It's around 1/3 of our consumption in Bulgaria actually is supplied via ICGB. Another quite strategic position of ICGB is that we are part of the vertical gas corridor, as my colleague mentioned. It's a very important initiative with the idea to increase the gas flows from Greece to north, especially supporting and allowing substantial increased flows to Ukraine and Moldova. So the idea is now more or less around 5 BCM can flow from south to north. The idea after the market test, I'll give you a bit overview of on ICGB side, how we are proceeding with the market test to reach 10 BCM, 10 BCMA. So also we have strategic importance since we give access and we are in very close proximity to the FSRU Alexandroupolis via the DESFA network. So in a month, this IP will be in operation, so we will have access to LNG from various sources in Bulgaria. So ICGB has, just a brief topology and overview, has three main interconnection points. As I mentioned, we are connected with the Trans-Adriatic pipeline. Also, we are connected with DESFA system, and in Bulgaria, we are connected with Bulgar Transgas system. This is Bulgarian gas transmission system operator. Our capacity is around 3 billion cubic meters per year, which half of it is contracted already on a long-term basis. And the rest is offered on two capacity booking platforms. This is like Prisma is a well-known capacity for the interconnection points in Greece, and RBP for Star Zagora. Probably, yeah, you can see the slides. Just what we have achieved so far for the gas year 23-24, we were able to contract around 85% of our capacity, and we offer capacity on the IP with DESFA and TAP on competing basis. And we try to accommodate all the shippers coming from the FSRU Alexandroupolis, offering with our colleague with DESFA quite innovative capacity product. It's quasi-capacity product, so it will be commissioned. Let's say the capacity could be used very soon when the FSRU starts. Then I want to touch upon the vertical gas corridor. As my colleague Styrios mentioned, it's a quite substantial and important initiative, which in the last year is working in a very good cooperation. So we are together expanding the capacity of along this route from Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, then Hungary, and Moldova and Ukraine. So this will give access to the storage facilities in Ukraine. As we are quite aware, they have substantial storage capacity which could be used by European shippers. Currently, ICGB is following a procedure for incremental capacity process. This is actually a market test, which is usually done for 2 years. However, due to the increased demand in Europe, together with the TSOs from the vertical gas corridor, we are striving to fulfill the procedure just for 1 year, which is very challenging actually, because we have to pass many phases in consultation, many documents shall be prepared. However, we are moving forward, and in July will be the binding phase, actually, so all the market participants can participate in the binding phase of this incremental capacity process, because this will be based upon for our expansion, since the ICGB initial design is for 5 BCMA. So you can see in the first phase of the market test, this is the so-called initial phase. We received substantial non-binding demand requests for the first several consecutive years for more than 4 BCM. So we see substantial interest in the market, from the market, in expanding our capacity and interest for flowing gas from south to north. Then this is what I already mentioned about the different phases of the incremental capacity process, and it's vital for everyone to know that in July we open the binding phase and we expect the inputs and the requests of all the network users. So more or less an ICGB is looking in the future, and we are prepared also for the green gases area for the hydrogen. So this is in short. I think we are relatively new TSO, but we have our strategic position on the market in the region.
That's very interesting. Thank you so much, and I think we can expand later on as regards the ICBT. We can take now the floor to Mr. Andreas Pesa. Andrea is also an engineer and technical director of DNV of Southern Europe. He's in the oil and gas sector since 1990, and he's been working for gas and oil companies and EPC during this time. It's interesting, something that I didn't know is that DNV is in Greece for more than 100 years, in Athens, I mean, with an office. And obviously you have great expertise in the Greek market as well, as I understand it. Andrea will provide us with his expertise as regards the transportation of natural gas, and he will also cover principles of FSRUs and all related items. And with that, we can cover all aspects of the primary aspects of the discussion, and then we can go to a follow-up question.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation and for being here today. Yes, I work for DNV. DNV is that Norsk Veritas, and it's a foundation with more than 160 years of life, and with a permanent office in Athens, in Piraeus, now since more than 100 years. Sometimes friends or colleagues are asking me, what does DNV do? It's not sometimes easy to find out a reply, but I can say that in principle we are selling risk management and transparency. We are a foundation, as I was mentioning, and I am inside this foundation now since 2015, working with my background, which is specifically from oil and gas business. It's not as much old as the company is, but in any case, as you mentioned, I started to work in 1990, and I've been working for oil companies, APC, and I always been involved in gas business, oil and gas business typically. And yesterday, when I was thinking to the presentation of today, I tried to figure what could be some topics of discussion, and I realized that a few numbers could be pretty significant to be mentioned today. As I was mentioning, oil companies, I started to work for oil companies, and oil companies typically considered gas as a waste, at least till 1970. So there was no interest in gas, specifically in those countries where gas could not be used locally, because gas market till 1970 developed specifically in local area, and where you could locally use gas, it was used. Where it could not be used, I'm thinking to West Africa, it was just flared. This was pretty typical, and in Europe, if you have a look to the import and trading of gas, natural gas from abroad, it was zero in 1970. This number drastically changed in 20 years, because back to 1990, the number became 200 billions of cubic feet of international trading on natural gas to Europe carried out overall the world. And basically, this import in Europe of natural gas was specifically based on pipeline. So 90% of gas was imported through pipeline. If we make a step forward and we come to 2020 and we look the number, today we have a number which is very close to 1,000 billion of cubic meters imported in Europe, and of this amount, 50% is imported throughout the pipeline and 50% is imported as LNG. So LNG has increased progressive role and importance in the global market, and specifically since the year 2000, there was also a game changer in the LNG market, because till 2000, LNG was part of a virtual pipeline. So you need to set up and to build a liquefaction plant in a specific site. You need to build the transportation tankers, so you need to build the fleet, and you need to build regasification facilities. So this was the value chain, and you need to, at the very beginning of the project, to set up all the chain. No chance to build a regasification plant if you didn't have a contract with a liquefaction producer. Today, the situation is substantially changed because there is a lot of spot market which was not available 20 years ago. And thanks to the spot market, also FSRU started to increase progressive of importance. Now there are two different transportation methodologies for natural gas, basically winning on all the other solutions. Natural gas can be transported as it is or can be transported in a different status, which is typically LNG, but not only. It can be gas to liquid. The Fischer-Tropsch process was invented in the 20s of the last century and is used in 4 or 5 plants in the world, which is gas to liquid solution, not very used but available. There are studies today for gas to solid transportation means. In any case, today 95% of the gas is transported or as LNG or a gas, natural gas as it is. If I can add a few words, in these two major transportation solutions that we can face, we have to consider that the transportation cost is more than 50% of the cost of the natural gas. So transportation has a huge impact. Compared to oil, extremely huge impact, but you have to consider also that the energy density per volume of the natural gas is 1,000 lower compared to oil. So there is a big impact on this point. And just to conclude, today FSRU are a very flexible solution which can be used in order to import natural gas with some advantages compared to pipeline. For sure, pipeline has a capex which is extremely impacting and a reduced OPEX. LNG has capex and consistent OPEX as well. But in any case, the flexibility which can allow you today, LNG, is much greater. And if you think to the Mediterranean island, to the Greek island, for sure, the chance to install a number of FSRU is extremely relevant. Also, the cost of FSRU compared to an onshore plant is much cheaper, because for the construction of a new FSRU, you can spend more or less up to $500 million. If you have to consider the construction of a non-shore plant, you arrive to spend $800 million. If you consider the reconversion of an LNG tanker to an FSRU, it is even cheaper. So you can arrive easily to $200, $300 million. So it's really very flexible. You can move it from one site to another. You do not have to sustain the commissioning cost at the end of the life of the plant, or at least the commissioning costs are much cheaper compared to the cost that you are going to sustain for a fixed plant. I think my time is over, so I will stop now.
Thank you so much, Andrea. It was, again, very interesting. And on the basis of all this information, I think we can go to the billion-dollar question. We are seeing lots of concerns, I mean, from people who are not in the market, just to be clear, talking about concerns as regards the security of supply of natural gas, considerations that the CO2 concerns will also become even stronger down the road. There are also discussions about the emergence of technologies such as batteries, which can help with base load management in terms of electrical supply, and also green H2, which in certain cases might replace natural gas in industrial processes. So quite often the lingering question, again, for people who are not in the sector and don't understand the intricacies and the special considerations, is what is the future of natural gas? And also, how can this infrastructure be used within the context of a potentially changing environment?
I think if we are talking about the future, we need to take into consideration not only the new technologies and the cutting edge, let's say, solutions, but we need to see the transitional period from the present to the future. So indeed, electrons is very fascinating. Actually, have recently I'm recently driving a hybrid plug-in car. When I took it and I tried to charge in the company, I needed about 3 hours to fully charge the battery. Now, where the others, let's say, came in, I need at least 6 to 7 hours. So we need also, besides the technology, we need also the infrastructure. Natural gas is the perfect solution for the transition. The infrastructure can be used, of course, to accommodate renewable gases, biomethane, even hydrogen, if it is, we're talking about repurposing of these facilities. But I think also that in our decisions, in our planning, we need to be somehow balanced. We need to design the future in a way that it will not be, the solution will not be costly, extremely costly. So we cannot move from an energy economy where gas is playing a very important role to electricity, clear electricity. And I think we need to use all of our knowledge or the present technology as far as possible in order to move on. Batteries is a solution, but I think the most efficient is actually to store gas in to store energy in molecules, even if it is, regardless if it is hydrogen or if it is natural gas or renewable gases. So I think balance is the solution.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I fully agree with my colleague that actually natural gas has its very important role as a transition fuel. Moreover, we see that the prices now are back to more or less the market equilibrium. They're very competitive, so we should look also from consumers' perspective that certain costs could be borne. So now, with these prices of natural gas, it has its definite role on the market. And then we should, of course, look in the future to green gases, about hydrogen, and slowly, let's say, prepare for this transition period in the most efficient and cost-effective way.
Thank you. And how would the IGB contribute to this green gases transition?
Actually, I mean, for us, we just started transporting natural gas, so and we already, of course, start thinking about that. So usually, as each TSO, we will make assessment of the infrastructure, what potential retrofitting could be done, what blend of hydrogen or other gases can be transported. So definitely we have our role, especially our position, and well interconnected with other major gas infrastructure like FSRU, which definitely provide a huge level of flexibility, also to Trans-Adriatic pipeline, and as part of the vertical corridor, this could potentially be a route for hydrogen and other green gases.
I see. Thank you so much. And Andrea?
Yes, no, I'm very happy to listen to what you are saying. I have a message. I think that natural gas is an important part of the energy transition. You know, DNV, as I was mentioning, is a foundation, so is in principle a no-profit company. We invest in research and development, and we have been forerunners because now more than 10 years ago, we presented our first energy outlook, 2050. Now, a lot of companies are preparing energy outlook, but you can go to our website and you can download the last version, which is free of charge. In our forecast, we realize that in 2050, fossil fuel will anyway take part to the energy mix for 50% at least. So a huge quantity will be still based on fossil fuels, and natural gas will be more or less 25% of the overall energy mix. We think that if we could increase this 25%, because we have 25% of natural gas and 25% of coal and oil, if we could increase the percentage of natural gas compared to the use of coal and oil, we could reach probably better results in terms of decarbonization path. With the actual trend, our expectation is that we will fail the 1.5 degrees increase of the temperature, and we will be reaching probably 2.2 degrees, which is more than the expectation of the community. But in case we should push on the use of gas compared to the use that we have today with oil and coal, for sure this result could be improved.
Thank you so much. I think we can all say that natural gas has a natural place in the mix in the economy. And with that, I think we can conclude today's panel. Thank you so much for your participation.
Thank you.
Στη σημερινή εποχή των μεγάλων αλλαγών, κάθε στιγμή κρύβει τη δύναμη της εξέλιξης. Η ΕΝΑΟΝ έρχεται να εκφράσει αυτή την εξέλιξη. Τη νέα εποχή. Επενδύοντας σε αξίες όπως η εμπιστοσύνη, η ασφάλεια, η βιωσιμότητα, η καινοτομία, ο ψηφιακός μετασχηματισμός. Η ΕΝΑΟΝ ανοίγει το βλέμμα της στο μέλλον, μετασχηματίζοντας τις δυνάμεις της ελληνικής ενεργειακής αγοράς σε μια ισχυρή δύναμη ενέργειας και τα δίκτυά τους σε μια ασφαλή οδό προς ένα βιώσιμο ενεργειακό μέλλον. Ενώνουμε τις δυνάμεις μας, αλλάζουμε το μέλλον. ΕΝΑΟΝ, εταιρεία του ομίλου Italgas, ελληνική εταιρεία διανομής αερίων. Stronger together.
Καλησπέρα σας. Καλησπέρα σας και πάλι από... Καλησπέρα σας και πάλι από το Power and Gas Forum με μια ενότητα...
Good evening again. Good morning again from the Power Gas Forum. And for the decarbonization of major industrial sectors, a new value chain is being created. And we have two companies with us, representatives of two companies that participate in these efforts. More specifically, we have Mrs. Katerina Sardi, Country Manager of Energy and in Greece, and Mr. Yorgos Daskalakis, Strategy Division, Head of Technology Department of Motor Oil. Thank you for your participation. And let's begin with two short presentations from the participants. Mrs. Sardi, thank you very much. It is my great pleasure for us from Energy and to be here today. In this presentation, I will have to travel the audience here to something else, because yesterday we talked about electricity and today we're talking about natural gas, and now we're going to go to the different market, which is not directly related with energy, but is recognized as necessary nowadays in order for the whole of the European Union to achieve the objectives for 2030 and 2050. So I am representing the side of the storage, carbon storage. It is now acknowledged that the carbon capture, transportation and storage chain is an important lever for decarbonization. What are the plants that we're planning? The first carbon storage facility in Greece. These are the existing facilities in Prinos. You see them in the image. What is their advantage? That they already exist. As a result, it's what we call a brownfield. It's an area that has experience of such facilities for 40 years now. And it's an area that is willing to admit the new generation of facilities, these carbon storage facilities up there in the corner in the Kavala Bay. These facilities that we're designing as Energean are comprised of the offshore facilities for carbon storage, a pipeline that will transfer the carbon from the land facilities that you see in the picture to the offshore ones, first to the existing offshore platforms that you see in the photo down to the right, and then to a new platform in the future. At the land facilities, we will install a compression installation, temporary liquefied carbon dioxide facility, and installations that will carry this liquefied carbon. Of course, also compressed carbon dioxide will be carried as well if it arrives with pipeline or some other form of transportation. And this is where our project ends, our interface. In order to bring the carbon dioxide, of course, it has to be carried by special boats that could be different ships for different emitters, but also every emitter could have their own facilities for liquefying, for capturing the carbon dioxide, collecting it, liquefying it, temporarily storing it, and then loading it on the boat, or in the form of some aggregation solution, so one transporter alone. Our facility is designed in 3 stages, as you see up here. The first stage is what we call RRF to scope, covered by the recovery fund, from which we expect a large grant. We're hoping up to 1 million tons of carbon capture, then extension to admit liquefied carbon, and then up to 1 million tons, and then further extension to a larger capacity, 2.5 to 3 million tons. One thing that everybody should understand is, and it wasn't, I hadn't understood it in the beginning because I also come from natural gas background. And what do you do if there's not enough space for natural gas? You double the pipeline. This is not the case in this case because the geological space is very specific. So what do we do for designing the project? The project has started to be designed since 2021. One important step is integrating it in Greece in Hellas 2, the recovery fund. A second important step is the license for research that we have received last September within the framework of Directive 31/2009. Specific actions have to be taken in order for a specific space to be characterized as a carbon capture and storage space, and a series of studies that are running now. Another important step was integrating the project to the new list of the common interest projects of the European Commission as a project of cross-border interest in southeastern Europe. What do we do now? We want to change the research license to a storage license. We're talking with the European Commission because we need clearance from the Recovery Fund. And at the same time, we have started the environmental impact study and a series of technical studies that are required to get the storage license as well as designing land facilities.
Just to give you an idea of timelines, the Recovery Fund has some very strict time frames, and just very quickly, just to give you an idea, our goal is to apply for the storage licenses within the first half of 2024, so it's almost tomorrow, basically, with the aim of having an installation that can receive compressed CO2 by end of 25, beginning of 26, and also receive liquefied CO2 by the end of 27, beginning of 2028. Provided, of course, that there is also the right degree of readiness in terms of capturing, which is the other end of the chain, which concerns the capture of CO2. Thank you very much, Mrs. Sardi. Mr. Daskalakis, you have the floor.
Το ξεκινάω εγώ ή το περιμένω?
Μην πατήσετε το.
Ωραία.
Τέλεια.
Καλησπέρα και από μένα. Θα προσπαθήσω να είμαι σύντομος για να κάνουμε λίγο
Good afternoon. I'm going to try to be brief so that we can have a discussion afterwards. Project Iris is one of the very new projects which is being designed in motor oil. It's a great decarbonization project of the refinery, but it's also a tool that serves all the other purposes of the company. It is one of the three projects that has been selected to be funded by the Innovation Fund. Greece is likely to have three capture projects that have already been selected for funding. Iris is one of them. Iris as a project essentially has been designed to increase originally the resilience and the environmental goals of the company. Essentially it reduces by 25% the emissions of the refinery by implementing it in the MRH will become one of the biggest blue hydrogen producer with a very low footprint, carbon footprint. As part of the IRIS, there's also the e-methanol production ability, which materializes the CO2 circularity and, of course, puts the company in a new aspect of the cyclical company. These, of course, for Greece have significant benefits, and with these projects, including the other two that have been selected, Greece can succeed in its environmental goals. These are goals based on the directive on renewables in relation to hydrogen. We also secure our exports, and additionally we create a new market, setting a new framework for the new CO2 markets. This is a very general overview, a perimeter of the project. Essentially we have the production unit, and we have the capturing unit, the CO2 capture unit, which is an integral part of the rest of the refinery installation. The CO2 capture is done at a rate of 95% or more. This is then liquefied, and it's liquefied and remains in some temporary storage until it's shipped and transferred to its permanent geological storage space. A small part of CO2 goes to the e-methanol unit, which has 30 megawatts that is outside the scope of the project, but essentially it's part of the EFIRA project, which is also funded by the European Union. So we have the 480 million tons goes to storage, and then we have the rest of it going to the refinery and can be used as fuel, as a raw material for the related industries, while at the same time we're keeping the energy balance of the refinery without having any impact on high pressure gas. The methanol unit was constructed because we had hydrogen from the EFIRA project, while the regulatory framework allows us up to 2041 to use fossil fuel for the production of methanol. Methanol is a simple molecule, however, it has many different ways of producing it. So the first phase is to produce it. The second one is to actually produce any other high-value chemicals or fuels. Of course, the first recipient of this, we're aiming to the maritime industry. There are not many of these projects which are in operation at this scale, not just this one, but even other European projects. They have various challenges that they're facing. Some of the more complex ones, which are to do with the regulatory and the licensing framework, or even kind of more smaller and one would say more obvious challenges like the specifications of CO2. The right panel comes from the industrial strategy for carbon, while the solutions, the remedies to these issues relate very much to an active absorption of the risk with tools and with research for finding new storage spaces. As well as the regulation of issues relating to the transport of CO2. This project is already at its design phase. we're aiming to complete the design phase by 2025 and start the construction, and therefore we're going to have 3 years. So we're talking about the first or second half of 2028 that will just become in operation. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Daskalakis.
Let's start a quick question round. Ms. Savi, what measures should be taken at a regulatory level for this Prinos project to be put in place? We have to move on quickly. And I was swift in presenting because I wanted to demonstrate the agency if we want to meet our targets until 2030. One of the major problems is that these technologies, both capturing and storage, are first of a kind processes, not only for Greece but also EU-wide. We had a environmental sustainability, environmental impact study being put in place within 12 months, and this has been the case before. It wasn't first of a kind. Imagine what will happen here where, well, let's talk about the carbon storage licensing. This is the first time something like that will happen. It is fairly so. There is a large commitment on the part of the government and ministries to promote those reforms, but still, human resources, are these human resources enough to implement those changes at the pace necessary? Even the European Commission, well, we have submitted an application for the state clearance since June last year, and the process has not been completed yet. Accordingly, equally, Mr. Daskalakis, are there any reform procedures for the IRIS project to be successful? Well, you know, these projects are multi-faceted, and since it's the first time of development, there is no baseline. This applies both to regulatory as well as practical levels. At first, initiatives should be taken to organize a framework within an organization. Human resources should be onboarded to run the project on the part of the state. And secondly, any regulatory text from the European Commission being transposed into Greece, this should be expedited in order to deliver on our promises, also vis-à-vis the European Commission. And therefore, coordinated effort is required. As said, Greece is lucky enough to have 3 projects in the pipeline. Carbon storage is one. This should run faster. 3 projects mean more budget, more funds flowing into Greece, and funds will be generated domestically, and also in terms of the storage business. This should not be, so to speak, should not remain idle. Will is there. Discussions are being held with the government. We need to move fast forward and of course keep pace with this momentum that has been generated. Thank you both for taking part in this panel. I take that coordination together with the state is necessary for projects that are leading both at the European level as well as globally. Thank you.
Κάθε νέο αύριο είναι μια ευκαιρία να ξεπεράσουμε το σήμερα. Με την τεράστια εμπειρία και τεχνογνωσία μας από εκατομμύρια χθες, διοχετεύουμε όλη μας την ενέργεια σε κάθε νέα πρόκληση. Η καινοτομία είναι ο τρόπος να ξεπερνάμε τον εαυτό μας κάθε μέρα. Ξέρουμε ότι το αύριο δεν μπορεί να είναι το ίδιο για όλους. Γι' αυτό και προσεγγίζουμε ξεχωριστά το όραμα κάθε εταιρείας και μαζί δημιουργούμε ένα μέλλον ειδικά για αυτήν. Με μεγάλη εμπειρία και τεχνογνωσία στα έργα ανανεώσιμων πηγών ενέργειας, στην ανάπτυξη και διαχείριση της ηλεκτροκίνησης, στον σχεδιασμό πλάνων εξοικονόμησης και EPC και στη διαχείριση της ενέργειας. Με προσήλωση στον άνθρωπο, το περιβάλλον και τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη. Πριν το μεγάλο μέλλον, βάζουμε το μικρό. Αυτό που βρίσκεται μέσα σε κάθε μας κίνηση, σε κάθε μας απόφαση, σε κάθε μας ιδέα. Σε κάθε αύριο που ξεκινάμε για να κάνουμε τον κόσμο λίγο καλύτερο. Γιατί τι άλλο είναι το μέλλον, αν όχι πολλά αύριο μαζί. Ixion, Powering the Future, με τη δυναμική του ομίλου AVAX.
So let's continue. Let's continue with our program. And this is the last part before we stop for lunch. It's a very interesting subject, I believe, as we ascertained yesterday and today. When we're talking about renewables, that brings us to all the issues that we are facing today and that are obviously creating some kind of insecurity about the future. And on the other side, high expectations. As the Minister, Mrs. Zuku, said this morning, the world will not stop in 2030. We have objectives for 2040, 2050. And of course, what one must look towards is to have some normal pace and adaptation of production. In this very interesting panel, as I believe, we have Mr. Stavros Papathanasiou, who is a professor at the Greek Polytechnic and head of the team that has been created in the Ministry of Energy in order to provide guidelines or solutions for pending issues. Mr. Yannis Margaris, Vice President of ADMIE, Mrs. Vaso Dali, General Development and Network Management Director of the DIE, and Mrs. Alexia Troukoudi from the legal side, from the investor side for renewables. She's responsible for legal and regulatory issues in Hellenic Energy. So, Mr. Margaris, could you please present the issues as they have to do now? Hello. Thank you for inviting me for one more time. A small correction in the project team. Mr. Dalepis is the president, is the head. I am a coordinator. So in any case, we're talking about the limitations and managing the space. So the limitations in the curtailment of renewables is a big issue at this moment. And it's an issue that is here to stay as these renewables are coming into the market, and we're based on different production techniques. There will be deficits and surpluses that will stay. So there's an effort to try to reduce curtailments in order to make the projects more efficient and also to make them predictable to the degree that this is possible in order to provide investor security. This impossibility to estimate how big the curtailments are is the most important issue, actually. So in November 2023, this group of administering the project for curtailments was created. with two objectives. The first was to map these curtailments, see how they're calculated, how they're shared in different technologies, all these complicated questions that I will analyze later. And the second part is to try to approach this question of, can we limit those curtailments while taking using storage, and how can storage help us to use better the network and the available space. When talking about curtailment, we're talking about lost megawatt hours, but the reasons why we have curtailments can be varied. I would say that there are two main categories. The first ones are the curtailments at market level due to insufficient demand. These curtailments are already quite high and will be predominant as the share of renewables increases, and they will play a role in the balancing. The second reason is the insufficiency, saturation of local networks. Even if there is enough demand for the available supply of renewables, it might not be able to be covered because of saturation of the networks or for technical reasons. In both cases, dealing with the problem definitely depends on storage. Storage at a system level, what we're talking about, central storage, that will contribute in having a higher renewables absorption. We're talking about a high absorption capacity will help for the supply and demand balance. Also, in the networks, it's not the central storage that plays a role, but the shared storage in the networks where there are saturation problems, especially behind the meter installations. So up to which point can storage be a solution for both cases? Is it a solution? Is it a solver? How can it be used to give a solution to the issues that you described? Increasing storage cannot stop curtailments. It is theoretically feasible, but when a system develops and increases, the best solution is accompanied by a level of curtailments and a level of storage that leads to some curtailments, maybe less, but never zero. So it is not realistically feasible to expect that there will be a storage unit at every point in the network, at every line, at every terminal that has a saturation problem. To a certain degree, this can happen behind the meter, but it is not realistic to think that every a solar panel that is being installed will be accompanied by a battery. So it is the level of storage that we want is a very important question and is not answered. It depends on what level of renewables we're talking about, how much penetration they have in the market, how flexible the demand is. But in the general plan that is being reviewed at this moment in order to be finalized until June, there are some estimations that tell us what will happen looking towards 2030 and then 2050.
Let me just add another thing to give you a complete idea. We have lost megawatt hours. It is a highly complex question. Within the project team, working together with all stakeholders, with the ministry, with the regulatory authority, the energy exchange, we're trying to decipher it and give questions to pressing questions that are hard to address. First, diversify curtailments across the steps. Curtailments at 72% that are statical are known to the investor. There is no problem. He will adapt to this curtailment. Curtailments at market level, and then there's curtailment at balancing market level, etc. Even if we answer the question that I want 1,000 megawatt curtailment while we're speaking, you have to allocate it to different projects, technologies, project sizes, levels of voltage, type of participation in the market, and the state aid schemes, and this can affect different levels of projects. We have to strike a balance. We need to answer the question, what is the competent body to calculate and allocate these curtailments? What's the role of the regulatory authority? What's the role of other players that actually, what's the role of the last resort RES aggregator? How much time do we need to develop those plans in a realistic way? Do we want to develop 80,000 of distribution system? These are various different problems that need to be addressed. And there's the question of compensation. For what curtailments is a generator entitled to compensation? There is no one-size-fits-all answer. Curtailments due to saturation, due to static restrictions, etc. These are aspects that are new. We are analyzing them, and within the project team, we're looking with consensus to end up introducing commonly accepted decisions. You, as a committee, will you conclude a framework with large flexibility for investors, considering all parameters that you have addressed? Will the investor be in place, be able to know what happens along the project stages? We need first to set the rules and the principles. Based on the set principles, we need to quantify. Quantifying goes through understanding methodologies and putting them in place with quantitative data. And even if we knew that the method that allows us to calculate them, estimating 20-year horizon of a 20-year period of curtailments is impossible. Still, when you make an assessment about 10, 20-year saturation of the system, the risk will remain there. Vice President Mr. Margaris, Vice President of HEDNO, of ADMIE, you deal with the problem because you operate at the point where congestion actually happens through your projects, through developing networks. Are you able to deliver solutions on these issues? First of all, I'd like to thank you for the invitation. Let me start off with a couple of remarks. We have been discussing the RES curtailment issue for a couple of years, but still there is confusion in public discourse. Professor Mr. Papathanasiou has specified the curtailment that needs to be done in the market over the next 2-3 years, depending on RES uptake. We have no curtailment because of network saturation. I won't go into detail in all segments. The electrical space, the potential of the network is known in terms of figures. And I'm referring to a single network, high voltage, medium voltage, low voltage. Energy knows no voltage levels. It is a single network. saying that up to 2030, 2032, 28 to 30 gigawatt potential will be there for the system. This is relevant both to ADMIE and VVE. Has to do with energy, with power flow capacity. Our current estimate over the capacity of ADMIE and VVE network is 19 gigawatts. We currently have 13 gigawatt of renewables. So in principle, further 6 gigawatt of renewables will be connected, electrified, without large congestion issues. I'm not saying that a line might not be more congested than another other one. I'm just talking at a macro level. But obviously, and we were among the first to ring the bell, to ring an alarm, we need to address these issues today. Investors need to have visibility. So the European Directive 943 specifies the curtailment framework at the European level, but there is no national curtailment level curtailment framework. And ODE is actually helping the Ministry of Energy and the regulatory authority to produce this framework and ensure visibility for investors. Curtailment currently happens because there is insufficient demand, and I have to stress that. A second observation that is very important to us as the operator, as ADMIE, is that out of 13 gigawatt, 7.5 gigawatts lie with ADMIE, with VVE, with HEDNO. HEDNO has rolled out a large project to control the systems, to be able to cut them, to be able to provide share points, allocate energy. Currently, we have a large volume of RES projects that are that cannot be controlled technically. This is an imbalance. Let's look at the figures. That there was a 2% curtailment last year because of lacking demand, where up to 90%. This is related to works, to projects associated with high voltage projects. Secondly, we have to ensure technically that RES projects are controlled regardless of the level of the voltage level they are connected to. And then who, how, when compensates curtailments, the issue of compensation that will be regulated within the context of the project team that Mr. Papathanasiou already mentioned. We at the ministry we've been straightforward towards the ministry on that. Since we have already committed with connection terms an electrical space of 28 gigawatt, as of today, with connection terms that are binding, adding to that also offshore projects that are very expensive, 22 gigawatt plus 2 gigawatt of RES. Well, having said that, in order to be able to to ensure that there is a pool of projects available for 2040, I'm wondering whether there will be doubt as to if the operator will be the one compensating for overbooking curtailment. How can a incorporated company that is listed with the stock exchange have claims of hundreds of millions ongoing, When we all know that the country has specific targets for 2030, we have specific gigawatts of projects ready to be implemented, but still we want to continue giving money. What I mean is that the operator should not risk should not have a risk of default. Rules should be introduced to protect the framework in terms of compensation. There are companies who believe that ADMIE is actually the one that should pay compensation. I'm not. This is the point to go. You know, I don't know if another of the ladies on the panel would like to add something. So, apart from who is entitled to compensation, there is the question who pays, who compensates, what account these funds comes from, and whether there is the need to set up a fund that will be compensating. Yes, there are various ways. We're not indicating to the state how they will do it. We're just saying that we cannot afford the risk to pay when there are particularities as to. We have trust in the VA that they are trying to control the 8 gigawatt projects. Currently, there is no set point to control them. So when there is no certainty as to the control, how can we quantify curtailments? Secondly, there is a certainty as to how many connection offers can presumably be provided to 48 gigawatts. Since there is uncertainty, and this is a European issue, it's not a Greek issue, the network development rate depends on the licensing rate. Even more efficient countries than Greece cannot put in place a way to license. Let's say an overhead line needs 3 to 6 years to be licensed. Nowadays, there are issues that take us back to the past, and therefore such uncertainties as well as overbooking as uncertainties cannot afford for the ADMIE to take such a risk. It is our role to protect the company, which is 51% state-owned company. The third point I would like to raise, and I wouldn't want to, of course, let me just say that there is a problem with the network development. There is an issue with the way the network is developed. We have 500 millions of high voltage transmission network development. No one should have a doubt that this rate is sufficient and is well above sufficient for Greece. We are a small country, small market. It is well known what ADMIE does to develop its interconnections internationally, and the discussion is being held at different terms. We have interconnection with Italy, with Albania, with our neighbors. These are large projects that take time, that are complex, and will be put into operation after 2030. The time until 2030 will be troublesome. And then there's carbon storage, there's hydrogen, and these will be pieces of the jigsaw puzzle that will lead us to resolve how you manage 70 to 80% of RES uptake without investor difficulties.
And we don't have time to analyze all this. Have we understood what happens in Greece? We're at 50% renewable penetration. We're further forward from countries like Spain, France, Germany, countries that are more mature, that have investor security much higher than what we have for the past decade. And Greece, within 10 years, has managed to move forward compared to those countries as regards renewables penetration. Countries like Denmark are more advanced than us because they have a more balanced approach. And Norway as an associate, which we don't have to this degree. But what we have to discuss in Greece from now on, this has to happen in a very sensible way, and thinking that we're a country that has managed to overreach the goals of 2030, a country that is successful, not a country that is a failure or that has failed institutionally. So we have to do another discussion. Let's see at the numbers. Within a few years, we will have, we add 2 gigawatts every year to the objectives of 2030. So we have to think further. So in a sense, we have to manage our success as regards the installation of new renewables. Let's go to Mrs. Dali. I understand, Mrs. Dali, together with the operator responsibilities for any compensations in the future, you probably agree with Mr. Margaris. And I imagine you have to tell us what your moves were as an operator at this level. So as regards the control of those installations in your network, and also in expanding the electrical space as regards distribution. Yes, good morning from my side, and thank you for the invitation. Based on what Mr. Margaret said, I would like to point out that our country indeed is extremely successful in renewables penetration. And our company is the operator of the Greek electricity network operator, has played an important role in this at this level. I'll give you some numbers that are valuable. 7.5 gigawatts at this moment are renewables and connected to the distribution network, and 3.5 gigawatts of these have been installed in the last 4 years. It's a very high percentage. It's an increase of almost 90% compared to the situation in 2019. And at this moment, there is 1.3 gigawatts under projects licensed, and even more gigawatts with additional offers, and a small part for this profile. The 6 gigawatts concern solars and 1.2 wind projects. There has been a tremendous effort to support the objectives in the past 4 years. There was a huge effort after our company went through a calm period. We managed to digitize the network in order for it to be able to manage all this need, all this demand for renewables. At this moment, we have 120,000 kilometers of high intensity network digitalized. We have digitalized the submission of demands for producers, and all this contributed to this really quick penetration and finalization of the projects. At this moment, I feel that this is the first time that the electricity branch is being treated as a single space, as a single, and I agree with Mr. Margaris, it's a single space, and there are 2 operators that have to share it. This is what we have to deal with in the near future. Storage is obviously one of the issues that has to be dealt with very seriously. I don't want to tire you more with this because the other speakers talked about that. As regards network saturation, if we isolate the distribution network to talk about that, this distribution network has capacity free to connect renewables, but it shouldn't be viewed as standalone, as something standalone. With this penetration of renewables in the network, we have more than 6 gigabytes free space at this moment to connect renewables, but this means that that does not mean that they can be connected tomorrow. So you're talking about 6 gigabytes without other interferences. So they are available, but not under any conditions. At this moment, the network, if it were existed by itself, it has enough space for these 6 gigabytes, but we shouldn't consider it as something standalone that is not part of a network. You still offer some possibilities of connection based on the capacity of the network and the specifications. Yes, we just don't accept demands from independent producers since 2022, only with we only accept demands from producers with energy offset. So let's see where we are right now. Last year, the DE made an effort to start controlling the renewables connected to its network. Already, in cooperation with ADMEA, we have 2 memoranda. The last one was from November 2023, based on which the network gives the possibility to curtail more or less 1.5 gigawatt, 1.3 with telecontrol, and the rest remote control, and the rest within 30 minutes, and the rest with local manual intervention. So this is being continued, and we believe that we will be able to renew it and have the possibility to curtail further at higher voltage. However, the solution that we need is management through set points. So we have started 2 pilot projects that are at the final stage in order to be able to control renewables in this way. And also not only control renewables, but also communicate with ADMEA in order to carry out the different commands and curtailment orders as they come. And there's always cooperation in order to have information exchange and have cooperation between the 2 systems in the best possible way. You're going to, of course, very logically ask me, when will this take place? Mr. Papathanasiou also mentioned that when this implementation will happen depends from its extent, from its object. So we have to know to which number of renewables these curtailments will apply in order for us then to be able to draw up and present a realistic plan for the finalization of the project. In order to give you a couple of numbers at this moment, the distribution network average and low voltage, medium and low voltage, we have 7,000 producers connected, and most of them provide more or less 400 kilowatts. You understand how complicated this. So those 7,000 producers supply capacity more than 7,000 kilowatts, while the total producers are 75,000. So you understand that this production scope that will be defined is very complicated for a timetable. So when this happens, we will be able to make our proposals. Let's give the word to Mrs. Trokoudi from the investor side, a very big company which is dynamically now investing in renewables, and you have certain things to say about what is going on right now.
Of course, we have a couple of observations in terms of the vision and the transformation of our group into an energy company, an energy group that is not exclusively an oil-centered company. We have done a lot and will do a lot. Let me start off by thanking Thodori for having me here today. Thank you for all that you said before. It helped me gain a better understanding of things I didn't know. As regards the comment of Mr. Margaris, I would like to pinpoint that our problems, Mr. Margaris, are not, since we have to do with the regulation, not a directive. We think that this have immediate effect and should have already been done in terms of the technical work, at least using instruction manuals. The work that is being done does not need to be transposed in a law, but at the technical level. Regarding compensations, well, this is a rather large topic. I didn't want to talk today about curtailments. I just wanted to respond to that, and this is the basis of the letter that we sent you. Our collaboration is always exceptional, and just wanted to point this out. I don't want to bother you with legal issues. Since today and yesterday, many aspects of storage and prioritization have been raised. I would like to touch upon a couple of issues that are of commercial nature, but legal aspects as well. And they are pretty juicy, as one might say. We'll start with storage, claiming that certainly, as the professor formerly said, is at the core of the energy policy, both at domestic and EU level. And this is illustrated, this is manifested in the current NECP plan, 5.2, 5.3 gigawatt, out of which 3.1 in batteries and the rest in pumped storage solutions. The benefits are tremendous, and therefore state aid is necessary. Who is going to do that in practice? Who is going to implement it? Actually, the ministry, based on the regulation as amended, as well as the Regulatory Energy Authority, RAE, as its current name stands. And I guess that following the approval decision, the European Commission's approval decision, just want to raise a couple of questions relating to the competition framework. And still interest was very high on the part of investors in RES uptake, and this involves also a storage portfolio. An issue in terms of megawatt curtailment, well, we have seen that the ministerial decision on the competitive procedures has set a capacity limit per participant of 25% of the initial tendered capacity, as well as a cap on participation per station of 100 megawatts, and a cap on the award of capacity per participant in the first and the second competitive process. This has been said, actually, up to 100 megawatt could be obtained out of this procedure. And within this context, the concept of participation of the body in terms of affiliated companies, and I'm saying this not as a group of, not as the Hellenic Energy Group. I am indicating here, I'm raising a legal concern. The tenders have the content, the text of the tender was open to an expansive interpretation, was open to a wider interpretation, whereas the interpretation favored based on the European approach might make room for more companies. And what I'm trying to say is that within the context of the tendering procedure, and if we're really interested into opening up competition as regards storage tenders, we do need to be certain, we do need to be transparent and clear, since these are safeties, are guarantees for participants, and they grow a security culture for investors who need to take investment decisions. It would be therefore purposeful in the context of future tenders to be perfectly clear and open, not leaving the text open to interpretation. And since we are discussing about that, I was wondering, considering that we need to increase competition only through participation, wider participation, then I'm wondering whether limiting participants actually hinders competition. Another commercial and legal issue is that between the first and the second tender, two different wordings were used, which boils down to the money issue, the money question. There was a different wording referring to the storage plant's capability to, at the first tender, was preventing stations that are benefiting from tenders to participate in future potential systems, whereas the second wording was opening up a window for projects that entailed a storage station, a favored scheme. Well, income from these projects should reduce income from the other tender. If this is indeed the meaning of the wording of the second tender notice, then there is a violation of a level playing field between those taking part in this first and the second tender. And there is an issue in case a CRM mechanism evolves in the future, then the competent authority, the lawmakers, should cater for lifting those uncertainties so that both stations under the first tender procedure and the second tender procedure to be able to participate in the compensation scheme and be compensated for income earned through storage.
I hope they're listening to us at the ministry because it's them deciding. I'm saying these things because they're very important. This is not only something that has been established by Hellenic Energy, it has to do with the tenders. These are very important because the people who work day and night for these tenders are here, as far as I know. So the last point that I would like to mention as regards storage, and I will not delay you more, is a very realistic issue. The issue, an issue that is has to do with competition. We have the storage technologies, different storage technologies in a tender, participating in a tender, and as the person responsible, the person who knows this sector better, Mr. Professor said this, we have simple storage with its low capacities, and then we have the other storage through pumping that has higher capacities. According to what we're reading right now, Mr. Professor, in this, there is so this pumping capacity in the country complements battery storage and could be useful long-term, maximizing the penetration of renewables of variable production. So there is an issue of complementarity, and alternate use between batteries and pumping storage, and an issue of competition. Should that make us think those terminals that have received subventions, these pumping stations that have received state aid through other procedures, should they maybe not receive second state aid through this competition procedure of storage? This is what I wanted to say, like not receive double compensation through the same tender. These issues, we should think about these issues, you know. This is very interesting, and thank you very much. And something last, and I'll finish. As regards the prioritization of projects, I'm not going to talk a lot because a lot has been said, but I would like to say that only this. Mr. Margaret described the situation beautifully. Every serious investor should include in their portfolio a good number of renewables. And you remember a couple of weeks ago, this long weekend that we had, we tried to do whatever we could according to what we understood from the law, because we thought the law clearly described this time prioritization and the number of days, and we should have done things as quickly as possible and as more as possible. Apart from the first come, first served principles, there are two ministerial decisions that I would not say that their content is senseless. I don't want to be to show bad faith. They have their content is very good, but not clear enough, I would say. I want to believe that we're not going to have surprises. So when these two ministerial decisions come out in the future, and we have already submitted our documents, there will not be changes as regards the gigawatt capacity or as regards the principle first come, first served, and that they will not ask us, as there was a rumor, to submit now warranty letters, although the law does not require that. Because I believe that I live and that we're active and that we live in a state of law. So we believe that good administration and law and state of law are principles that are being kept in a logical sense, so that any new dispositions and any new ministerial decisions will respect those, especially when we're talking about millions of investor money.
I think the message is very clear. Whether it's been received or not, it's a different issue. However, the issue that you raised about the security and the accuracy of the meaning, I think we all agree, and it's been pointed out by everyone. It's not suited for a Western European country to have a changes of framework all the time. Thank you very much. We have limited time, but before I give the floor to the last speaker, I'd just like to make a comment about what Mr. Margaret said, and also in relation to what was mentioned yesterday about costs. And I think it's also relevant to the but the question of who pays the connection cost, because all the different renewables investments and others, they do have the ability that investments pay only 50% of the connection cost. And since there is some talk in relation to the regulator what pays the consumer, what pays the regulator, then I just like one final comment before we just move to our last speaker. Yes, thank you very much for saying that, because it's just something that I wanted to touch upon myself. I'm particularly concerned when I hear from official sources, and I'm referring to yesterday's panels, about an example of an account according to which an example of a tariff that 40% are regulated charges, which and this is something that I didn't actually see it live. I just watched it later on at night, and I just looked at one of my electricity bills, and I'm just going to give you some personal details about how much electricity I pay for. This is a recent bill. It's from my house, from my family. I live with my wife and child, and it's from November. The consumption for November is €206. €206 for 1.5 to 2 months. And those €206, the cost for Admire grid is €6. So from 206 appearing in the bill, only 6 of it, €6 is the cost. No, but please do allow me to complete. I just have all these, I have fixed data here. So another 6 goes to ERT. So the same money that goes to the DF for developing the grid, the same amount goes to ERT. So the total of regulated charges in the 206 is 50. So it includes the DA, Admire. The DA is a much higher grid than ours. It's the ECO at MEAR. And apart from the €50 of regulated charges, and out of a total of 206, we just have the municipal fees of another €50, and the commission charge, and I'm not going to say who the supplier is. It might have been obvious, you've seen it. Okay. Well, it doesn't really make any difference because they're all quite similar. So it's 110. That's the cost of supply. So what exactly are we talking about here when we talk about the cost of networks? And I'm not talking only about the 50% that was mentioned earlier. That's something that's been mentioned a lot recently. But what we have said, and that's something we've said in public, that the law about the 50% just came out about a year and a half ago. So what was set out in that law? That because RES projects, as they're maturing and we're just getting to those congestion situation, then the connection projects becoming longer term. So in the old days, somebody could just go under the line and just go and connect there. Now that this is not possible, then of course the cost is a lot higher. So what has the legislator done? They basically said that 50% of that cost is going to burden Admire through the cost of the network. And what's particularly interesting is that the regulator has questioned whether that 50% is going to be compensated against Admire. There were questions about whether these should be in exactly the same category, should have the same category, any expansion projects or strengthening network projects. So that also creates an additional financial problem when it comes to the market. This is something that has probably been calculated into their business plans. But when it comes to the consumer, if that proposal of the 50% had been implemented, that just means that the operator would just create a debt of 100 million over the next few years. So the cost of the network is going to go up. It's going to go from the €6, it's going to go to 7 to 8 to 9 to 10. And obviously, as part of the green transition. The increase of the grids is also going to lead to an increase in cost. However, we need to look at what the benefit of this. The reason why the government, during the energy crisis, found the necessary funds to subsidize all these energy bills for Greek consumers. Where was that? Where did that come from? It came because there was a reduction in the eco accounts. And often we do talk about why there are no reductions in the accounts, but that did happen, and that's where the money came from. For how the funds, the different funds are being managed is a completely different issue. But the main issue here, and we need to be careful because people are listening to us. So when we talk about lines, and we try to make lines and substations all over Greece, and people hear from official sources that the operators do not, they need to reduce their costs and the grids are very expensive and so on and so forth, I can tell you right now that if we carry on like this saturation that we're talking about is going to happen next year, and there's not going to be a single new line constructed. So therefore we need to be very careful. Based on a cost-benefit analysis carried out by both the Greek government and the European Union. None of these projects just happens just because the operator just woke up one day and just said, I'm just going to extend a particular line to Tripoli, for example. So there's a 10-year development plan that's been approved by the operator. We heard yesterday about prioritizing certain projects over others. However, the market needs to know which of these projects need to be prioritized, because we heard that yesterday, that out of all the projects that we have, some of them need to be prioritized. But it'd be good to know, both us and the market need to know what are the criteria for prioritizing these projects. So therefore the cost of networks is negligible compared to the cost of all the rest of the bill, even if we leave out municipal charges and everything. So therefore, the only tool that we have for further reducing the cost of energy is the development of networks and the international and domestic interconnections. I'm just going to make one comment, because we don't actually have a representative here from the operator that you referred to earlier, but I do need to say that yes, it is the role and the obligation of the regulator to look at what is going to be the cost for the consumer and protect the consumer. This is something that I did want to point out, because we don't want to give the impression that we do not recognize what the actual role of the regulator is. So, Professor, just one final message before we conclude. I can say something which is a bit of a cliche, or I can just say something useful. Just to continue on what Mr. Margari said about the issue of overbooking. I think suddenly it's a little bit like Columbus egg. Suddenly we just have electrical space, and we asked to connect new projects that until yesterday we couldn't do that. Yes, if we're going to have full exploitation of this, then we are going to go for overbooking. So, for example, even you have 100 megawatts, sometimes we contract 150. What's that's going to happen? We're just going to have some curtailment. This is a good way of utilizing the infrastructure, and it's very easy, but at the same time it's very difficult, because we haven't realized what are the difficulties of this. We're talking about dynamic limitations and not static limitations that you know in advance. First of all, the saturation of the network is not something that we just see in the form of a zoning office. It has a particular granularity that's very difficult to integrate into the markets, and there are also additional difficulties which relate to kind of local projects. There are also many issues when it comes to the enumeration of these projects. So you cannot talk about competition when you have such a high level of local saturation. So if you want to go on non-market-based solutions, then the regulation is a lot stronger, and of course any guarantees are even harder. So there's no a specific set level of curtailment, because if we don't look at these offers and somehow link that to the level of curtailment. At the moment, we're lucky enough to not have any curtailments in our networks because we haven't done any overbooking yet. But that's something that we need to be very, very cautious about this new invention, because it's going to bring a lot more difficulties in the future. And of course, there's the issue of guarantees. The project contract should somehow have an increased, a guaranteed uptake. This is practically impossible because we don't have any answers to questions such as how we're going to calculate the hosting capacity, or how we're going to find, how we can calculate and distribute the curtailment, and how we can predict them over a period of 20 years. This is not something new. This has already been happening since the 90s on the islands. So we have, for example, renewables that basically dispatch a lot more energy that can be absorbed by the system. So that 20%, for example, that we already had is in excess. And the islands has always been as a result of overbooking. But this is something that is a result of the competition between all the different wind farm operators and the regulator and the operator. So do we want to see something in that new system? No, obviously not. In other words, yes, we are going to do some overbooking, if we use that term, with some dynamic limitations, but the order of things should be different. We first need to say what are these dynamic limitations and how they're calculated. We need to quantify them. We need to see the impact of these on the projects, so that we can then say that this is the level of overbooking that can be linked to this. I think your message has been very clear. One of the things that I think should be also taken into account is also something that also needs to be taken into account by the investors. I wish we had more time. Thank you very much, everyone. We're going to have our afternoon lunch, and we're going to be back at 3 o'clock with the minister. And after the minister's intervention, we also have another series of panels. Thank you very much.
Στην Ελπέτισον ενορχιστρώνουμε έναν ολόκληρο κόσμο καινοτομίας για έναν κοινό σκοπό, τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη. Ελπέτισον. Δίπλα σας, με όλη μας την ενέργεια.
Είμαστε πίσω από τη μεταμόρφωση της ΔΕΠΑ σε μια σύγχρονη καθετοποιημένη εταιρεία ενέργειας. Από τα μακροχρόνια συμβόλαια με τους προμηθευτές, με τα οποία εγγυόμαστε την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Και από την επαναδιαπραγμάτευση των συμβολέων, με την οποία εξασφαλίσαμε ακόμα πιο ευνοϊκούς όρους για τους πελάτες μας και την εθνική οικονομία. Είμαστε πίσω και από τη συγκράτηση του ενεργειακού κόστους για τα νοικοκυριά και τις επιχειρήσεις. Πρωταγωνιστούμε σε μεγάλα διεθνή έργα που μετατρέπουν την Ελλάδα σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο φυσικού αερίου. Είμαστε πίσω από το πράσινο μέλλον, επενδύοντας σε έργα ΑΠΕ, στα πράσινα καύσιμα και στη σύγχρονη ηλεκτροπαραγωγή με φυσικό αέριο. Είμαστε πίσω από το Physicon, το μόνο πανελλαδικό δίκτυο πρατηρίων CNG, διαχέοντας τα περιβαλλοντικά και οικονομικά ωφέλη της αεροκίνησης σε όλη τη χώρα. Είμαστε πίσω από όλα όσα πάνε την ενέργεια μπροστά. Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ Εμπορίας.
Στη σημερινή εποχή των μεγάλων αλλαγών, κάθε στιγμή κρύβει τη δύναμη της εξέλιξης. Η ΕΝΑΟΝ έρχεται να εκφράσει αυτή την εξέλιξη. Τη νέα εποχή. Επενδύοντας σε αξίες όπως η εμπιστοσύνη, η ασφάλεια, η βιωσιμότητα, η καινοτομία, ο ψηφιακός μετασχηματισμός. Η ΕΝΑΟΝ ανοίγει το βλέμμα της στο μέλλον, μετασχηματίζοντας τις δυνάμεις της ελληνικής ενεργειακής αγοράς σε μια ισχυρή δύναμη ενέργειας και τα δίκτυά τους σε μια ασφαλή οδό προς ένα βιώσιμο ενεργειακό μέλλον. Ενώνουμε τις δυνάμεις μας, αλλάζουμε το μέλλον. ΕΝΑΟΝ, εταιρεία του ομίλου Italgas, ελληνική εταιρεία διανομής αερίου. Stronger together.
Η ενέργεια που αξίζει και μας πηγαίνει όλους μπροστά. Η ενέργεια του μέλλοντος είναι εκείνη που παράγουμε, παρέχουμε, αξιοποιούμε, καθαρά και έξυπνα. Για εμάς τη Volton, καθαρά σημαίνει ηλεκτρική ενέργεια και φυσικό αέριο με σεβασμό στο περιβάλλον και την αειφορία. Και έξυπνα σημαίνει έξυπνα συνδυαστικά προγράμματα που απαντούν σε κάθε σύγχρονη ανάγκη νοικοκυριών, επαγγελματιών και επιχειρήσεων. Καθαρά και έξυπνα σημαίνει πιο καθαρό περιβάλλον μέσα από την έξυπνη αξιοποίηση των ανανεώσιμων πηγών ενέργειας, καλύπτοντας τη συνεχώς αυξανόμενη ζήτηση για πράσινη ενέργεια. Καθαρά και έξυπνα σημαίνει να ανοίγουμε διαρκώς τους ορίζοντές μας σε νέους τομείς, νέες ιδέες, νέες δραστηριότητες, υλοποιώντας το πλάνο μας για την είσοδο στις τηλεπικοινωνίες με στόχο να προσφέρουμε σύγχρονες καινοτόμες υπηρεσίες στους πελάτες μας.
Κάθε νέο αύριο είναι μια ευκαιρία να ξεπεράσουμε το σήμερα. Με την τεράστια εμπειρία και τεχνογνωσία μας από εκατομμύρια χθες, διοχετεύουμε όλη μας την ενέργεια σε κάθε νέα πρόκληση. Η καινοτομία είναι ο τρόπος να ξεπερνάμε τον εαυτό μας κάθε μέρα. Ξέρουμε ότι το αύριο δεν μπορεί να είναι το ίδιο για όλους. Γι' αυτό και προσεγγίζουμε ξεχωριστά το όραμα κάθε εταιρείας και μαζί δημιουργούμε ένα μέλλον ειδικά για αυτήν. Με μεγάλη εμπειρία και τεχνογνωσία στα έργα ανανεώσιμων πηγών ενέργειας, στην ανάπτυξη και διαχείριση της ηλεκτροκίνησης, στον σχεδιασμό πλάνων εξοικονόμησης και EPC και στη διαχείριση της ενέργειας. Με προσήλωση στον άνθρωπο, το περιβάλλον και τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη. Πριν το μεγάλο μέλλον, βάζουμε το μικρό. Αυτό που βρίσκεται μέσα σε κάθε μας κίνηση, σε κάθε μας απόφαση, σε κάθε μας ιδέα. Σε κάθε αύριο που ξεκινάμε για να κάνουμε τον κόσμο λίγο καλύτερο. Γιατί τι άλλο είναι το μέλλον, αν όχι πολλά αύριο μαζί. Ixion, Powering the Future, με τη δυναμική του ομίλου AVAX.
a future built on clean, sustainable, and green energy. Energy invisible, gaseous, and renewable. Energy that will travel further, reliably and effectively. This is the future we at DESFA envision, creating the conditions starting today to make it come true. With the know-how of our over 600 employees and the dynamic of 1,466 kilometers of high-pressure pipelines, 55 metering and regulating stations, 6 operation and maintenance centers, and 1 LNG terminal. Through key energy infrastructure projects, we ensure alternative supply sources and open new energy routes. In DESFA, we shape the next day of energy for stability, growth, and a better quality of life for all. Because in energy, as in life, the future starts now. DESFA, enabler of a sustainable energy future.
We believe in the power of energy. Access to energy has the power to transform lives and lead us into a brighter tomorrow. It fuels economic development, enabling the expansion of technology, industry, agriculture, transportation, and even trade. But safeguarding our environment to ensure the prosperity of our future generations is equally important. This is why it is essential that we prioritize the transformation of our energy system. Reaching our net zero carbon goal hinges on our ability to put to use all available low-carbon energy sources. We are transforming as a company to help address these challenges, converting our country's natural resources into energy for the benefit of society. Our expanded scope across the energy spectrum is fueled by our belief in driving meaningful change. We are beginning a new era, united behind a new mandate, a new brand, and a bold new identity. Revitalized, diversified, modernized, inspired by our heritage, energized by our global partners. We are committed to being a value creator in everything we do. Whether this be through large-scale energy investments or the fostering of synergies between energy technologies, we believe that by coming together, we can achieve our decarbonization goals. We are building a bridge to a carbon-free future for Greece and the wider region. We are Herema.
Είναι μεγάλη χαρά που σας υποδεχόμαστε στο καινούργιο κτίριό μας για να μοιραστούμε μαζί σας την σημαντική στιγμή που είναι η δημιουργία της νέας εταιρικής ταυτότητας του ΑΔΜΙΕ. Η αλλαγή αυτή στην εταιρική μας ταυτότητα σηματοδοτεί τη νέα εποχή στην οποία έχει ήδη εισέλθει η εταιρεία. Τα 3 τελευταία χρόνια ο ΑΔΜΙΕ εξελίχθηκε και εξελίσσεται συνεχώς. Αλλάζει και μετασχηματίζεται δυναμικά, καθώς βρίσκεται στην αιχμή του ριζικού μετασχηματισμού του ενεργειακού τοπίου της χώρας. Διασυνδέουμε και με ηλεκτρική ενέργεια και με τηλεπικοινωνίες το σήμερα της Ελλάδας με το αύριο.
You light our homes. Keep us warm.
You help us explore, innovate, and achieve the unthinkable.
You are everywhere.
Yet, sometimes out of reach.
You move us forward and bring us together.
And together, we're on a journey towards the future of energy.
So what will it look like?
It's hard to say, but we know it will be sustainable and abundant.
We're already on our way.
With a common purpose, each of us playing our part.
At Deloitte, we're connecting every bright mind, every organization, every startup, every innovator.
Every citizen, CEO, and regulator.
Making this future happen won't be easy, so we're developing practical solutions.
And a clear roadmap to help our clients on their way.
We'll keep making those connections.
Each step well planned, moving forward together.
To make our new energy future a reality. Let's connect for a new energy future.
Τρεις ώρες με το στόμα ανοιχτό μου είχε ο οδοντίατρος.
Το ήξερες ότι στη Zenith μπορείς να βρεις μοναδικές προσφορές για ρεύμα και φυσικό αέριο?
Και? Τότε είναι που θα μείνεις με το στόμα ανοιχτό.
Στη Zenith σου προσφέρουμε περισσότερα για να ζεις ομορφότερα. Βρες τώρα τις μοναδικές προσφορές μας για ρεύμα με τις πλέον ξεκάθαρες και ανταγωνιστικές χρεώσεις της αγοράς. Μπες στο zenith.gr ή έλα σε ένα κατάστημα Zenith και ανακάλυψε τα όλα.
για έναν κοινό σκοπό, τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη. Ελπέτισον, δίπλα σας, με όλη μας την ενέργεια.
Είμαστε πίσω από τη μεταμόρφωση της ΔΕΠΑ σε μια σύγχρονη καθετοποιημένη εταιρεία ενέργειας. Από τα μακροχρόνια συμβόλαια με τους προμηθευτές, με τα οποία εγγυόμαστε την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Και από την επαναδιαπραγμάτευση των συμβολέων, με την οποία εξασφαλίσαμε ακόμα πιο ευνοϊκούς όρους για τους πελάτες μας και την εθνική οικονομία. Είμαστε πίσω και από τη συγκράτηση του ενεργειακού κόστους για τα νοικοκυριά και τις επιχειρήσεις. Πρωταγωνιστούμε σε μεγάλα διεθνή έργα που μετατρέπουν την Ελλάδα σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο φυσικού αερίου. Είμαστε πίσω από το πράσινο μέλλον, επενδύοντας σε έργα ΑΠΕ, στα πράσινα καύσιμα και στη σύγχρονη ηλεκτροπαραγωγή με φυσικό αέριο. Είμαστε πίσω από το Φύσικον, το μόνο πανελλαδικό δίκτυο πρατηρίων CNG, διαχέοντας τα περιβαλλοντικά και οικονομικά ωφέλη της αεροκίνησης σε όλη τη χώρα. Είμαστε πίσω από όλα όσα πάνε την ενέργεια μπροστά. Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ Εμπορίας.
Στη σημερινή εποχή των μεγάλων αλλαγών, κάθε στιγμή κρύβει τη δύναμη της εξέλιξης. Η Έναον έρχεται να εκφράσει αυτή την εξέλιξη. Τη νέα εποχή. Επενδύοντας σε αξίες όπως η εμπιστοσύνη, η ασφάλεια, η βιωσιμότητα, η καινοτομία, ο ψηφιακός μετασχηματισμός. Η Έναον ανοίγει το βλέμμα της στο μέλλον, μετασχηματίζοντας τις δυνάμεις της ελληνικής ενεργειακής αγοράς σε μια ισχυρή δύναμη ενέργειας και τα δίκτυά τους σε μια ασφαλή οδό προς ένα βιώσιμο ενεργειακό μέλλον. Ενώνουμε τις δυνάμεις μας, αλλάζουμε το μέλλον. Έναον, εταιρεία του ομίλου Italgas, ελληνική εταιρεία διανομής αερίων. Stronger together.
Η ενέργεια που αξίζει και μας πηγαίνει όλους μπροστά. Η ενέργεια του μέλλοντος είναι εκείνη που παράγουμε, παρέχουμε, αξιοποιούμε, καθαρά και έξυπνα. Για εμάς τη Volton, καθαρά σημαίνει ηλεκτρική ενέργεια και φυσικό αέριο με σεβασμό στο περιβάλλον και την αειφορία. Και έξυπνα σημαίνει έξυπνα συνδυαστικά προγράμματα που απαντούν σε κάθε σύγχρονη ανάγκη νοικοκυριών, επαγγελματιών και επιχειρήσεων. Καθαρά και έξυπνα σημαίνει πιο καθαρό περιβάλλον μέσα από την έξυπνη αξιοποίηση των ανανεώσιμων πηγών ενέργειας, καλύπτοντας τη συνεχώς αυξανόμενη ζήτηση για πράσινη ενέργεια. Καθαρά και έξυπνα σημαίνει να ανοίγουμε διαρκώς τους ορίζοντές μας σε νέους τομείς, νέες ιδέες, νέες δραστηριότητες, υλοποιώντας το πλάνο μας για την είσοδο στις τηλεπικοινωνίες με στόχο να προσφέρουμε σύγχρονες καινοτόμες υπηρεσίες στους πελάτες μας.
Κάθε νέο αύριο είναι μια ευκαιρία να ξεπεράσουμε το σήμερα. Με την τεράστια εμπειρία και τεχνογνωσία μας από εκατομμύρια χθες, διοχετεύουμε όλη μας την ενέργεια σε κάθε νέα πρόκληση. Η καινοτομία είναι ο τρόπος να ξεπερνάμε τον εαυτό μας κάθε μέρα. Ξέρουμε ότι το αύριο δεν μπορεί να είναι το ίδιο για όλους. Γι' αυτό και προσεγγίζουμε ξεχωριστά το όραμα κάθε εταιρείας και μαζί δημιουργούμε ένα μέλλον ειδικά για αυτήν. Με μεγάλη εμπειρία και τεχνογνωσία στα έργα ανανεώσιμων πηγών ενέργειας, στην ανάπτυξη και διαχείριση της ηλεκτροκίνησης, στον σχεδιασμό πλάνων εξοικονόμησης και EPC και στη διαχείριση της ενέργειας. Με προσήλωση στον άνθρωπο, το περιβάλλον και τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη. Πριν το μεγάλο μέλλον, βάζουμε το μικρό. Αυτό που βρίσκεται μέσα σε κάθε μας κίνηση, σε κάθε μας απόφαση, σε κάθε μας ιδέα. Σε κάθε αύριο που ξεκινάμε για να κάνουμε τον κόσμο λίγο καλύτερο. Γιατί τι άλλο είναι το μέλλον, αν όχι πολλά αύριο μαζί. Ixion, Powering the Future, με τη δυναμική του ομίλου AVAX.
Λοιπόν, αγαπητές φίλες,
Dear friends, those in the room and also many more of you who are following us online, we are continuing with this afternoon session of this conference with a live and hopefully interesting discussion with the Minister, Mr. Skylakakis, the Ministry of Energy. The conversation is going to be between myself and Yorgos Findikakis, a journalist who's also a manager for Liberal.gr. Yorgos, your first question. Thank you very much, Adoris. Welcome, Minister. We're very happy to have you here with us. I would just like to open this discussion with an issue that is very much around in Europe, and it's something that was also discussed yesterday with the Secretary General of the Ministry of Energy, which is the cost of the green transition and the over-ambitious goals. And I'd just like to use this opportunity based on the objection expressed by Greece and the Council of the Ministers of Environment, by your representative on Monday's meeting, for the reduction of up to 90% of CO2 emissions, of greenhouse emissions by 2040. We heard the Secretary General yesterday expressing a certain concern as to the next European Commission, the result from the next elections, in such way that the Green Deal and the Fit for 55 is not going to lose the social consensus. Yes, it's what there are $1 million questions, there are $1 billion questions. This is even more than that. And why is that? Allow me to explain why this is a slightly more complex issue. What we have ahead of us, and there is an ESM report, which I don't know if you've read it. We have the challenge of adaptation, which is an integral part of the green transition, not of what we want, but what has already been imposed to us by reality. Adaptation means protection from floods, droughts and desertification, fires, and problems related to the sustainability of life in cities, and later on, hopefully later on in time, an increase in of seawater levels. The countries who have a closer contact with the sea are going to experience such phenomena a lot sooner. We are the hot spot of adaptation. This adaptation that we're talking about here for all the new facts of the climatic crisis are already fixed for the next 20 years, regardless of what we do and the rest of the planet. These facts are a given. These things are going to happen. Any further reduction that we may achieve over the next few decades will affect, combined with any international and global negotiations, is going to affect the environmental reality after 20 or 30 years. What we haven't predicted is the cost of adaptation. Europe, and this is something that is expressed for the first time by ESM, but if you remember, I've talked about it straight after Daniel, there is absolutely no any spending on adaptation. It can be either about prevention or it can be compensations. So yes, it's a solidarity fund as well. Yes. With these funds, as we saw in the case of 2023, the 1 year that might affect the country's GDP with a cost of 2%. Of course, that does it 1 year, and that's, that has an impact over the next 2 or 3 years. Of course, it affects a year itself. But And there's also a high degree of uncertainty. You don't know the magnitude of the things that are going to affect you, and you don't know when they're going to affect you. And at the same time, there's absolutely nothing on the side for this. So on one hand, you have something that entails a risk that could just cover a certain degree of security, then there's absolutely no guarantee for that security. Then you have the cost of the green transition, where we now, when it comes to renewables, at a point that they do not need any financing. But as concerned the next phase of the green transition, that entails huge levels of expenditure, both public and private, that relate to aviation and transport and building facilities, all these things that do entail huge costs. And of course there's another aspect, a third aspect, which is that the return of those expenses is of a great magnitude. The return of that investment is very much related to what other people do. So in other words, the return that we can have might be very high if we all aligned, or it might be very small if you're just by yourself, if you're isolated. If the others are delayed, then of course you pay a much higher yourself, because you have to pay at the same time the cost of the transition as to the reduction of greenhouse emissions, as well as the adaptation. And you can add this, the inability of European policy when it comes the industrial aspect of this, because any delay doesn't only have a direct cost. For example, a neighboring country, and we have some great neighboring countries, does not have an ETS system. You need to be protected, and you can be protected either by having some kind of taxation sort of system, but it's a lot easier in much more kind of deeply introverted economies such as the US economy, and much harder for an economy that's a lot more extroverted like the European economy, which exports. It has a very big part of exports outside Europe. So therefore the solution to the problem with raising those walls, those taxation walls, is not an easy solution. So to this reality, there's also the geopolitical insecurity, the increased defense spending, and the question that is raised, if you combine all these things from the point of view of Greece, is this going to be an additional 10% enough to change the views of those who the 80% up to now did not motivate them? Or do you need to have a more conservative approach? Because electoral bodies, when all these things start happening on a local level, because the difference between mitigation and adaptation is that mitigation on one hand happens on a global level. Wherever you do it is going to have a global impact, where CO2 affects the whole planet. There's no such thing as a local CO2. But adaptation is entirely local. So therefore, if you have a local catastrophe, what are the electoral bodies are going to do? Are they going to elect? Are they going to choose? Are they going to go for mitigation or adaptation? The answer to this is that it's much better if you're cautious and have set realistic goals based on reality and achieve those goals, rather than have goals that you then have to kind of reformulate with a huge cost when it comes to your reliability and your investments, your credibility in your investments. And of course, when we're talking about real events, when the money is not going one way, it's going to another. So the question is, yeah, I understand that what we've seen happening in the past few days, and I honestly do not remember Greece in recent years saying no to an emblematic proposal by the European Commission, a climate proposal. Yes, our proposal is a climatic proposal, but climate has two different aspects. It's mitigation and adaptation, and I'd like to reiterate that when we talk about green transition, there are two different aspects. And in order to achieve one, first, you need to have lower expenses when it comes to adaptations, in other words, prevention. Because if you suddenly find yourself in a situation where you need to compensate people who have their crops destroyed and they don't have anywhere to live, then that's when you compensate. You're not going to start giving subsidies for electric vehicles. So imagine the choice between subsidizing electrical vehicles and giving compensation to someone who's been destroyed. Can you imagine any country in the world, a democratic country, where there's the slightest chance of following the former? So instead of finding ourselves in that dilemma, it's better to have the goals that we have a much stricter negotiation with the rest of the planet. And reach these goals and go for expenses for preventions, which are very important. You mentioned something about e-vehicles. Yes, I understand there's a new approach. Yeah, this approach has been imposed by reality. And if you remember, the Prime Minister came and actually said that straight after Daniel. He said we need to look at adaptation. And now we have ESM. CSM is essentially the heart of the European fiscal mechanism. It's not, and it says, caution, these expenses are very high, and we do not have any funds anywhere to deal with this. So ESM comes, and it comes at a time where we have new directives that require the implementation by the countries. For example, the replacement of conventional oil and gas boilers by 2035, which, as we heard, that entails a cost for Greece of around 25 billion. The energy upgrade of Class E households, no, it might be 2.5. I think 25 sounds a little bit over the top. I just can't believe that he talked about 25 billions for household boilers. There's no way that you would. Yeah, these are the figures that they mentioned. Maybe he talked about the total number of replaced boilers for the whole of Greece.
So I was thinking, based on that, yeah, the buildings are included. The buildings are a much higher investment. Well, let's not just talk about the numbers. I was thinking about electric cars. We're talking about an annual cost entailing the support for electric cars, but also the cost from the special fee for the fuel. Yes, we have calculated that. So diesel is almost exclusively imported, except for 1,500 barrels that Prinos might produce for the next years. It has a lot of microeconomical sides because it transforms the economy to an economy that is much more resilient to international crises. It increases the GDP because when the imported fuel, the imported oil is replaced, we have GDP increase. And then if you include the GDP increase in such a transition, it is absolutely interesting financially, 100%. What is our position? Our position is not to carry out the green transition more slowly, but to do it more efficiently. And as a result, the rules that we set, and you should know that every rule has an economic consequence. If I would like your microphone to be climate neutral, and I start drawing up a regulation for climate neutral microphones, and then the Commission draws up this regulation that provides for this and this, and then at the end microphones are climate neutral. If you compare this to saying I'm going to reduce greenhouse gases from -50, -40 to -80, and just do it whatever way you think is appropriate, this is absolutely different as financial efficiency is concerned. So my position is, and I always say it at the councils, that the rules that we set, given that we're not going to have money, should be more financially efficient, much more. And the current or past European policies that started as a climate but also industrial policy at the same time, as regards industrial policy, has failed to a very large degree. Because where does the market import solar panels from? Where do they import batteries for now? Fortunately, we have a factory producing them here, mainly China. Which share of the market for wind, for generators do we own internationally, and how many in Europe? 3 countries, maybe. The rest, I mean, from the value chain. So this industrial policy that did not go very well, and I'm being very kind in saying so, is being accompanied by a policy where Europe every time says, I'm going to be the one who is first in all this, and everybody says, oh, congratulations, and one has no idea what's going to happen in American politics tomorrow morning. No one knows how fast other countries will be. We're being based on this international effort, this international issue that is an issue in a new international environment, which is not the international environment of Paris or of the beginning of this century. The international geopolitical environment is completely different. There's differences between the North and South, wars unending that we have never seen before. Let's pass to the new another issue, the new tax for to cover the cost for the new fuels. I don't think that we need more new taxation. And I'll say it again, the advantages for GDP, if we carry out the green transition correctly, are numerous, because as a country we are energy dependent as regards oil and natural gas. So we have to carry out this transition in an efficient way and put money aside and invest in prevention. Well, let's go to some answers as well. Well, I took all your time and this subject that I really like a lot. Well, it's a subject that defines the general policies that are the policies that are going to affect the renewables. And this explains to you more deeply what our mindset is as a government, given the reality, the day-to-day life that we have to face. This increase in efficiency is fundamental. And I would like to add that when we talk about reform, what we mean is increasing the efficiency of the system. So what I'm telling you now, essentially, is that this government will continue to be reformative because there's no other choice for this country, and I will add for Europe either. This will be the mindset that you will use to face these things. Okay, so now, wholesale price of electricity, we have new measures and this new period. Do you have interventions that you would like to do in this on this level? Yes, we do have interventions because we have not yet advanced in serious matters. For instance, we don't yet have an orange invoice tariff, which the orange tariff will be very important for the next phase. It concerns wholesale, but also it does, actually, because this orange tariff could more intensely connect wholesale and retail price. And then we have the issue of demand and response. We have not started there yet. The intelligent meters are being installed now. It's starting now, and this is a large part, these smart meters, of the job that we're doing, because it will increase the system efficiency. Moreover, I don't think we're yet done with whatever concerns electricity and capacity. Electrical capacity, this will deeply affect the wholesale market. We still have a lot to do. Now, the non-regulated costs, charges, do you have interventions at that level? Well, it is a mistake to dissociate those two. I'm talking about the network charges, which make bills higher. No, these are a very important part because we're trying to construct a system that will have much more production capacity according to the specific case, and because of the whole issue of the renewables, so we need much more powerful networks in order to make such a system to work. So we do need to make these investments in networks, and at the same time we have to invest in international interconnections, because this will guarantee that we will not have curtailments, or at least not large ones, to have large international interconnections that increases our market, makes it more efficient, and allows this investment in renewables to become more efficient, because the risk that could arise would be that these investments in renewables could lead temporarily to zero or negative prices, as it has happened today and yesterday, and which will happen more frequently from now on. And these, at a first stage, influence the charges of ALAPE, and then at a second stage,
so this is a tool that is coming to an end. It's not a tool that we'd like to use in the long term. Do you mean without any exceptions? Nothing in this life is without any exceptions. But there's a general direction. Those tariffs are very, from a fiscal point of view, they're very dangerous, and especially in such system. And And as I said, we're going to have limited, a finite amount of resources, which could create high level of costs that, without really having the ability to kind of move funds from one to another, to go from, for example, 1 year and just move it to next year's budget. So from a fiscal point of view, there's a high degree of complexity. So therefore, it is the benefit of everyone to have much stronger interconnections on a global level and also find a use of energy together with PPAs, which is a great tool that guarantees great degree of security. Of course, nobody's 100% secure, in order to be able to benefit financially from this huge investment that we are making in renewables. So for these investments to be successful in the long term, because the key to success must be the success of the investments themselves. There's no successful system with failed investments. Mr. Minister, you said something about, you mentioned the magic word. Those electrical avenues, when you come to investments, who's going to pay for them? Do we have an idea of what are going to be the network charges for these international interconnections? What's going to happen to them? Every time this seems to have three different kind of possibilities. The recipient, the person that dispatches the energy, and the person that receives the energy, and the national or European state. So there isn't a fourth, as far as I know. No, if we're talking about so you make an interconnection where you export a lot. That's an interconnection that creates jobs, it creates revenue from taxation, just any other export. You making an import, in that case you just have to measure the extent to which what you're importing is suitable for your own national mix. You're playing a transferring role, you basically import and you export. You might be having some benefit as playing an intermediary role. So this is something that needs to be examined on a case-by-case basis. So clearly, there will be a benefit from the interconnections, but at the same time, there will be the damage. Yeah, no, listen, if you look at the total economic impact, every interconnection that we're talking about, if it's done in the way that we're talking about, it is going to have a very high return on investment, but only if that's carried out the way we've been talking about. So this intermediate interconnections should play exactly that intermediary role. Because there was a debate recently regarding the cost and who's going to pay for the cost of RES investments. Do you have a clear idea on this? Yes, and this is something that needs to be looked at. We need to see what the European side says in terms of state aid. That's the most important thing, to understand this kind of analysis. Imagine you have 5 different points that have the ability of developing renewables, and they have different interconnection costs. The question here that is posed is whether what is financially more efficient to take from the lower interconnection cost and go to the higher one. That's what's financially makes more sense. If you use a different methodology, which is what we're doing, what you need to ensure is that this kind of intervention in the market is an illegal state aid. It might be a legal state aid, which of course you're going to implement. Let's just leave hydrocarbons for the end so that we can move to Mr. Nicolaou's intervention and close on the issues of renewables in a more practical manner. So we've made the decision, and let's say we bypassed by providing a lower cost from the industrial and agricultural sector. You've utilized the renewables that can now have PPAs so that they can actually receive connection terms first. Is there a threshold to that? How many of those are going to be prioritized? Let's just get to the end of that period, but yes, of course there is an upper threshold for this. And this is not very high, because our goal is to have a significant part of electrical space that will not be connected, will not be linked to these needs, and it will cover different needs. So, on one hand, this is a priority when it comes to entrepreneurship and the social aspect, because there is a global competition that comes from the US, and that's why the energy-heavy industry that's very much exposed to international competition, that industry did require a certain degree of aid, but at the same time we need to save some electrical space for the remaining of the economy. Therefore, our policy has to be a policy of caution and needs to be measured. So, and also the shift from net metering and net billing. The question is how smooth that transition is going to be, because it's a whole market that operates within that space. The net metering, it started as a tool. It's an energy subsidy that comes from the end of the consumer. Net billing is operates based on the market. The closer you go to, you move to a market that has a high degree of fluctuations. Net metering leads to higher subsidies and a lower burden for the consumer. But also this is coming to an end from a European level. So some of these schemes are going to come to the end with this new tender. Some of them, there might be one left that might be over in the next month or two. But any contracts that are ongoing based on this, these must be served, but anything new that is signed from now on, it needs to be based on net billing. Last question on renewables, and then we can move on to hydrocarbons. Are you considering stopping the requests to ADMIEF? For example, there is a debate. It shows that if we don't want to send the wrong investment signals, we need to show that the request towards ADMIEF is not going to stop. But there's also another thinking about it, which is that this at some point needs to be done. Because as you know, we have 27, 28 gigas with connection terms, with a total capacity of 4.5. I believe that such issues must be dealt with without any sudden changes. And I think this needs to be clear to everyone, because investments are free, so it comes down to the investors. And this investment market, the investments on renewables, will be a market that will be have a great degree of fluctuation. It is by nature, by its economic nature, because it's based primarily on capex and not opex. So anything that has a high capex and low opex has a much more kind of violent investment cycles compared to markets that also have OPEX. What does that mean on a practical point of view? That means that these violent investment cycles are also going to result in violent pricing cycles. So if you add to this also the kind of reactions, sort of sudden reactions of the state, then you create a reality that is much worse. It's important that everybody understands that the state is going to be one step behind, and they need to be very careful in the way they look at their own investment and make sure that they have the right guarantees in terms of its return based on their own predictions, instead of having the state that plays that role. What does the state need to do? What the state needs to be clear, and that's where the national plan, the NSCP, is very important. And of course, the NSCP is not the Bible. The life is a lot more unpredictable when it comes to this. But we need to offer the greatest possible degree of predictability in order to kind of prevent any kind of violent movement, because any movement, if it's not well documented, then most of the times it has an economic cost and not an economic benefit. First of all, about hydrocarbons, I'd just like to see where we are, what are your goals, and what does the Greek government want. Yeah, and basically the whole kind of program on hydrocarbons. Just give us a general picture. We have the case of ExxonMobil, where they're kind of looking through the three-dimensional seismic data, and towards the end of the year they're just going to have a clear picture, and there's going to be an environmental impact study. But at the end of that environmental impact study, and it's approved by you, I was wondering, what do you think is going to happen if someone, like normally happens at the end of an environmental impact study, somebody decides to appeal against it, whether that's a union or a group or some municipalities? So the question is the following: if during this very critical phase that hydrocarbons are now entering, if we do have ways as a country to safeguard those investments and those big projects, if we can safeguard the opinions that are received until it gets to the point of the implementation. I would say that by the time we have hydrocarbons, which we're already 3 phases before this approval decision, because the first decision is on a research level, then there needs to be an investment decision based on the conditions of the market, and then later on you need to go and just see the first benefits, the first advantages. What we have here is a lot more urgent for investments on renewables compared to the investments on hydrocarbons. Let us not forget that hydrocarbons are 50 or 100 miles away from the nearest shore. At least the ones that we're talking about now. There might be some which are closer at the future point. There's also concern offshore. Yeah, let's just leave hydrocarbons on one side. The investments on renewables, one of the most important things that was done by the Commission, because we need to talk about the positives of European policy, is that it's been based on our law and based also on the EU law, which prevails. The EU law is for the benefit of public interest. So these are investments which are prioritized over other investment categories. If you want to build a house, for example, that's not automatically an investment of public interest, an Airbnb, for example, or any other investment. So therefore, I believe that from an institutional point of view, I think investments are very well protected when it comes to renewables. The other ones, or the other investments, are protected due to the fact that they're quite a long way away, and therefore we need to look at the actual data for hydrocarbons. I normally say that we are in a country that has one of the strictest environmental law, which is the EU law, with a few exceptions of some US states, and which at the same time has one of the strictest courts that with a greater degree of experience in environmental matters. Therefore, I'm not concerned about the objective aspect of the environmental licensing, but what I am concerned about is the political aspect and the theory, the whole kind of not in my backyard theory. This is something that I often say in Parliament. I always say that I don't know of a single place in Greece that doesn't have natural beauty, archaeological resources, and tourism, history, and at the same time emotion. If you find one place in Greece that's missing any of these things, so given all these facts, if we base our decision more on emotional criteria, then we're not going to go ahead with any of these investments anyway. So therefore, our approach is a more scientific approach based on the implementation of EU law. Mr. Minister, thank you very much. It's been very enlightening, the discussion that we've just had. Of course, we could be talking for hours with the Minister, who, as we understand, he likes giving a more analytical framework, all the things that we've talked about, and we'd like to thank him for that. And we continue now with the rest of our conference. Thank you.
Η ενέργεια που αξίζει και μας πηγαίνει όλους μπροστά. Η ενέργεια του μέλλοντος είναι εκείνη που παράγουμε, παρέχουμε, αξιοποιούμε, καθαρά και έξυπνα. Για εμάς στη Volton, καθαρά σημαίνει ηλεκτρική ενέργεια και φυσικό αέριο με σεβασμό στο περιβάλλον και την αειφορία. Και έξυπνα σημαίνει έξυπνα συνδυαστικά προγράμματα που απαντούν σε κάθε σύγχρονη ανάγκη νοικοκυριών, επαγγελματιών και επιχειρήσεων. Καθαρά και έξυπνα σημαίνει πιο καθαρό περιβάλλον μέσα από την έξυπνη αξιοποίηση των ανανεώσιμων πηγών ενέργειας, καλύπτοντας τη συνεχώς αυξανόμενη ζήτηση για πράσινη ενέργεια. Καθαρά και έξυπνα σημαίνει να ανοίγουμε διαρκώς τους ορίζοντές μας σε νέους τομείς, νέες ιδέες, νέες δραστηριότητες, υλοποιώντας το πλάνο μας για την είσοδο στις τηλεπικοινωνίες με στόχο να προσφέρουμε σύγχρονες και καινοτόμες υπηρεσίες στους πελάτες μας.
Ναι.
Now by Konstantinos Nikolaou. He's a petroleum geologist, vice president of Energy, and we hear that he's going to retire soon. And the title is Hydrocarbon Exploration and Production in the Eastern Mediterranean, Reserves, Infrastructure and Markets as Geopolitical Factors. Thank you so much for being with us.
Εδώ. Καλησπέρα σε όλους.
Good afternoon to you all. The question that was asked to the minister about the hydrocarbons was answered on the basis of renewables. But I am one of the bad guys, the petroleum guys. And since we heard a lot of things about renewables, I'd like to take you now to the Eastern Mediterranean. You have heard a lot of things happening there. We hear that explorations are being done. What is the picture? I have a slide here that I would like us to delve upon. 20 years ago, the United States Geological Service carried out a survey on the Eastern Mediterranean, and according to that, there could be 223 TCF in the Herodotus Basin and 122 TCF in the Levantine Basin. Now, the technology has advanced a lot. More than 1,000 meters could be the wells. Now, 3,000 meters can be drilled. And that is how the game started. A lot of surveys have been conducted, and you have heard a lot of figures. And I am talking here about actual figures. From 2011 until today, 7 drillings have been carried out. 380 to 420 BCM have been found in Cyprus. 6 is the consumption of Greece. 1,200 BCM are the Israel that has been found. There's a lot of consumption. There's a lot. They have a lot of history in explorations in Israel. So these are the figures in our wider area. Now let us see where hydrocarbons can take us to. A lot has been said. They could come to Europe, the largest market. You may have heard about EastMed, but have you seen EastMed until today? Why not? We will talk about that later. This gas could be liquefied in Israel, but the Israelis said they were not in the position to carry out such projects. And you understand that due to the presence of Hamas, it would be too precarious. Turkey would be another possibility, and most importantly, Egypt, that has infrastructure. So there are a lot of options, but behind each of these pathways, there is a number of geopolitical challenges. Egypt has the largest advantage. It has a big market. It also has ready-made liquefaction centers. Now, why is not everything channeled to there? It is because of the prices. The prices in that region are very low, whereas in Europe, the prices are much higher. Now, you have the Turkish market. Turkey is a huge market, and it can pay, but it is confronted with geopolitical challenges. Israel and Turkey have a history of disputes. Now, Cyprus, as you know, is occupied. The northern part of Cyprus is under occupation. So there are different pathways, but each pathway is linked to a number of geopolitical challenges. Now, let us look at the markets, the infrastructure and the markets. Where will this gas be channeled to? Let us take a glimpse of the situation the planet has about 200 trillion cubic meters. And now Egypt has indeed 2.2 to 2.3 trillion cubic meters. The production is about 68 and consumption is about 62. There's a question mark here because Egypt may have higher consumption. Recently, Egypt stopped the operation of an electricity plant. Gas is like bread. Whatever happens may destabilize it. And I want to remind you that the Muslim brothers fell when the gas production dropped. Now, Israel has reserves in the order of 1.1 to 1.2, and then production TCM, and production is 20.5 BCM. Production went up due to natural gas. The surplus is channeled, is exported to Egypt and Jordan. Libya has reserves. There's a peculiar facility there. Now, Cyprus does not have the infrastructure. And now let us go on to the large countries of interest. Russia has the largest reserves in the world. And it has a surplus. It produces surplus gas and also exports. Now, after the invasion to Ukraine, it has still been exporting. You know that Europe has a huge market. Consumption is about 400 BCM. Now, the USA has reserves that are quite limited compared to the other regions, but it has started now it has become autonomous. It has a surplus of gas to export. And this is not the conventional gas, it is the shale gas that I'd like to talk about later on. And it is interesting because it is linked with the question of LNG and Europe. Now, we also have Iran with reserves of 34, 35 TCM. Let me now focus on Israel. Israel can produce 15 to 20 BCM in excess currently. This excess production, the surplus, is exported to Egypt and Jordan to a certain extent, and there's still a surplus. But you need to invest in order to export further gas. Due to the war in the region, there have not been any measures taken. Now, internally, Israel does not want to export all this gas because the prices are low, and this is beneficial to their industry. They have low inflation, and they are afraid that if they exported all the gas, then that would have an impact on their financial situation. And I would like now to comment on an overestimated reserve in the Mediterranean, the so-called Zohr, Egypt's Zohr. There had been a lot of expectations initially. They thought it would be 33 BCF cubic feet. It was not, and Egypt needs urgently gas. Egypt also needs stability. These are all factors that play a role as to where the gas goes to. Now, in Europe, they deal with renewables, so this is not a priority. This is the East Med. Only Israel has gas. Still, it has not channeled any gas into this pipeline. 10 BCM is the quantity, whereas the plans had been initially for 400 BCM. It would not have saved Europe, though. Europe had been taking its gas from Russia to the largest majority. Now, Turkey is a large market of 55 BCM. It has huge networks and infrastructure, and it also pays. Recently, reserves were found in the Black Sea, but they can account for about 10% of the Turkish needs. The rest is imported from Russia and Iran. Russia mainly. I had written an article that sounded a bit crazy during the civil war in Syria. I had said that in 15 days, Turkey will be embracing Russia, and this indeed happened because there are strong dependencies. Now, why does Cyprus not produce any gas yet, although they have reserves? There are, you have the CNI group that has interest in Egypt, then Chevron, which is present in Israel. Aphrodite is a satellite field of Leviathan. And then there's also ExxonMobil, another group that is not in the position to support the infrastructure. And also, Cyprus has a geopolitical problem. I'm going to talk about that later on. A few words about shale gas. As if it was a miracle, after the EU measures were taken against Russia to stop the gas. They also sabotaged the Nord Stream pipeline. Now, these are not small reserves. The technology can reach 1,100 to 1,200 BCM. The Americans were ready to produce, but, and as if it was a miracle, when the Russian issue started, the Americans started to supply Europe with gas. So everyone was looking for natural gas and not for renewables, and they paid for that. Mr. Sarandopoulos told you $350 per megawatt hour. So they had to pay a lot for this venture. So gas is here to stay. This is shale gas, and I can tell you that the technology is advancing. It is advancing at a place where they have a lot of know-how. Now, shale gas was discovered by chance by another Greek, Yorgos Paraskevopoulos. There are statues of him everywhere in the US. He found the way to produce gas in a way that otherwise you would have to wait for millions of years to produce. Now let's go back to our region, Greece. Why is nothing happening? Because we have the problems with Turkey. All the problems are linked with hydrocarbons. Now, you have the map of Seville, which you can see on the left-hand side. This is the potential exclusive economic zone of Greece on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side, you can see the map of the blue homeland, the Turkish doctrine. This is not something new. 50 years ago, in 1973-74, when I was starting my career, there were claims over 50% of the Aegean. This is the Aegean map according to the Blue Homeland Doctrine. Now, what happened is that technology changed and advanced. It could go deeper, and Turkey was also in the position to explore the maritime depths, and they can do so with these specialized ships. 4 years ago, in 2020, there was a lot of intention with the race in the Mediterranean. In 1976, there were also tensions with Turkey, and this still goes on. Today, there's a moratorium. It seems that for Turkey, it is a strategic goal to implement the Blue Homeland Doctrine, and this affects us also in offshore wind parks. We could not make an offshore spatial plan because the maritime zones have not been clarified yet. They have not been defined yet. There's a lot of wind in the Aegean, but we cannot harness it. Now, a lot of explorations have been carried out by Turkey. And behind these explorations, there was Turkish petroleum. There's a recent exploration in the area of Anaximenis near Castellorizon Island. It's a region that is potentially belonging to the Greek exclusive economic zone. Now, Greece has defined its exclusive economic zones with Italy. It has carried out some surveys. The region of Crete can be seen in orange color. It is managed by ExxonMobil. But the question is not whether there will be discovery of gas or not. If they can carry out the drillings, they will find gas. It is more a question of sovereign rights. So they won't let Greece exercise its sovereign rights. And now I am going to my home country, which is Cyprus. In red, we can see the blocks that have been conceded by the Turkish Republic, and that is where ExxonMobil, EMI, and Total, the large groups, are working. In light green are the places or the areas that are being claimed by Turkey, and it is not only the northern Cypriot area that is being claimed, which is close to the occupied area, it is also the southern place, and only a small area has been left, according to them, to the Turkish Republic to manage. And of course, the Turkish say that we co-manage those areas that are both Greek and Turkish, or Cypriot and Turkish. So what I mean to say is that there are large geopolitical challenges in the area. And I'd like to finish with this slide. I listened very carefully to all the presentations, especially I listened to the minister and what he had to say about the green transition. These are the positions that a few days ago were presented by the CEO of Saudi Aramco in the US. So this is what is happening on the planet, because this is global. It's not about Greece or Europe. We do not have curtains that separate the atmosphere of Greece to the rest of the world. So we have to look at these global issues. I want to present them here as a matter of further concern. In the last 20 years, $9.5 trillion were invested in renewables. 9.5 trillion, I repeat. Wind and solar energy are slightly over 4%, I repeat, 4% of the global energy balance, with the investments that have been carried out. Fossil fuels have dropped from 83 to 80%, which means they lost 3%. The security of supply is the issue number one. So, in other words, with 9.5 trillion investments in renewables, fossil fuels lost a share of 3% in all these years. So what needs to happen to replace fossil fuels and to reduce emissions? Can the renewables, the way that we know them, do that with all these investments? And I would like to turn now to energy efficiency. Energy efficiency was able to reduce the consumption of fossil fuels by 90 million barrels per day. What did the renewables do? They limited consumption by 15 million. This means that measures need to be taken. I have been in this job for 50 years. I have not seen the energy yet that will be able to replace the volumes of energy that are needed. So what we know today is, or rather, we gather in these conferences. I was a secretary at the Energy Council in 1990, and there were no private persons back then to deal with these issues. Today, I'm happy to see the private sector dealing with these issues. But in 1985, a public servant said, or rather expressed the opinion that wind is not a fuel, is not a type of fuel. Wind is not a type of fuel. Developing countries account for 80% of the world population, and they drive global demand. They are the ones who want and need oil and gas, and they are the ones who generate emissions. So it is a global issue. It's not an issue of Greece or Europe. They have to find the technologies that will replace those emissions of fossil fuels. So hydrocarbons and fossil fuels can cover these needs. I am about to retire. I really hope that the technology will be found to substitute this necessary evil, as I would like to call it. Thank you.
Κάθε νέο αύριο είναι μια ευκαιρία να ξεπεράσουμε το σήμερα. Με την τεράστια εμπειρία και τεχνογνωσία μας από εκατομμύρια χθες, διοχετεύουμε όλη μας την ενέργεια σε κάθε νέα πρόκληση. Η καινοτομία είναι ο τρόπος να ξεπερνάμε τον εαυτό μας κάθε μέρα. Ξέρουμε ότι το αύριο δεν μπορεί να είναι το ίδιο για όλους. Γι' αυτό και προσεγγίζουμε ξεχωριστά το όραμα κάθε εταιρείας και μαζί δημιουργούμε ένα μέλλον ειδικά για αυτήν. Με μεγάλη εμπειρία και τεχνογνωσία στα έργα ανανεώσιμων πηγών ενέργειας, στην ανάπτυξη και διαχείριση της ηλεκτροκίνησης, στον σχεδιασμό πλάνων εξοικονόμησης και EPC και στη διαχείριση της ενέργειας. Με προσήλωση στον άνθρωπο, το περιβάλλον και τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη. Πριν το μεγάλο μέλλον, βάζουμε το μικρό. Αυτό που βρίσκεται μέσα σε κάθε μας κίνηση, σε κάθε μας απόφαση, σε κάθε μας ιδέα. Σε κάθε αύριο που ξεκινάμε για να κάνουμε τον κόσμο λίγο καλύτερο. Γιατί τι άλλο είναι το μέλλον, αν όχι πολλά αύριο μαζί. Ixion, Powering the Future, με τη δυναμική του ομίλου AVAX.
Λοιπόν,
Okay, we just continue, and we're now moving to the final section of this conference, which is a very broad topic. It has 3 presentations, and then it's going to be followed by a panel related to renewables. It's about the new landscape in renewables, including all the issues of curtailments, limitations, and participations in exchange and energy exchange, all the issues that concern the sector of renewables. We're going to start with the presentation by Mr. Yannis Angelou, who's a brand development manager of Helexpo, is going to talk about the first big international fair in Thessaloniki related to smart and green energy. And straight after Mr. Angelou, we can just have the rest of the speakers of the panel. Not sure if you can hear me. Thank you very much for the invitation. Always honored to be here. I'd just like to talk about the weather first, because I just came from Thessaloniki and I was very surprised to come here and just find that summer weather, 30 degrees, before we've even had any spring. I was coming back from Kastoria the other day when I was reading the 33 degrees we've had in Kanya, when Kastoria the temperature did not exceed 12 degrees. At the same time, we look at the dangers for Europe due to climate change, or the major disaster news is the new normality, according to the European Agency for the Environment, and they say that this is the last, the final wake-up call. We are at a critical point in an effort for sustainable development journey that requires our active participation. And everything that were mentioned by Mr. Nicolaou earlier, a future where our energy needs are fully covered by renewables. And our economy is developed based on a model of reusing and recycling, contributing to the welfare of the planet. This was the driving force behind developing the Forward Green Helexpo in 2023, and through this to create the international fair on green and smart energy. The first event was organized a few days ago. From a market point of view, renewable energy tech came to cover a very important gap to satisfy a need of the market with Helexpo, with a long experience in the organization of such conferences, and of course who we had with us, it was the collaboration of the biggest information portal on issues of energy, Energypress, that is hosting this event here today. So therefore, from Forward Green led to the very first conference on green and clean energy. And it was back in November when we first announced this new event. Today, from the Power and Gas Forum, we can talk about the impact of this first event. What we achieved during those 3 days, during this exhibition of the cyclical economy, and as well as the International Fair for Smart and Clean Energy. It was more than doubled the number of exhibitors as well as the exhibition space, while the number of visitors was tripled. And both fairs attracted more than 210 exhibitors, and this shows that the establishment of the second fair after the cyclical economy fair was an immediate result of that. Those two fairs created a platform for promoting innovation and technology in sectors such as biomass and biogas and PV panels and geothermy, the energy storage, hydrogen, green gases, e-mobility, saving and smart management applications. But we did not, it was not only limited to this. In 2 days there were more than 200 B2B meetings connecting many companies from 18 different countries. It's this kind of structured networking that gave a stigma of success of that fair to promote this business connection which are necessary for any development of the sector. From the Helexpo, we had Helexpo dialogues. We opened a dialogue in the issue of cyclic economy, biomass and bio-waste, together with Energypress and RAI, as well as the Greek German Chamber of Industry Commerce. You can find videos from these presentations at the website of that fair. In the 3 days of those two events, there were more than 253 parallel events that were attended by more than 2,500 people. Sustainability has always been in the heart of cyclical economy and remains such in the fair and with the initiative Zero Waste, and as well as an art exhibition that was part of that event. But of course, what couldn't be missing was a discussion about the issues and the concerns of the market. The concerns of the market relating to when this market is going to peak in Greece. Some people say in 1 to 2 years. Some people say about 3 to 4 years. And this is where there's going to be like a little flattening. There's going to be a plateau in the market, at least as far as the big projects are concerned. Of course, they're also going to be the household, the domestic PV systems. So how do we respond to this concern? We didn't create this fair with such a short-term horizon of 2 or 3 or 4 years. So in order to give this a response, we need to look up, we need to look to the north, where we are closer as Thessaloniki, which is also the hosting city for this event. So we use that advantage, the geographical advantage of Thessaloniki with its proximity to Balkan countries. And if Greece reaches that peak, then Bulgaria is still behind, and even more so if we look at countries like Albania and Serbia and Romania, countries that we traditionally have aimed at through marketing activities, and one can see that the renewable energy tech is something that is here to stay. The efforts that have been made for this kind of extroversion brought some results, because we had a very large number of participants from many different countries. The businesses that I mentioned earlier, I need to say that there was like a 50-50 split between Greek and foreign businesses, and that's very important because it just shows the willingness of businesses from Balkan countries to participate in these events. But we also had many commercial visitors for countries such as North Macedonia, Bulgaria, Serbia, Romania, and even Turkey. In 2025, for the next event of renewable energy tech, we're going to look at the internationalization. We're already working on collaborations with different bodies and companies in Balkan and Southeast European countries, promoting the communication with the different authorities in these countries, and promoting So while looking forward, if you look at 2025, the exhibition is going to be in 13th to the 15th of March in 2025, and we need to say here that the success of a particular event can be evaluated at the end of a previous one. I can say already that we have participation requests for renewable energy tech of 2025 from companies that were not there as exhibitors, but they came as visitors, or they've seen the impact of these fairs and they've come into contact with us because they'd like to participate in our next event, or exhibitors who participated this year and they're renewing their participation also for the event of 2025. I'd like to say that these two fairs are not, this is just a catalyst for change that I'm calling everyone to be a part of. These expos are always based on a sort of first come first served basis. So therefore, I'd like to urge you to express your willingness to participate, and we just see some kind of videos from this year's event. Thank you.
Λοιπόν, ευχαριστούμε πολύ τον...
Thank you, Mr. Angelou. I was there and I can confirm that there was an impressive presence of exhibitors, but also visitors. Two things that I was impressed of were that all the countries to the north of Greece see Thessaloniki as their financial capital, and there was a strong presence of investors and interested parties from Albania, Bulgaria, Romania, Serbia, North Macedonia. I heard it being said again and again that Thessaloniki is an economic capital for them. And secondly, in those 2 days, the things that we talked about are linked to issues like smart energy and to the electrification of our activities, either e-vehicles or smart homes, self-consumption. All this is handled also at the exhibition, at the fair. So these are the services and products that were presented there and that are also of interest to us. Now, I would like to call Evangelos Gazis, head of Southeastern Europe at Aurora Energy Research. I'd like to call him at the podium, then Mr. Biskos, Ladakakos, Lumakis, and Kiakidis, and Botsis. So please join this podium. And let's listen to Mr. Gazis first. You have the floor. Thank you, and I'd like to thank Energypress and you personally for the invitation. Evangelos Gazi, head of Aurora Energy Research, head of Southeastern Europe, and I'm here to talk about our long-term outlook for power prices and PPAs in Greece and the implications for RES and battery storage. Before I start, I'd like to introduce you to Aurora. Aurora is one of the largest forecast and data-driven intelligence companies for the global energy transition. The Athens office is one of the youngest in Europe, and our services cover the whole range of the energy spectrum, from hydrogen, carbon, natural gas, electric vehicles, grid and congestion storage, renewables and PPAs, and power markets. Now, what I'd like to focus on today is the investment landscape for renewables. Three main ways that renewables reach the markets. The traditional way are the subsidy schemes. In Greece, we had such support schemes based on output, or more recently, we have the contracts for difference, CFDs, that for 20 years provide stable revenues to the investors, which means that this can reduce the cost of investment and it can secure the revenue stability. Of course, this stability is quite limited, so the tenders that they participate in have strong competition. The investors are therefore looking at other ways to go to the market, either to have a full market exposure or to have long-term PPAs with a utility, a trader, or an industrial off-taker. Focusing on the full market exposure, there you may have higher revenues, but stability is not there, and this hampers lending. There are some benefits, but there's also the disadvantage of borrowing from the banks. Now, PPAs are a more recent, let's say, development. You have bilateral agreements for the delivery of power, offering price and volume certainty, and they prioritize also, or they give you priority to the grid access. Now, whether a PPA is good or not depends on its price. For merchant revenues and PPAs, it is the natural gas and the emissions prices that are relevant here. So now I'd like to go on to present Aurora forecasts about now the last 2 years. We have had outliers that influenced developments. We believe that this has not been the steady state of the market. We predict that in the next 3-4 markets there will be a balancing on the market, and after reaching a low, there will be a gradual increase in prices in the whole of Europe, and also equally an increase in demand of markets in Asia. So in the long term, we see a gas price in average of 35 euro per megawatt hour. Equally, for carbon prices, we predict that they will continue increasing, maybe exceed 100 euro in the next years, and they may reach 160 euro per by 2060 per ton. So here we see in orange the base low price. We can see how it has been influenced by gas in the last 2 years, but this is about to change in the long term. We see gas and carbon prices increasing, and then there's a drop since there is a gradual decoupling from carbon and gas prices. Another thing we see here is the blue and the green line. These are the prices for onshore wind and solar. And the trend here with the base low price is followed. On the other hand, there is a drop in the prices that is caused by the so-called cannibalization. This leads to a drop of the average, of the mean price in the system. And after 2040, it is more than 50%. Even though they are lower, these prices are higher than the price for manufacture of solar and wind. What about the gigawatts in the system. We are at 12 gigawatts installed capacity. By 2030, we predict 21 to 22 gigawatts, which is somewhat lower than the revised NECP, but still an ambitious plan. The reason why we are a bit below is linked to the time frames for offshore wind. Now, how will this capacity volume be reached? Altogether, there will be 3.5 gigawatts in the system, which means 5.5 gigawatts from the markets. They could be covered by PPAs, or they could go to the market directly. The question is how banks will handle these fully merchant assets. On this last issue of prices, this is influenced by the value of energy on the market. It is linked to the baseload price we showed before, and it is also linked with a series of other factors, one being the cannibalization, but also the hedging cost, the cost of hedging in forward markets, the price risk, meaning how different your outcome can be. It can be a low or a high scenario, and this will affect the outcome. And another factor is market calibration, because especially in Greece there's an imbalance between demand and or supply and demand. So what we call market calibration is a lower value of energy because of a surplus being present. In PPAs, another issue that plays a role are the risk discount reflecting other risk factors that are not explicitly priced into previously mentioned risk factors. So we have looked at various examples of PPAs. We have PV in green, wind in blue, and we see tenors of PPAs from 2 to 10 years, and starting from 2025 to 2027 ranging. And we see that wind is higher in price than solar, and this is because the lower rate of cannibalization. Secondly, PPAs with a longer duration have a lower value because of the predicted lowering of prices. And assets that are added 2 years later in PPAs have a lower value. For example, a 10-year PPA compared to a 2-year PPA may be even 14 euros cheaper. And from 2027 to 2025, we also will see quite a difference per megawatt hour. But why is it important to have a PPA? An asset that goes to the market without any borrowing will probably have a high cost of capital that may reach 11%, which means that if you increase the leveraging, this may reach 8%. In such a titulation of 70-30. This is something we have not seen yet in Greece. What we do see is that there's a willingness in other European countries to use such products. When there is a PPA, then the cost of capital is about 80%, which is 30% lower than a fully merchant asset. Finally, I'd like to talk a little bit about batteries, and here I have two different examples on the battery financials. We have a standalone battery below, and also a collocated asset which is being shared. It's sharing a RES asset. So how are the revenues allocated here? A collocated asset has a significantly higher IRR. We can see that the standalone has about 10% IRR. The same asset, when it is collocated with solar, may reach 12%. Why is that? Because certain revenues are unlocked. Some energy may be absorbed, which would be otherwise lost, but there are also some other benefits as well, like sharing some components such as grid connection, CAPEX and OPEX. So all this makes it possible to have a higher performance with collocated assets. Thank you for your attention.
Λοιπόν, ένα πολύτιμη γνώση.
Very important what we've just heard, and we're going to hear now from Mr. Biskas, who's going to primarily talk about curtailments. And the title of his intervention is The Economic Impact for Consumers and Suppliers from the Curtailments in the Renewables Operation. You have 15 minutes, Mr. Biskas. It is a great honor to be here with friends and colleagues. I'd like to thank Valeris for the invitation to talk about the great issue of curtailments. It is a great problem, and I'm going to explain what I mean. About 4 years ago, 3.5 years ago, in November 2020, I showed a similar analysis back in November, where we're forecasting, this is not particularly important, this is more about 24 itself. We predicted that this is going to be the energy mix in the country. There's going to be some amount of natural gas, as you see in yellow, and green is renewables. This is the forecast back then, and then of course the pumped storage in red, so there's not a huge deviation from what we see here. And we'd also talked about curtailments up to 500 megawatts on a typical April day. If you remember, this was in April 2025. We'll see, however, how the current situation is, which differs slightly from what we see here. And back then we predicted in 2020 that by 2030 this is the kind of energy portfolio we're going to have, where renewables are going to overwhelm the market and they're going to be producing at all times. Gases are going to be limited, and of course we're going to have lower degree of import, higher exports, and of course higher degree of storage. And of course we have talked about curtailments of up to 1,500 megawatts on that typical day of April. Let's see what's happening now. This is the situation that we have at the moment. We have connection terms from the ministry, both from the Ministry of Admier, which are a total of 28 gigawatts. We're expecting more gigawatts to receive connection terms. And there was also a reserve of electrical space for the 2 gigawatts of offshore. We're not going to have any electrified stations. The national plan goal is 3.1 gigawatts up to 2030. These are going to be given through the various calls to tender in 1.3 to 1.5 gigawatts, and supposedly there's going to be another 1 gigawatts through batteries and renewables stations. And of course, we have the And of course, we have the hydro pump projects, which is where the goal of the national plan is at 2.5 gigawatts up to 2030. But of course, it is still unknown how these are going to be financed or not. I do have my concerns. I do have some doubts, with the exception of one project of PPC. Let's now look at the last week. The 23rd of March. This is the ISP prediction by ADMIE. There's not a big deviation in real time. So if you look at renewables here in green color, hydro units with blue, and gases, which had a very strong presence on that particular day in the operation of the system, and with a darker green, you can just see the renewables curtailments. So therefore we started with the curtailments on Saturday. This was the picture that we saw on Sunday. Many of you who use renewables might have seen it. We had an overcapacity that translated to 2.5 gigawatts of curtailments in the country. ADMIE, of course, is in a better position to tell us. And then on Monday, based on the forecasts, we had around 1,200 to 1,300 megawatt curtailments as a result of the overcapacity during the afternoon hours. On Thursday, and so that I just showed like a normal weekday, yesterday, we also had curtailments of around 500, 600 megawatts, which obviously they were around in the afternoon. We also had pumping up to 200 megawatts, and we also had some export. And today, on a Friday, we also had curtailments of around 600 to 700 megawatts. Some of you might know that already before. So what's the situation? We see that on an average weekday, we have what we expected back in 2020. We're talking about curtailments of 600 to 700 megawatts, which is bad for producers, but it's exactly what we expected without having storage. And of course, even now in 2024, we do not have storage. And we do not have storage because so far we have not, the ministry has not taken the necessary steps in order to give the opportunity to investors to develop storage projects within the energy market. If you can, you know that the kind of simulation models that we use in terms of forecasts for the future, and especially for investors. So therefore, we've used a simulation for April 2030 based on the goals of the national plan. And you can see here a typical day in April, again a typical day, a weekday, not a weekend. And in order to not be biased, I've chosen a day with very low wind. So wind farms were around 900 to 1,000 megawatts, which for 2030 is low. So on that typical day, you can just see that an overcapacity of around 10 gigawatts due to the presence of PVs and other technologies. And we have the hydro units together with the batteries that you can see in blue, dark blue color. But we also have the exports, which reach 3 gigawatts. So we believe that the interconnections will be even greater based on the 10-year development plan of ADMIE. So therefore we believe that the Egyptian interconnection and the Green Aegean interconnection might not be there because it might be a little bit later. The Cyprus interconnection is assumed that it is there, and of course we use all the interconnections in the Aegean islands. Therefore we will have input from Cyclades, from the Dodecanese in Crete, and therefore we're looking at 6,500 megawatts per hour. In this slide, we can just see that there is an excess curtailment of around 3.8 to 4 gigawatts. Even with the national plan goals, there will be excess energy because the goals of the targets are very conservative. It is known to everyone, and it's been already mentioned by many of the speakers, both yesterday and today, that the only way to absorb the renewable energy is interconnections and storage. We do need to develop interconnections. It's particularly useful, and that's something that we're going to see in the next slide. And we also need to develop storage. The question that is raised here is what is the benefit from each interconnection and what is the benefit from each storage station? Before we answer this question, we need to take into account that if we also include the Egyptian interconnection, the surplus that we're going to have in the afternoon hours goes up to 7.8 gigawatts, which is a great, it's very high for Greek standards. This is the monthly generation mix based on the simulation model. We can just see the participation of renewables with a 20% of participation of all the other sources. Let's now look at with the vulnerability analysis. What happens if we just add another 500 megawatts or 4.1 and so on and so forth? The analysis showed that for every 500 megawatts of new batteries that we introduce beyond the national plan targets, we avoid around 400 to 500 megawatts of curtailments, depending on the time of storage. Of course, what we calculated here is a 3-hour storage, which is in between the 2 and the 4. We also avoid 308 of curtailments from renewables. With these statistics, let's just look at what the damage is for consumers. From the analysis and various calculations that have been carried out based on the simulation results, is that for every megawatt hour that we do not use, there is an annual damage for consumers that goes up to 218 to 250 million euros, because we're not only losing from the megawatt hours that are not being used, but also by the fact that the storage plants can import, and therefore they can actually further reduce the cost for consumers. So therefore the total benefit, the total damage from the fact that we do not have sufficient targets as part of the national plan is of that level, as we see on an annual basis. The curtailments, as you can see on the very first bullet of this slide, for 2030 are 4 to 6 terawatt hours in that basic scenario. So therefore, if we multiply that with the 17 euros per rejected megawatt hours, and we actually look at the balancing indexing that we have with competition of batteries, we get to the 200 millions that we were talking about before. The 250 millions referred only to 2030, and as the years go on, 2031 to 32 or 2040, the benefit is even greater for obvious reasons that you all understand. The increase of installed capacity and battery stations, would they have a satisfactory area? Because somebody might come and say, we're going to have additional batteries. I'm going to have the right area without the... Based on our calculations, this is going to be the net benefit. It's going to be more than 7%. So based on all these facts, I'd like to look at an analysis on who loses and who benefits if we have more interconnections or more storage stations. Let's look at the left side of this slide, who's gaining. ADMIE would have a better means for better management of the system in real time. ADMIE has a very difficult role to play and is very good at managing this on a daily basis because the higher renewables uptake requires a much better monitoring system by ADMIE. Therefore, it has a very difficult role to play. And as the years go on without storage, their role is going to become even harder. ADMIE will be happy if they had storage so that they could manage the stops and the congestion and the excess, the surplus of energy in the afternoon. The renewables producers would not have curtailments, obviously. The industry, when they have a PPA with the renewables, that the industry starts buying from the supplier. So therefore you can understand why the industry would lose revenues. So renewables also avoids curtailments. They would be happier if they had some storage stations so that they can avoid any deviations. Consumers, we showed earlier in the previous slide, that they can avoid the cost of up to 150 millions per year. Therefore, we have two options. One is to have the curtailments and have the cost rolling over to the consumer, as might be the decision of the Commission in 1 or 2 months. And the other option is to have merchant storage stations, which will not be subsidized, and they will also help us to avoid the losses of 250 millions per year. The solution is obvious in terms of which one is better. So who's losing from the non-existence of storage stations in the country? That's a question that needs to be answered by the ministry, and why they blocked the whole procedure for storage systems. Moving on to conclusions. So with the curtailments, the cost for the end consumer is significantly higher. There is a solution, and the solution is a greater transfer capacity for interconnections. This is something that is going to be matured over a period of 6, 7, 8 years, and a greater degree of interconnections that can be matured a lot faster. The proposals to the ministry is immediate unblocking of the process for receiving connection terms with own funds, and also increasing the efforts for strengthening the interconnections. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ τον κύριο Μπίσκα. Νομίζω ήταν...
Thank you, Mr. Biskas. I think that this was interesting and very useful. If I understood correctly, Mr. Biskas, you're saying that the goal of installing batteries under the NECP should be revised as soon as possible upwards. Now, what would be the threshold, the ceiling? Because I guess that we cannot have unlimited batteries. Have you calculated that? My analysis was for additional 3 gigawatts. Of course, if it is less than 3, then it will be profitable. If it is more than 3, we can also do that analysis if we are invited to. Thank you very much. You can stay with us and you can intervene if necessary in the discussion. Now, I will not make an introduction in this panel. We have had a lot of impulses and food for thought. Mr. Ladakakos has the floor. Thank you, Thodoris. It's Friday afternoon. We're about to close this conference. Usually we close in an optimistic way, and I don't want to have a pessimistic closing. However, this is an exercise that does not have easy ways to solve them. The problem is not enlarged yet, but we need to work fast and efficiently, because as times go by, as years go by, things might be worse. Now, 2-3 years ago, the first curtailments started by ADMIE, and back then, in this forum, we had quantified the curtailments and we had pinpointed the need for an appropriate mix of renewables. And we had also spoken about these noon hours. Today, we are based on fresh data, and we are monitoring the wind parks. Curtailments are not more than 2% according to our data. At least it is, the curtailments are not higher than that. Of course, there are differences from one wind farm to another. Now, ADMIE says that this number is 1%. Now, both of us are speaking the truth. It's just that we are speaking about the high capacity wind parks. And here, there's one asymmetry. Today, there are 5.5 gigawatts that are being monitored by ADMIE and can be curtailed, and 7.5 at the ADMIE, most of them wind parks, whereas the others are photovoltaics. What we have heard is that from 7.5 gigawatts, 1.5 can undergo curtailment. Now, in the past, I was unfair. The most of the projects are not only curtailed, they, as Mr. Biskas showed us these last days, and April is a month of low demand for energy. So in these days where we had significant curtailments, there were medium voltage installations that were violently curtailed by just putting down, turning the off button or pressing the off button. Now, this is an issue not to be discussed right now, but it is very significant. The medium voltage projects are experiencing unfairness, and there are a lot of projects under the radar. This is a phenomenon that will continue to exist, and it will also be intensified when we have more batteries and pump hydro. This will become even more intense. The critical issue is, now people say that renewables should also undergo risks. Now, renewables don't have regulated prices, and the problem is not whether the performance will be high or low. And sometimes this performance has been negative. The question is more that of predictability. What is the cap of curtailments that can be taken into account in the business plan? What curtailments can be predicted? Mr. Biskas, you spoke of 70 euros per megawatt hour. I believe that the cost of the lost megawatt hour is much higher, and this is linked to the compensation. Have you calculated the compensation for lost megawatt hours? Because the EU regulation that is also implemented in grids provides for a certain compensation for lost megawatt hours. Whether this compensation will be paid by ADMIE, the state, or anyone else is of secondary importance. And we're not saying that ADMIE should take on the responsibility. The critical issue is that a certain extent of curtailments must be compensated. And there was a projection in the 4951 law, or 4951. According to the provisions of that law, curtailments to wind farms should be compensated up to 30% of the sales price for the first year, and then there was scaling up until 100%. You should keep that in mind. It is important for the investment security, and it's also relevant with regard to the overnight changes to legislation. This should stop at some point. I don't want to tire you too much, just a few more comments. Projects that have a set point have the problem of static curtailments, which means that during noon hours, wind farms should not produce more than 65%. Why? If we have a day that you don't have sunshine and there is demand in the system, why not have a limited operation of wind farms? This is something that we repeat again and again. It has to change. And one last comment is about the arrangements to be made by the state to reduce curtailments. Curtailments will be part of our reality, but they should be minimized as much as possible, because it's important for us who want to implement projects in the next decades. Mr. Biskas mentioned storage, export, and the right mix is equally important. And I want to remind you of a study we had carried out 2 years ago with the NTUA and Mr. Stavros Papathanasiou, the professor there. We pointed out how important it is to have the right energy mix in the country. I cannot imagine 2030 with 20 plus gigawatts of photovoltaics in the country. What will happen with the curtailments? The exports around those hours is not the automatic solution, because you cannot be sure that the neighboring countries will need energy those hours, because those neighboring countries have also been deploying renewables. So there will be this plethora of renewables being deployed in the wider area. A balanced mix is for the benefit of PV because there will be this balanced mix, there will be less for PV. Now, Mr. Kimon Botsis has the floor from Ixion, the general manager, Ixion Energy. This company has a tradition and experience from Volterra, a company with a long-standing experience in renewables. Now you are starting over again. So you are aware of the difficulties that may arise in the beginning. What is your take on the difficulties that may be encountered by a company?
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm just going to talk on behalf of the investor who has some experience and that can be seen as a startup, and as a shareholder that is limited. We can only do what we can do. But under that prism, by looking at this new renewables landscape, we need to see what we are able to do, just like any other investor. I don't have a PowerPoint presentation. I think many of the things that I wanted to mention have already been mentioned by the other speakers. I just want to take three things as given. The supply security is something that needs to be there. The stability, also the stability of the energy mix, whether that's storage, renewables, and also the minimization of the energy cost for the benefit of the end consumer. Based on this, and given that we live in a regulated environment, as set out in the National Plan and in COP28, I think the plan is particularly optimistic. We heard yesterday that by 2045 we're going to have a triple. The demand for RES is going to be triple to what we have today. It's too early to know, but in order to have that, we need to have storage and offshore and all forms of renewables. However, renewables are long-term private investments, and they have a lot of pressure on their capex because of any other kind of sort of ad hoc natural disasters. That yes, it might be ad hoc, but it does change their business plan and the capex. They also have pressures on their opex because of low pricing and curtailments. And we need to see whether all these investments, the old investments, are going to be sustainable and whether the new ones are bankable. And we need to find new revenue streams in order to counterbalance all these decreases in their returns. This all needs to be done within a regulatory framework that also offers some stability. We're not interested what exactly is happening, but as long as it's stable and it doesn't change all the time. All this, of course, is very much linked to demand, and essentially we need to find what's the kind of base capacity. Renewables without any exports and without storage, all this kind of cross-border interconnection, that doesn't make any sense. Storage and renewables are going to be the new thermal units that we had before. So just like Pandelis mentioned, we need to accelerate the connection terms for storage beyond various tenders. There are projects that can move ahead, and of course the grids need to be upgraded, and also the interconnections need to be upgraded. Also, to minimize the energy cost for the end consumer, we've heard about the bilateral contracts, PPAs and everything. This is, yes, to the direction of reducing the cost. However, this is a transition. The best thing would be to have renewables going to all the forms of balancing markets. And this will also be good for competition and will help with this transition to PPAs. In the long term, and this is quite complex and it's already been mentioned, it can have a positive, the demand side management can also have a positive impact. In other words, that we can actually, so therefore we have various challenges ahead of us. Firstly, because we don't have, the PPAs are not advanced enough to see how they work in real conditions. Storage is at zero and the demand is stable, it's constant. There's not, at least in the short term, we don't have any reasons to believe that it's going to go up. So therefore, curtailments is going to be there. So the concerns for investors is this uncertainty with the connection terms, whether they're going to, whether curtailments are going to be used if storage is not something that is going to become an option. Well, how these are going to be financed? Are these business plans are going to be sustainable, or these areas that they had years ago, that these are now dead? And also the national plan is very optimistic, is very much based on offshore, and of course we're positive about offshore, but the issue is that we're in Greece, and it's something that was mentioned by the minister, and they might have the same problems that with the onshore, with the delays and the problems, and in the end there will be delays and they do not happen, and therefore what these gigawatts are going to be replaced by what. There are also of course technical problems that require shipyards and port facilities, etc. So therefore in 2030 is very close. It's tomorrow, and that's why we need to do these things immediately and start looking at 2050. I'm going to go back to what you were talking about financing, from the experience that you have and the relationship that you have with the banks, etc. Is there a way out, given the circumstances, for new projects? Can one find the right amount of financing? I didn't see anyone in any of the panels, a representative from a financial institution who can talk about how we can finance projects such as batteries or any other projects. So therefore, these are not mature enough. Maybe people are just, yes, but it is a central issue, isn't it? The fact that they now have to find a way to, to find the right financing. Yes, there is a lot of uncertainty when it comes to business plans, and maybe that's why they're not going ahead. Maybe Mr. Kyriakidis, maybe you can just go through your presentation, and then we can just go to Mr. Roumakis.
Mr. Kyriakidis represents New Energy Partners, which is a fund, so to speak. It is a Greek energy transition fund. There are private investors from Greece and abroad. I think we are the only financial representative in this conference, and we are dealing with the whole spectrum of energy transition, of green transition, renewable energy sources, energy efficiency, natural gas, and new technologies that includes microgrids, demand-side management, etc. Some are more mature, others are just passé. Now, some words to summarize what we heard being said in the panel and during this two-day conference. We've seen the numbers again and again. We seem to be heading towards a grid saturation. I don't have the numbers of 23. It must be about 50% on an annual basis. By 2040 will be 80%. There's a question mark as to whether this is possible. Now, the investors are concerned about zero electricity prices. This is not seen only in Spain, but also in Germany and even Sweden, where sunshine is not that widespread. So this is a question mark for business plans. It makes such investments not secure. Now, 7% was mentioned as performance by the professor. I think that it's rather optimistic, especially as far as standalone batteries are concerned. The prices seem to be dropping. They will drop even more after the next auction. Some are looking towards synergies and other targets. Now, behind the meter, storage still remains to be seen as to its financial merits, at least in Greece. From our point of view, the large players and the vertically integrated players can buy cheaper at low prices for producers through PPAs, and they can roll over these prices to consumers and industry, with some exceptions of large customers. Now, where is the market going from here? Those who have projects underway will have to head towards storage. They will have to go or tolerate the curtailments. I really don't understand the project of Egypt with the 7.8 megawatts or gigawatts. Someone should explain that to me. The way to get away from this is, if you're an industry, to go towards self-production, but there you have the problem of the grid, because even if you install a cable, you have the putting certain conditions which are difficult to meet. I'm going now to net metering versus net billing. Theodoris said it before, that the market is shifting towards net billing. Surely this will be financially more difficult because of the zero prices for many hours during the day. And there too, you have again the grid connection issue. Will it be possible to get the terms of connection for net billing? All these factors lead to the following conclusions. First of all, the cost of investment should go down. Macroeconomically speaking, a main issue are the licenses. The developers are the ones who are selling the licenses to us, and they are trying to maximize the prices. Now, with today's prices for licenses, they are too high. In wind energy, it is difficult for me to explain what the picture is, but as far as we are concerned, the energy mix is very important. I think that we have focused a lot on photovoltaic, and this has reached its limits. We should look at other types of wind energy. Offshore is okay, but the costs are high, and the Undersecretary yesterday spoke about the independence of production. Hydropower. We have a lot of installations in Greece. We do not have as many as former Yugoslavia or Romania, but if you want to license a hydropower plant, it's like wanting to get a license for a nuclear plant. It's a big fuss. Biogas and biomass is practically in existence. Biogas, we have 70 facilities in Greece, whereas in Italy you have 1,100, and in Germany much more, and that's only the base load. And let me finish with one more item. I think it is time to also include nuclear in the public discourse. France, Sweden, and other countries that are ecologically aware have a nuclear. Of course, there's an issue of nuclear waste, but as a country, we should look seriously into that matter. You have in Bulgaria, Kozloduy, in Romania. So it's not such a distant risk, the one of a nuclear accident. Mr. Kiakidis, please take your seat here. Do you have experience on PPAs? Do you see any mobility on PPAs? Is it an issue or not? PPAs in general have found some reluctance on the market because people don't want to commit in the long term. PPAs are very complex. They have a lot of parameters. Now that we have prices falling again, this reluctance has returned and is even stronger. I think it's a transitional instrument, and we might have a model like in Romania where everyone is participating in the market. Maybe we will have a more competitive model. Yes, but this has the problem of financing. Without a PPA, how can you borrow from the bank? Yes, but you see, banks should also rationalize their strategies. With the market price and with some historical parameters, you might be even more secured. 2 years ago, we saw tenders in Spain and Portugal. They had prices of 15, 16 per megawatt hour. In order to for that to be accepted by the banks. Okay, Mr. Lumakis, you have the floor to speak about the curtailments and in general about the landscape. I have a few slides I'd like to show.
Καταρχήν ευχαριστούμε για την πρόσκληση.
Thank you for the invitation. Now, curtailments. I think it's a well-known issue. Let's just start with the law. It's Article 9. It's a regulation. It's not a directive. That Anything above 300 is the ones that are going to be curtailed first. And of course, prioritized are the ones that are going to be electrified before 29, regardless of their installed capacity. Today, what we have in operation is 30 gigawatts projects, of which 6 have been electrified before 2019, the 4th of the 7th of 2029, therefore are prioritized. Therefore, we have a total of 6.5 gigawatts which are prioritized. Up to the 13, we have another 6.5, which they're not they're not prioritized, and therefore they're the ones that are going to be curtailed. Let me just explain that potentially all projects can be curtailed, but for a project that is under 400 gigawatts to be curtailed, then all the other ones that are over 400 gigawatts need to be curtailed first. The representative from the DA also gave us an additional information about the 3.5 about projects that are above that threshold that prioritizes them in them being curtailed. There are also projects that are curtailed that are not prioritized. We'd just like to ask the DA to not do this in the future, because it's important that producers are probably going to make use of the priority and look for compensation or even and we also heard from Dali, from Ms. Dali. She talked about 70 units. That 7,500 units are above 400, which means that it requires these switch gears to control the projects that do not have priority. However, 3 weeks ago we had a meeting at the European Commission office in Athens, and the DA, Noleta N, myself as a spec, and everybody from the DA told us that those switches that are going to be for those projects that are over 300 gigawatts, those switches are going to be ready by this autumn, therefore they'll be able to have control. So they're going to be switches, there's not going to be a set point, and that's a very important difference. It's very different to what is actually used in wind farms. But what I would like to say here, and that's why I've come to the podium, is that when we talk about curtailments, these projects are under a different provision of the law from 2016, which shows that that makes the curtailments obsolete, because if you're not producing, then whether you curtailed or not, then it doesn't make any difference. So therefore, this provision also includes these projects, and as a president, I can say that this has very much been done, that these people signed agreements knowing exactly what the terms of the agreements were, and they knew that they were going to go for 500 instead of 400, despite the fact that they were going to be the subject of curtailments. But if you actually look at the additional 10% in terms of cost, it doesn't make any difference. In terms of land and equipment and hardware, it's exactly the same. It just means that, you know, with a 10% additional cost, you're going to have a 25% profit. But when we're talking about projects which are 500 or 1,000 megawatts, there was an additional premium. Now, if we go back, I think there's a big difference between dam and the depth of dam is a forecast, and the HIP is also a forecast. So therefore, if we're essentially comparing a forecast with another forecast. So if we look at what's happened in 25th and the 26th of March, we can see that at the same time when Admier was giving 7.6 gigawatt of demand on the 25th, Admier was giving only 5,000, which means that the demand went up by 2.5 gigawatts. Because what I understand is that what the dam shows is that we're trying to match the demand with the supply, and because we have then we assume that there's an additional 2.5 gigawatts. You must remember, Mr. Panagoli, that we should we calculate the figures from Admier or from ENG? So when we have a market that's 5, and which is shown as 5 by one and 7.5 by the other, we can see that this is not realistic. Well, I understand that for a supplier that is a problem, but at the same time, that means that when a producer cannot calculate what the curtailments are, can see how many hours per annum they would not be producing. So therefore, they have some kind of guideline of the kind of production that's going to be paid for. So therefore, I think that we should be looking at reality in the eyes. I think the curtailment is something that cannot be ignored. The law is there, and it's a European regulation. But the projects that are eligible for curtailments is done in such a way that the curtailment is fair, so they can be counterbalanced between the on-off and the set point, and between low and medium and high voltage. At the same time, these predictions need to reflect the reality, so that we not actually have any kind of false figures only just to have an OTC that's just slightly above zero. I do not believe that storage is going to solve the problem. I believe that the pace that the market is moving, the storage is not going to solve the problem. I think the Power to X might solve the problem, but I don't know whether all these people with electrolyzers are going to receive energy from other producers. So therefore, I would suggest that the investors need to be very cautious. I would expect to see some kind of turning point and kind of pace of connection terms at some point, that Admier is going to stop receiving connection terms. But of course, the issue of curtailment is not going to burden the state, but the producers. And investors then choose whether they want or they do not want, and they open this market. And of course, everyone is they must be prepared to suffer the damages or the benefits. The way you've closed your intervention, Mr. Loumakis, is you describe a landscape where on one hand you have a great difficulty of managing the existing projects and the impact of curtailments, and at the same time, on the other hand, we have to pose a question: to what extent in the future all these projects and that investment interest has the ability to be implemented in a sustainable way. Listen, my view is that in the times to come we're going to have mass liquefaction and withdrawals from the market from renewables. I believe that renewables are now entering a phase and only the kind of vertical investments are bulletproof. We saw that in the natural gas crisis, where the governments had to tax both the suppliers and as well as the producers. So therefore, I don't think it makes any difference whether we're talking about small producers or big producers. I've heard of many cases of people who just come, who can just get like a 4, 5 or 8% trying to be producers without being suppliers, or being suppliers without being producers. I believe that anyone who decides to go above the threshold of 300 kilowatts, I think it's a very risky game, and I predict that especially for people who have already opened up in projects which are eligible for curtailments, I expect them to see them being concentrated in big groups. As you know, I'm not someone who just I've already said this before. It's clearly the electrical space is an integrated space between ADMIA and EDA, so therefore the curtailments will be both. And before a project that's prioritized by law is curtailed, then all the others that are not prioritized should be curtailed. So there is a particular order that needs to be followed. Otherwise, then the problem is not going to be the problem of curtailment, but the problem of various lawsuits by different producers and suppliers who are being curtailed unnecessarily and unfairly. I don't know if the rest of the speakers would like to make a comment and have a conclusion by Mr. Piskas. Something that you haven't had a chance to mention.
Our CEO at Volterra said some time ago at a conference that Greece needs an energy strategy center. This is what is needed when there's chaos, when facts change very frequently. So this strategy center would monitor production, consumption, demand, installations, exports, imports, interconnections, and from time to time it would make recommendations to the state, because the NECP may have some provisions about a certain amount of gigawatts. But if PPAs are not working properly, then you have to make adjustments. Your CEO said that here at this conference. It's true that you have so many and complex parameters. Exactly, you have to have a center that monitors all of them. Mr. Loumakis actually said what I was meaning to say. I believe that the time is gone when anyone could install a PV facility in Greece. Now the game is for big players, mainly, at least for economies of scale. So this is where the big groups will have a role to play. We see that already in offshore installations where also foreign players are participating. In the main volume of the market, and this includes storage, you have this tendency. Our role is focusing more on niches. As Mr. Loumakis said, with the curtailments and all the other practices, there will be no other room. Mr. Ladakakos, a 1-hour panel is not enough to cover this large discussion about curtailments. It's not about curtailments only. Yes, of course, but curtailments alone is a big issue. This is a very technical discussion, and it is slightly more complicated than what might have been illustrated here, because we speak about curtailments, but there are many different types of curtailments in distribution, in redistribution. There are curtailments also in the future that may be linked to local congestions of the grids. There are also different categories of projects. Stelios spoke about those categories. Indeed, there are different categories that have different advantages or privileges, let's say. Even a project that has a priority in distribution may be subject to curtailment. Allow me, this is not this is not affected, the 300 kilowatt. Yes, but again, the priorities are linked to distribution, not redistribution. So everyone is subject to curtailment. Nobody should think differently. And finally, it is important to map the role of each player on the market. As an association of wind energy, we tried to map the practices of ADMIE, and it's somewhat horizontal and automatic. The way that it practices these curtailments is unclear. So there's an issue there. How they work, how they will work in future, to what extent there is an equal treatment of producers. Stelios spoke about the timeline that was mentioned by the DDE representative today, that in a short period of time the operator will be able to exercise control. Yes, but still we all saw curtailments coming, so we should have been prepared for this. We should have the instruments. Now we're talking about the tools being introduced. This is not an easy exercise, and the should tell us if a provider wants to have a set point in their facility. Can this operate properly? I'm not sure about that. And also, another important issue is that of aggregators who have an important role in this discussion. The aggregators need to cooperate harmonically. What is your estimate about the market and how it will develop in the near future? Is there room for new projects of renewables? Since we're closing this conference, and we said that conference that should close in an optimistic tone, I am not going to give you an answer on this. If I may, I'd like to say something about the compensations. I saw a video yesterday about compensations for renewables. Producers and other interested parties should know that there was no adjustment of compensations upwards. And I do not believe there will be compensation for power that has not been produced. We need to be a serious country. If compensation is envisaged only for small curtailments of 200 to 300 megawatts, for 2, 3, 4 gigawatts, there we have nothing. So this is something that investors should know, because investors may think that we will be compensated. So just to be fair, that's a good comment. Mr. Biskas, you will close this panel. We believe that there will be curtailments, but from the analysis we showed, we said that there are two paths. One path is to continue having curtailments, which will be very high, especially under certain conditions that I analyzed in my slides, which means more than 10–15% of the theoretically produced energy until 2030. And the other path is that where the economy is leading us to. So the economy is telling us to protect ourselves from curtailments. How to do that? Well, the answer internationally is storage. We don't need to point out which technology of storage is the best. Recently, I visited China. We know that China does not have a democratic regime in the way it is understood in Europe or the US, but still the investor who has received terms of connection can install a battery, and standalone batteries are possible in a communist regime. This is something, this is a practice in European countries and in the US. So as long as there is electrical space for batteries, you can be sure that once you apply for such an installation with a battery, you will receive the terms. So this goes without saying, as I said, not only in the US, but also in China. And this is something that we do not have in Greece. I am very sad about this. That is why I wanted to point it out. It is inconceivable for someone who either is a producer or is not a producer and wants to be an actor, a player on the market, not to have this capability. And it seems that the second path, the second practice, is more economically reasonable than curtailment. That was indeed an optimistic closing of our conference. Thank you very much. I think with this last panel, we have provided the information and the analysis needed to any interested party in the field, so as to have enough input to make decisions. Thank you very much.
Λοιπόν, με αυτά και με αυτά φτάσαμε στο τέλος του διήμερου αυτού μαραθώνιου κατά.
We have reached this two-day conference, this two-day marathon. I would like to thank all those who contributed to this event. Our philosophy is that we don't want to expand too much with the topics, but we want to go into depth. For those who participated here physically and online, I believe that they have received a lot of input, a lot of information and analysis so as to carry on with their investment or other activity in the field of energy. Especially the power and gas market were the focus of these days. The 20th of June is our next conference on green gas will follow, and then in November the large conference on storage and renewables. Thank you for following our work.